Part 2. All night long I stood on the deck of the French ship Mariana, watching the gangplanks. The long levee was crowded, and parties lasted late in the lavish staterooms, the decks rumbling with passengers and guests. But finally, as the hours moved toward dawn, the parties were over, one by one, and carriages left the narrow riverfront streets. A few late passengers came aboard, a couple lingered for hours at the rail nearby. But Lestat and his apprentice, if they survived the fire, and I was convinced that they had, did not find their way to the ship. Our luggage had left the flat that day, and if anything had remained to let them know our destination, I was sure it had been destroyed. Yet still I watched. Claudia sat securely locked in our stateroom, her eyes fixed on the porthole. But Lestat did not come. Finally, as I'd hoped, the commotion of putting out commenced before daylight. A few people waved from the pier and the grassy hump of the levee as the great ship began first to shiver, then to jerk violently to one side, and then to slide out in one great, majestic motion into the current of the Mississippi. The lights of New Orleans grew small and dim, until there appeared behind us only a pale phosphorescence against the lightening clouds. I was fatigued beyond my worst memory. Yet I stood on the deck for as long as I could see that light, knowing that I might never see it again. In moments we were carried downstream, past the piers of Frenières and Pointe du Lac, and then as I could see the great wall of cottonwood and cypress growing green out of the darkness along the shore, I knew it was almost morning, too perilously close. And as I put the key into the lock of the cabin, I felt the greatest exhaustion, perhaps, that I'd ever known. Never in all the years I'd lived in our select family had I known the fear I'd experienced tonight, the vulnerability, the sheer terror. And there was to be no sudden relief from it, no sudden sense of safety. Only that relief which weariness at last imposes, when neither mind nor body can endure the terror any longer. For though Lestat was now miles away from us, he had, in his resurrection, awakened in me a tangle of complex fears which I could not escape. Even as Claudia said to me, "We're safe, Louis, safe," and I whispered the word yes to her, I could see Lestat hanging in the doorway, see those bulbous eyes, that scarred flesh. How had he come back? How had he triumphed over death? How could any creature have survived that shriveled ruin he'd become? Whatever the answer, what did it mean? Not only for him, but for Claudia, for me. Safe from him we were, but safe from ourselves? The ship was struck by a strange fever. It was amazingly clean of vermin, however, though occasionally their bodies might be found weightless and dry, as if the creatures had been dead for days. Yet there was this fever. It struck a passenger first, in the form of weakness and a soreness about the throat. Occasionally there were marks there, and occasionally the marks were someplace else. Or sometimes there were no recognizable marks at all, though an old wound was reopened and painful again. And sometimes the passenger, who fell to sleeping more and more as the voyage progressed and the fever progressed, died in his sleep. So there were burials at sea on several occasions as we crossed the Atlantic. Naturally afraid of fever, I shunned the passengers, did not wish to join them in the smoking room, get to know their stories, hear their dreams and expectations. I took my meals alone. But Claudia liked to watch the passengers, to stand on deck and see them come and go in the early evening, to say softly to me later as I sat at the porthole, "I think she'll fall prey." I would put the book down and look out the porthole, feeling the gentle rocking of the sea, seeing the stars more clear and brilliant than they had ever been on land, dipping down to touch the waves. It seemed at moments when I sat alone in the dark stateroom that the sky had come down to meet the sea, and that some great secret was to be revealed in that meeting, some great gulf miraculously closed forever. But who was to make this revelation when the sky and sea became indistinguishable and neither any longer was chaos? God or Satan? It struck me suddenly what consolation it would be to know Satan, to look upon his face, no matter how terrible that countenance was, to know that I belonged to him totally, and thus put to rest forever the torment of this ignorance, to step through some veil that would forever separate me from all that I called human nature. I felt the ship moving closer and closer to this secret. There was no visible end to the firmament. It closed about us with breathtaking beauty and silence. But then the words, "put to rest," became horrible. Because there would be no rest in damnation, could be no rest. And what was this torment compared to the restless fires of hell? The sea rocking beneath those constant stars, those stars themselves, what had this to do with Satan? And those images which sound so static to us in childhood, when we are all so taken up with mortal frenzy that we can scarce imagine them desirable, seraphim gazing forever upon the face of God, and the face of God itself. This was rest eternal, of which this gentle cradling sea was only the faintest promise. But even in these moments, when the ship slept and all the world slept, neither heaven nor hell seemed more than a tormenting fancy. To know, to believe in one or the other, that was perhaps the only salvation for which I could dream. Claudia, with Lestat's liking for light, lit the lamps when she rose. She had a marvelous pack of playing cards, acquired from a lady on board. The picture cards were in the fashion of Marie Antoinette, and the backs of the cards bore gold fleur-de-lis on gleaming violet. She played a game of solitaire in which the cards made the numbers of a clock, and she asked me, until I finally began to answer her, how Lestat had accomplished it. She was no longer shaken. If she remembered her screams in the fire, she did not care to dwell on them. If she remembered that before the fire she had wept real tears in my arms, it made no change in her. She was, as always in the past, a person of little indecision, a person for whom habitual quiet did not mean anxiety or regret. "We should have burned him," she said. "We were fools to think from his appearance that he was dead." "But how could he have survived?" I asked her. "You saw him. You know what became of him." I had no taste for it, really. I would have gladly pushed it to the back of my mind, but my mind would not allow me to, and it was she who gave me the answers now, for the dialogue was really with herself. "Suppose, though he had ceased to fight us," she explained, "that he was still living, locked in that helpless dried corpse, conscious and calculating." "Conscious in that state?" I whispered. "And suppose, when he reached the swamp waters and heard the sounds of our carriage going away, that he had strength enough to propel those limbs to move. There were creatures all around him in the dark. I saw him once rip the head of a small garden lizard and watch the blood run down into a glass. Can you imagine the tenacity of the will to live in him, his hands groping in that water for anything that moved?" "The will to live, tenacity," I murmured. "Suppose it was something else." "And then, when he'd felt the resuscitation of his strength, just enough perhaps to have sustained him to the road, somewhere along that road he found someone. Perhaps he crouched, waiting for a passing carriage. Perhaps he crept, gathering still what blood he could, until he came to the shacks of those immigrants or those scattered country houses. And what a spectacle he must have been! She gazed at the hanging lamp, her eyes narrow, her voice muted, without emotion. And then what did he do? It's clear to me. If he could not have gotten back to New Orleans in time, he could most definitely have reached the old Bayou Cemetery. The charity hospital feeds it fresh coffins every day, and I can see him clawing his way through the moist earth for such a coffin, dumping the fresh contents out in the swamps, and securing himself until the next nightfall in that shallow grave where no manner of man would be wont to disturb him. Yes, that is what he did, I'm certain. I thought of this for a long time, picturing it, seeing that it must have happened. And then I heard her add thoughtfully, as she laid down her card and looked at the oval face of a white-coiffed king, I could have done it. And why do you look that way at me? She asked, gathering up her cards, her small fingers struggling to make a neat pack of them and then to shuffle them. But do you believe that had we burned his remains he would have died? I asked. Of course I believe it. If there is nothing to rise, there is nothing to rise. What are you driving at? She was dealing out the cards now, dealing a hand for me on the small oak table. I looked at the cards, but I did not touch them. I don't know, I whispered to her. Only that perhaps there was no will to live, no tenacity, because, very simply, there was no need of either. Her eyes gazed at me steadily, giving no hint of her thoughts, or that she understood mine. Because perhaps he was incapable of dying. Perhaps he is, and we are, truly immortal. For a long time she sat there looking at me. Consciousness in that state, I finally added as I looked away from her. If it were so, then mightn't there be consciousness in any other? Fire, sunlight, what does it matter? Louis, she said, her voice soft, you're afraid. You don't stand on guard against fear. You don't understand the danger of fear itself. We'll know these answers when we find those who can tell us, those who've possessed knowledge for centuries, for however long creatures such as ourselves have walked the earth. That knowledge was our birthright, and he deprived us. He earned his death. But he didn't die, I said. He's dead, she said. No one could have escaped that house unless they'd run with us at our very side. No, he's dead, and so is that trembling aesthete, his friend. Consciousness, what does it matter? She gathered up the cards and put them aside, gesturing for me to hand her the books from the table beside the bunk, those books which she'd unpacked immediately on board, the few select records of vampire lore which she'd taken to be her guides. They included no wild romances from England, no stories of Edgar Allan Poe, no fancy. Only those few accounts of the vampires of Eastern Europe which had become for her a sort of Bible. In those countries, indeed, they did burn the remains of the vampire when they found him, and the heart was staked and the head severed. She would read these now for hours, these ancient books, which had been read and reread before they ever found their way across the Atlantic. They were travelers' tales, the accounts of priests and scholars. And she would plan our trip, not with the need of any pen or paper, only in her mind. A trip that would take us at once away from the glittering capitals of Europe toward the Black Sea, where we would dock at Varna and begin that search in the rural countryside of the Carpathians. For me it was a grim prospect, bound as I was to it, for there were longings in me for other places and other knowledge which Claudia did not begin to comprehend. Seeds of these longings had been planted in me years ago, seeds which came to bitter flower as our ship passed through the Straits of Gibraltar and into the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. I wanted those waters to be blue, and they were not. They were the night-time waters, and how I suffered then, straining to remember the seas that a young man's untutored senses had taken for granted, that an undisciplined memory had let slip away for eternity. The Mediterranean was black, black off the coast of Italy, black off the coast of Greece, black always, black when in the cold small hours before dawn, as even Claudia slept, weary of her books and the meagre fare that caution allowed her vampire hunger, I lowered a lantern down through the rising vapor, until the fire blazed right over the lapping waters, and nothing came to light on that heaving surface but the light itself, the reflection of that beam travelling constant with me, a steady eye, which seemed to fix on me from the depths, and say, "Louis, your quest is for darkness only. This sea is not your sea. The myths of men are not your myths. Men's treasures are not yours." But oh, how the quest for the old-world vampires filled me with bitterness in those moments, a bitterness I could all but taste, as if the very air had lost its freshness. For what secrets, what truths had those monstrous creatures of night to give us? What of necessity must be their terrible limits, if indeed we were to find them at all? What can the damned really say to the damned? I never stepped ashore at Piraeus. Yet in my mind I roamed the Acropolis at Athens, watching the moon rise through the open roof of the Parthenon, measuring my height by the grandeur of those columns, walking the streets of those Greeks who died at Marathon, listening to the sound of wind in the ancient olives. These were the monuments of men who could not die, not the stones of the living dead. Here the secrets that had endured the passage of time, which I had only dimly begun to understand. And yet nothing turned me from our quest, and nothing could turn me. But over and over, committed as I was, I pondered the great risk of our questions, the risk of any question that is truthfully asked. For the answer must carry an incalculable price, a tragic danger. Who knew that better than I, who had presided over the death of my own body, seeing all I called human wither and die, only to form an unbreakable chain which held me fast to this world, yet made me forever its exile, a spectre with a beating heart. The sea lulled me to bad dreams, to sharp remembrances. A winter night in New Orleans, when I wandered through the St. Louis cemetery and saw my sister, old and bent, a bouquet of white roses in her arms, the thorns carefully bound in an old parchment. Her grey head bowed, her steps carrying her steadily along through the perilous dark to the grave where the stone of her brother Louis was set side by side with that of his younger brother. Louis, who had died in the fire of Pointe du Lac, leaving a generous legacy to a godchild and namesake she never knew. Those flowers were for Louis, as if it had not been half a century since his death, as if her memory, like Louis's memory, left her no peace. Sorrow sharpened her ashen beauty, sorrow bent her narrow back. And what I would not have given, as I watched her, to touch her silver hair, to whisper love to her, if love would not have loosed on her remaining years a horror worse than grief. I left her with grief, over and over and over. And I dreamed now too much. I dreamed too long in the prison of this ship, in the prison of my body, attuned as it was to the rise of every sun as no mortal body had ever been. And my heart beat faster for the mountains of Eastern Europe, finally beat faster for the one hope that somewhere we might find in that primitive countryside the answer to why under God this suffering was allowed to exist, why under God it was allowed to begin, and how under God it might be ended. I had not the courage to end it, I knew, without that answer. And in time the waters of the Mediterranean became, in fact, the waters of the Black Sea. The vampire sighed. The boy was resting on his elbow, his face cradled in his right palm, and his avid expression was incongruous with the redness of his eyes. "Do you think I'm playing with you?" the vampire asked, his fine dark eyebrows knitted for an instant. "No," the boy said quickly. "I know better than to ask you any more questions. You'll tell me everything in your own time." And his mouth settled, and he looked at the vampire as though he were ready for him to begin again. There was a sound then from far off. It came from somewhere in the old Victorian building around them, the first such sound they'd heard. The boy looked up towards the hallway door. It was as if he'd forgotten the building existed. Someone walked heavily on the old boards. But the vampire was undisturbed. He looked away as if he were again disengaging himself from the present. "That village. I can't tell you the name of it. The name's gone. I remember it was miles from the coast, however. And we'd been traveling alone by carriage. And such a carriage. It was Claudia's doing, that carriage, and I should have expected it. But then things are always taking me unawares. From the first moment we arrived in Varna I had perceived certain changes in her, which made me at once aware she was Lestat's daughter as well as my own. From me she had learned the value of money, but from Lestat she had inherited a passion for spending it. And she wasn't to leave without the most luxurious black coach we could manage, outfitted with leather seats that might have accommodated a band of travellers, let alone a man and a child, who used the magnificent compartment only for the transportation of an ornately carved oak chest. To the back were strapped 2 trunks of the finest clothes the shops there could provide, and we went speeding along, those light, enormous wheels and fine springs carrying that bulk with a frightening ease over the mountain roads. There was a thrill to that when there was nothing else in this strange country, those horses at a gallop, and the gentle listing of that carriage. And it was strange country, lonely, dark, as rural country is always dark, its castles and ruins often obscured when the moon passed behind the clouds, so that I felt an anxiety during those hours I'd never quite experienced in New Orleans. And the people themselves were no relief. We were naked and lost in their tiny hamlets, and conscious always that amongst them we were in grave danger. Never in New Orleans had the kill to be disguised. The ravages of fever, plague, crime, these things competed with us always there, and outdid us. But here we had to go to great lengths to make the kill unnoticed, because these simple country people, who might have found the crowded streets of New Orleans terrifying, believed completely that the dead did walk and did drink the blood of the living. They knew our names, vampire, devil, and we, who were on the lookout for the slightest rumor, wanted under no circumstances to create rumor ourselves. We travelled alone and fast and lavishly amongst them, struggling to be safe within our ostentation, finding talk of vampires all too cheap by the inn fires, where, my daughter sleeping peacefully against my chest, I invariably found someone amongst the peasants or guests who spoke enough German, or at times even French, to discuss with me the familiar legends. But finally we came to that village which was to be the turning point in our travels. I savour nothing about that journey, not the freshness of the air, the coolness of the nights. I don't talk of it without a vague tremor even now. We had been at a farmhouse the night before, and so no news prepared us, only the desolate appearance of the place. Because it wasn't late when we reached it, not late enough for all the shutters of the little street to be bolted, or for a darkened lantern to be swinging from the broad archway of the inn. Refuse was collected in the doorways. And there were other signs that something was wrong. A small box of withered flowers beneath a shuttered shop window, a barrel rolling back and forth in the centre of the inn yard. The place had the aspect of a town under siege by the plague. But even as I was setting Claudia down on the packed earth beside the carriage, I saw the crack of light beneath the inn door. "Put the hood of your cape up," she said quickly. "They're coming." Someone inside was pulling back the latch. At first all I saw was the light behind the figure in the very narrow margin she allowed. Then the light from the carriage lanterns glinted in her eye. "A room for the night," I said in German, "and my horses need tending badly." "The night's no time for travelling," she said to me in a peculiar, flat voice. "And with a child." As she said this I noticed others in the room behind her. I could hear their murmurings and see the flickering of a fire. From what I could see, there were mostly peasants gathered around it, except for one man who was dressed much like myself in a tailored coat with an overcoat over his shoulders. But his clothes were neglected and shabby. His red hair gleamed in the firelight. He was a foreigner, like ourselves, and he was the only one not looking at us. His head wagged slightly as if he were drunk. "My daughter's tired," I said to the woman. "We've no place to stay but here." And now I took Claudia into my arms. She turned her face towards me, and I heard her whisper, "Louis, the garlic, the crucifix above the door." I had not seen these things. It was a small crucifix with the body of Christ in bronze fixed to the wood, and the garlic was wreathed around it, a fresh garland entwined with an old one, in which the buds were withered and dried. The woman's eye followed my eyes, and then she looked at me sharply, and I could see how exhausted she was, how red were her pupils, and how the hand which clutched at the shawl at her breast trembled. Her black hair was completely disheveled. I pressed nearer until I was almost at the threshold, and she opened the door wide suddenly, as if she'd only just decided to let us in. She said a prayer as I passed her, I was sure of it, though I couldn't understand the Slavic words. The small, low-beamed room was filled with people, men and women along the rough panelled walls, on benches, and even on the floor. It was as if the entire village were gathered there. A child slept in a woman's lap, and another slept on the staircase, bundled in blankets, his knees tucked in against one step, his arms making a pillow for his head on the next. And everywhere there was the garlic, hanging from nails and hooks, along with the cooking pots and flagons. The fire was the only light, and it threw distorting shadows on the still faces as they watched us. No one motioned for us to sit or offered us anything, and finally the woman told me in German I might take the horses into the stable if I liked. She was staring at me with those slightly wild, red-rimmed eyes, and then her face softened. She told me she'd stand at the inn door for me with a lantern, but I must hurry and leave the child here. But something else had distracted me. A scent I detected beneath the heavy fragrance of burning wood and the wine. It was the scent of death. I could feel Claudia's hand press my chest, and I saw her tiny finger pointing to a door at the foot of the stairs. The scent came from there. The woman had a cup of wine waiting when I returned, and a bowl of broth. I sat down, Claudia on my knee, her head turned away from the fire towards that mysterious door. All eyes were fixed on us as before, except for the foreigner. I could see his profile now clearly. He was much younger than I had thought, his haggard appearance stemming from emotion. He had a lean but very pleasant face, actually, his light, freckled skin making him seem like a boy. His wide blue eyes were fixed on the fire as though he were talking to it, and his eyelashes and eyebrows were golden in the light, which gave him a very innocent, open expression. But he was miserable, disturbed, drunk. Suddenly he turned to me, and I saw he'd been crying. "Do you speak English?" he said, his voice booming in the silence. "Yes, I do," I said to him, and he glanced at the others triumphantly. They stared at him stonily. "You speak English!" he cried, his lips stretching into a bitter smile, his eyes moving around the ceiling and then fixing on mine. "Get out of this country," he said. "Get out of it now. Take your carriage, your horses, drive them till they drop, but get out of it." Then his shoulders convulsed as if he were sick. He put his hand to his mouth. The woman who stood against the wall now, her arms folded over her soiled apron, said calmly in German, "At dawn you can go. At dawn." "But what is it?" I whispered to her, and then I looked to him. He was watching me, his eyes glassy and red. No one spoke. A log fell heavily in the fire. "Won't you tell me?" I asked the Englishman gently. He stood up. For a moment I thought he was going to fall. He loomed over me, a much taller man than myself, his head pitching forward, then backward, before he righted himself and put his hands on the edge of the table. His black coat was stained with wine, and so was his shirt cuff. "You want to see?" he gasped as he peered into my eyes. "Do you want to see for yourself?" There was a soft, pathetic tone to his voice as he spoke these words. "Leave the child," said the woman abruptly, with a quick, imperious gesture. "She's sleeping," I said. And rising, I followed the Englishman to the door at the foot of the stairs. There was a slight commotion as those nearest the door moved away from it, and we entered a small parlor together. Only one candle burned on the sideboard, and the first thing I saw was a row of delicately painted plates on a shelf. There were curtains on the small window, and a gleaming picture of the Virgin Mary and Christ-child on the wall. But the walls and chairs barely enclosed a great oak table, and on that table lay the body of a young woman, her white hands folded on her breast, her auburn hair mussed and tucked about her thin white throat and under her shoulders. Her pretty face was already hard with death. Amber rosary beads gleamed around her wrist and down the side of her dark wool skirt, and beside her lay a very pretty red felt hat with a wide, soft brim and a veil, and a pair of dark gloves. It was all laid there as if she would very soon rise and put these things on. And the Englishman patted the hat carefully now as he drew close to her. He was on the verge of breaking down altogether. He'd drawn a large handkerchief out of his coat, and he had put it to his face. "Do you know what they want to do with her?" he whispered as he looked at me. "Do you have any idea?" The woman came in behind us and reached for his arm, but he roughly shook her off. "Do you know?" he demanded of me with his eyes fierce. "Savages!" "You stop now," she said under her breath. He clenched his teeth and shook his head so that a shock of his red hair loosened in his eyes. "You get away from me," he said to the woman in German. "Get away from me." Someone was whispering in the other room. The Englishman looked again at the young woman, and his eyes filled with tears. "So innocent," he said softly. And then he glanced at the ceiling, and making a fist with his right hand, he gasped, "Damn you, God! Damn you!" "Lord," the woman whispered, and quickly she made the sign of the cross. "Do you see this?" he asked me. And he pried very carefully at the lace of the dead woman's throat, as though he could not, did not wish to actually touch the hardening flesh. There on her throat, unmistakable, were the 2 puncture wounds as I'd seen them 1,000 times upon 1,000, engraved in the yellowing skin. The man drew his hands up to his face, his tall, lean body rocking on the balls of his feet. "I think I'm going mad," he said. "Come now," said the woman, holding on to him as he struggled, her face suddenly flushed. "Let him be," I said to her. "Just let him be. I'll take care of him." Her mouth contorted. "I'll throw you all out of here, out into that dark, if you don't stop." She was too weary for this, too close to some breaking point herself. But then she turned her back on us, drawing her shawl tight around her, and padded softly out, the men who'd gathered at the door making way for her. The Englishman was crying. I could see what I must do, but it wasn't only that I wanted so much to learn from him, my heart pounding with silent excitement. It was heart-rending to see him this way. Fate brought me too mercilessly close to him. "I'll stay with you," I offered, and I brought 2 chairs up beside the table. He sat down heavily, his eyes on the flickering candle at his side. I shut the door, and the walls seemed to recede, and the circle of the candle to grow brighter around his bowed head. He leaned back against the sideboard and wiped his face with his handkerchief. Then he drew a leather-bound flask from his pocket and offered it to me, and I said no. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" He nodded. "Perhaps you can bring some sanity to this place," he said. "You're a Frenchman, aren't you? You know I'm English." "Yes," I nodded. And then, pressing my hand fervently, the liquor so dulling his senses that he never felt the coldness of it, he told me his name was Morgan, and he needed me desperately, more than he'd ever needed anyone in his life. And at that moment, holding that hand, feeling the fever of it, I did a strange thing. I told him my name, which I confided to almost no one. But he was looking at the dead woman as if he hadn't heard me, his lips forming what appeared to be the faintest smile, the tears standing in his eyes. His expression would have moved any human being. It might have been more than some could bear. "I did this," he said, nodding. "I brought her here." And he raised his eyebrows as if wondering at it. "No," I said quickly, "you didn't do it. Tell me who did." But then he seemed confused, lost in thought. "I'd never been out of England," he started. "I was painting, you see, as if it mattered now. The paintings, the book, I thought it all so quaint, so picturesque." His eyes moved over the room, his voice trailing off. For a long time he looked at her again, and then softly he said to her, "Emily," and I felt I'd glimpsed something precious he held to his heart. Gradually then the story began to come. A honeymoon journey through Germany into this country, wherever the regular coaches would carry them, wherever Morgan found scenes to paint. And they'd come to this remote place finally because there was a ruined monastery nearby, which was said to be a very well-preserved place. But Morgan and Emily had never reached that monastery. Tragedy had been waiting for them here. It turned out the regular coaches did not come this way, and Morgan had paid a farmer to bring them by cart. But the afternoon they arrived, there was a great commotion in the cemetery outside of town. The farmer, taking one look, refused to leave his cart to see further. It was some kind of procession, it seemed, Morgan said, with all the people outfitted in their best, and some with flowers, and the truth was I thought it quite fascinating. I wanted to see it. I was so eager I had the fellow leave us, bags and all. We could see the village just up ahead. Actually, it was I more than Emily, of course, but she was so agreeable, you see. I left her finally seated on our suitcases, and I went on up the hill without her. Did you see it when you were coming, the cemetery? No, of course you didn't. Thank God that carriage of yours brought you here safe and sound, though if you'd driven on, no matter how bad off your horses were—" He stopped. "What's the danger?" I urged him gently. "Ah, danger. Barbarians," he murmured, and he glanced at the door. Then he took another drink from his flask and capped it. "Well, it was no procession. I saw that right off," he said. "The people wouldn't even speak to me when I came up. You know what they are. But they had no objection to letting me watch. The truth was, you wouldn't have thought I was standing there at all. You won't believe me when I tell you what I saw, but you must believe me, because if you don't, I'm mad. I know it." "I will believe you. Go on," I said. "Well, the cemetery was full of fresh graves. I saw that at once. Some of them with new wooden crosses, and some of them just mounds of earth with flowers still fresh. And the peasants there, they were holding flowers, a few of them, as though they meant to be trimming these graves. But all of them were standing stock still, their eyes on these two fellows who had a white horse by the bridle, and what an animal that was! It was pawing and stomping and shying to one side as if it wanted no part of the place. A beautiful thing it was, though, a splendid animal, a stallion, and pure white. Well, at some point, and I couldn't tell you how they agreed upon it, because not a one of them said a word, one fellow, the leader, I think, gave the horse a tremendous whack with the handle of a shovel, and it took off up the hill just wild. You can imagine I thought that was the last we'd see of that horse for a while, for sure. But I was wrong. In a minute it had slowed to a gallop, and it was turning around amongst the old graves and coming back down the hill towards the newer ones. And the people all stood there, watching it. No one made a sound. And here it came, trotting right over the mounds, right through the flowers, and no one made a move to get hold of the bridle. And then suddenly it came to a stop, right on one of the graves. He wiped at his eyes, but the tears were almost gone. He seemed fascinated with his tale, as I was. "Well, here's what happened," he continued. "The animal just stood there, and suddenly a cry went up from the crowd. No, it wasn't a cry. It was as though they were all gasping and moaning, and then everything went quiet. And the horse was just standing there, tossing its head. And finally this fellow who was the leader burst forward and shouted to several of the others, and one of the women, she screamed and threw herself on the grave almost under the horse's hooves. I came up then as close as I could. I could see the stone with the deceased's name on it. It was a young woman, dead only 6 months, the date's carved right there, and there was this miserable woman on her knees in the dirt, with her arms around the stone now, as if she meant to pull it right up out of the earth. And these fellows trying to pick her up and get her away. Now I almost turned back, but I couldn't, not until I saw what they meant to do. And of course Emily was quite safe, and none of these people took the slightest notice of either of us. Well, 2 of them finally did have that woman up, and then the other had come with shovels and had begun to dig right into the grave. Pretty soon one of them was down in the grave, and everyone was so still you could hear the slightest sound, that shovel digging in there, and the earth thrown up in a heap. I can't tell you what it was like. Here was the sun high above us, and not a cloud in the sky, and all of them standing around holding on to one another now, and even that pathetic woman. He stopped now, because his eyes had fallen on Emily. I just sat there, waiting for him. I could hear the whiskey when he lifted the flask again, and I felt glad for him that there was so much there, that he could drink it and deaden this pain. "It might as well have been midnight on that hill," he said, looking at me, his voice very low. "That's how it felt. And then I could hear this fellow in the grave. He was cracking the coffin lid with his shovel. Then out came the broken boards. He was just tossing them out right and left, and suddenly he let out an awful cry. The other fellows drew up close, and all at once there was a rush to the grave, and then they all fell back like a wave, all of them crying out, and some of them turning and trying to push away. And the poor woman, she was wild, bending her knees and trying to get free of those men that were holding on to her. Well, I couldn't help but go up. I don't suppose anything could have kept me away, and I'll tell you, that's the first time I've ever done such a thing, and God help me, it's to be the last. Now, you must believe me, you must. But there, right there, in that coffin, with that fellow standing on the broken boards over her feet, was the dead woman, and I tell you, she was as fresh, as pink. His voice cracked, and he sat there, his eyes wide, his hand poised as if he held something invisible in his fingers, pleading with me to believe him. as pink as if she were alive. Buried 6 months, and there she lay. The shroud was thrown back off her, and her hands lay on her breast, just as if she were asleep. He sighed. His hand dropped to his leg, and he shook his head, and for a moment he just sat staring. "I swear to you," he said. And then this fellow who was in the grave, he bent down and lifted the dead woman's hand. I tell you, that arm moved as freely as my arm, and he held her hand out as if he were looking at her nails. Then he shouted, and that woman beside the grave, she was kicking at those fellows and shoving at the earth with her foot so it fell right down in the corpse's face and hair. And oh, she was so pretty, that dead woman. Oh, if you could have seen her, and what they did then. "Tell me what they did," I said to him softly. But I knew before he said it. "I tell you," he said, "we don't know the meaning of something like that until we see it." And he looked at me, his eyebrow arched as if he were confiding a terrible secret. "We just don't know." "No, we don't," I said. "I'll tell you. They took a stake, a wooden stake, mind you. And this one in the grave, he took the stake with a hammer and he put it right to her breast. I didn't believe it. And then with one great blow, he drove it right into her. I tell you, I couldn't have moved even if I'd wanted to. I was rooted there. And then that fellow, that beastly fellow, he reached up for his shovel, and with both his arms he drove it sharp right into the dead woman's throat. The head was off like that. He shut his eyes, his face contorted, and put his head to the side. I looked at him, but I wasn't seeing him at all. I was seeing this woman in her grave with the head severed, and I was feeling the most keen revulsion inside myself, as if a hand were pressing on my throat, and my insides were coming up inside me, and I couldn't breathe. Then I felt Claudia's lip against my wrist. She was staring at Morgan, and apparently she had been for some time. Slowly Morgan looked up at me, his eyes wild. "It's what they want to do with her," he said. "With Emily. Well, I won't let them." He shook his head adamantly. "I won't let them. You've got to help me, Louis." His lips were trembling, and his face so distorted now by his sudden desperation that I might have recoiled from it despite myself. "The same blood flows in our veins, you and I. I mean French, English. We're civilized men, Louis. They're savages." "Try to be calm now, Morgan," I said, reaching out for him. "I want you to tell me what happened then. You and Emily." He was struggling for his bottle. I drew it out of his pocket, and he took off the cap. "That's a fellow, Louis. That's a friend," he said emphatically. "You see, I took her away fast. They were going to burn that corpse right there in the cemetery, and Emily was not to see that, not while I—" He shook his head. "There wasn't a carriage to be found that would take us out of here. Not a single one of them would leave now for the 2 days' drive to get us to a decent place." "But how did they explain it to you, Morgan?" I insisted. I could see he did not have much time left. "Vampires!" he burst out, the whiskey sloshing on his hand. "Vampires, Louis! Can you believe that?" And he gestured to the door with the bottle. "A plague of vampires! All this in whispers, as if the devil himself were listening at the door. Of course, God have mercy, they put a stop to it. That unfortunate woman in the cemetery, they'd stopped her from clawing her way up nightly to feed on the rest of us." He put the bottle to his lips. "Oh, God," he moaned. I watched him drink, patiently waiting. "And Emily," he continued, "she thought it fascinating. What with the fire out there and a decent dinner and a proper glass of wine. She hadn't seen that woman. She hadn't seen what they'd done," he said desperately. "Oh, I wanted to get out of here. I offered them money. If it's over, I kept saying to them, one of you ought to want this money, a small fortune, just to drive us out of here." "But it wasn't over," I whispered, and I could see the tears gathering in his eyes, his mouth twisting with pain. "How did it happen to her?" I asked him. "I don't know," he gasped, shaking his head, the flask pressed to his forehead as if it were something cool, refreshing, when it was not. "It came into the inn? They said she went out to it," he confessed, the tears coursing down his cheeks. "Everything was locked. They saw to that, doors, windows. Then it was morning, and they were all shouting, and she was gone. The windows stood wide open, and she wasn't there. I didn't even take time for my robe. I was running. I came to a dead halt over her, out there behind the inn. My foot all but came down on her. She was just lying there under the peach trees. She held an empty cup, clinging to it, an empty cup. They said it lured her. She was trying to give it water." The flask slipped from his hands. He clapped his hands over his ears, his body bent, his head bowed. For a long time I sat there watching him. I had no words to say to him. And when he cried softly that they wanted to desecrate her, that they said she, Emily, was now a vampire, I assured him softly, though I don't think he ever heard me, that she was not. He moved forward, finally, as if he might fall. He appeared to be reaching for the candle, and before his arm rested on the buffet his finger touched it, so the hot wax extinguished the tiny bit that was left of the wick. We were in darkness then, and his head had fallen on his arm.
This ends Disc 7. Interview with the Vampire, Disc 8.
All the light of the room seemed gathered now in Claudia's eyes, but as the silence lengthened and I sat there, wondering, hoping Morgan wouldn't lift his head again, the woman came to the door. Her candle illuminated him, drunk, asleep. "You go now," she said to me. Dark figures crowded around her, and the old wooden inn was alive with the shuffling of men and women. "Go by the fire." "What are you going to do?" I demanded of her, rising and holding Claudia. "I want to know what you propose to do." "Go by the fire," she commanded. "No, don't do this," I said, but she narrowed her eyes and bared her teeth. "You go," she growled. "Morgan," I said to him, but he didn't hear me. He couldn't hear me. "Leave him be," said the woman fiercely. "But it's stupid what you're doing. Don't you understand? This woman's dead," I pleaded with her. "Louis," Claudia whispered so that they couldn't hear her, her arm tightening around my neck beneath the fur of my hood, "let these people alone." The others were moving into the room now, encircling the table, their faces grim as they looked at us. "But where do these vampires come from?" I whispered. "You've searched your cemetery. If it's vampires, where do they hide from you? This woman can't do you harm. Hunt your vampires if you must." "By day," she said gravely, winking her eye and slowly nodding her head. "By day. We get them by day." "Where? Out there in the graveyard, digging up the graves of your own villagers?" She shook her head. "The ruins," she said. "It was always the ruins. We were wrong. In my grandfather's time it was the ruins, and it is the ruins again. We'll take them down, stone by stone, if we have to. But you go now, because if you don't go, we'll drive you out there into that dark, now." And then out from behind her apron she drew her clenched fist with the stake in it, and held it up in the flickering light of the candle. "You hear me? You go!" she said. And the men pressed in close behind her, their mouths set, their eyes blazing in the light. "Yes," I said to her. "Out there. I would prefer that. Out there." And I swept past her, almost throwing her aside, seeing them scuttle back to make way. I had my hand on the latch of the inn door and slid it back with one quick gesture. "No!" cried the woman in her guttural German. "You're mad!" And she rushed up to me and then stared at the latch, dumbfounded. She threw her hands up against the rough boards of the door. "Do you know what you do?" "Where are the ruins?" I asked her calmly. "How far? Do they lie to the left of the road or to the right?" "No, no!" She shook her head violently. I pried the door back and felt the cold blast of air on my face. One of the women said something sharp and angry from the wall, and one of the children moaned in its sleep. "I'm going. I want one thing from you. Tell me where the ruins lie so I may stay clear of them. Tell me." "You don't know! You don't know!" she said. And then I laid my hand on her warm wrist and drew her slowly through the door, her feet scraping on the boards, her eyes wild. The men moved nearer, but as she stepped out against her will into the night, they stopped. She tossed her head, her hair falling down into her eyes glaring at my hand and at my face. "Tell me," I said. I could see she was staring not at me, but at Claudia. Claudia had turned towards her, and the light from the fire was on her face. The woman did not see the rounded cheeks nor the pursed lips, I knew, but Claudia's eyes, which were gazing at her with a dark, demonic intelligence. The woman's teeth bit down into the flesh of her lip. "To the north or south?" "To the north," she whispered. "To the left or the right?" "The left." "And how far?" Her hand struggled desperately. 3 miles, she gasped, and I released her, so that she fell back against the door, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. I had turned to go, but suddenly behind me she cried out for me to wait. I turned to see she'd ripped the crucifix from the beam over her head, and she had it thrust out towards me now. And out of the dark nightmare landscape of my memory I saw Babette gazing at me, as she had so many years ago, saying those words, "Get thee behind me, Satan." But the woman's face was desperate. "Take it, please, in the name of God," she said, "and ride fast." And the door shut, leaving Claudia and me in total darkness. In minutes the tunnel of the night closed upon the weak lanterns of our carriage, as if the village had never existed. We lurched forward, around a bend, the springs creaking, the dim moon revealing for an instant the pale outline of the mountains beyond the pines. I could not stop thinking of Morgan, stop hearing his voice. It was all tangled with my own horrified anticipation of meeting the thing which had killed Emily, the thing which was unquestionably one of our own. But Claudia was in a frenzy. If she could have driven the horses herself, she would have taken the reins. Again and again she urged me to use the whip. She struck savagely at the few low branches that dipped suddenly into the lamps before our faces, and the arm that clung to my waist on the rocking bench was as firm as iron. I remember the road turning sharply, the lanterns clattering, and Claudia calling out over the wind, "There, Louis, do you see it?" And I jerked hard on the reins. She was on her knees, pressed against me, and the carriage was swaying like a ship at sea. A great fleecy cloud had released the moon, and high above us loomed the dark outline of the tower. One long window showed the pale sky beyond it. I sat there, clutching the bench, trying to steady emotion that continued in my head as the carriage settled on its springs. One of the horses whinnied. Then everything was still. Claudia was saying, "Louis, come." I whispered something, a swift, irrational negation. I had the distinct and terrifying impression that Morgan was near to me, talking to me in that low, impassioned way he'd pleaded with me in the inn. Not a living creature stirred in the night around us. There was only the wind and the soft rustling of the leaves. "Do you think he knows we're coming?" I asked, my voice unfamiliar to me over this wind. I was in that little parlour as if there were no escape from it, as if this dense forest were not real. I think I shuddered. And then I felt Claudia's hand very gently touch the hand I lifted to my eyes. The thin pines were billowing behind her, and the rustle of the leaves grew louder, as if a great mouth sucked the breeze and began a whirlwind. "They'll bury her at the crossroads? Is that what they'll do? An Englishwoman?" I whispered. "Would that I had your size," Claudia was saying, "and would that you had my heart. Oh, Louis!" And her head inclined to me now, so like the attitude of the vampire bending to kiss that I shrank back from her. But her lips only gently pressed my own, finding a part there to suck the breath and let it flow back into me as my arms enclosed her. "Let me lead you," she pleaded. "There's no turning back now. Take me in your arms," she said, "and let me down on the road." But it seemed an eternity that I just sat there, feeling her lips on my face and on my eyelids. Then she moved. The softness of her small body suddenly snatched from me, in a movement so graceful and swift that she seemed now poised in the air beside the carriage, her hand clutching mine for an instant, then letting it go. And then I looked down to see her looking up at me, standing on the road in the shuddering pool of light beneath the lantern. She beckoned to me as she stepped backwards, one small boot behind the other. "Louis, come down," until she threatened to vanish into the darkness. And in a second I'd unfastened the lamp from its hook, and I stood beside her in the tall grass. "Don't you sense the danger?" I whispered to her. "Can't you breathe it like the air?" One of those quick, elusive smiles played on her lips as she turned towards the slope. The lantern pitched a pathway through the rising forest. One small white hand drew the wool of her cape close, and she moved forward. "Wait only for a moment. Fear's your enemy," she answered, but she did not stop. She proceeded ahead of the light, feet sure, even as the tall grass gave way gradually to low heaps of rubble, and the forest thickened, and the distant tower vanished with the fading of the moon and the great weaving of the branches overhead. Soon the sound and scent of the horses died on the low wind. "Be on guard," Claudia whispered as she moved, relentlessly, pausing only now and again where the tangled vines and rock made it seem for moments there was a shelter. But the ruins were ancient. Whether plague or fire or a foreign enemy had ravaged the town we couldn't know. Only the monastery truly remained. Now something whispered in the dark that was like the wind and the leaves, but it was neither. I saw Claudia's back straighten, saw the flash of her white palm as she slowed her step. Then I knew it was the water, winding its way slowly down the mountain, and I saw it far ahead, through the black trunks, a straight moonlit waterfall, descending to a boiling pool below. Claudia emerged, silhouetted against the fall, her hand clutching a bare root in the moist earth beside it. And now I saw her climbing hand over hand up the overgrown cliff, her arm trembling ever so slightly, her small boots dangling, then digging in to hold, then swinging free again. The water was cold, and it made the air fragrant and light all around it, so that for a moment I rested. Nothing stirred around me in the forest. I listened, senses quietly separating the tune of the leaves, but nothing else stirred. And then it struck me, gradually, like a chill coming over my arms and my throat, and finally my face, that the night was too desolate, too lifeless. It was as if even the birds had shunned this place, as well as all the myriad creatures that should have been moving about the banks of this stream. But Claudia, above me on the ledge, was reaching for the lantern, her cape brushing my face. I lifted it so that suddenly she sprang into light, like an eerie cherub. She put her hand out for me, as if despite her small size she could help me up the embankment. In a moment we were moving on again, over the stream, up the mountain. "Do you sense it?" I whispered. "It's too still." But her hand tightened on mine, as if to say, "Quiet." The hill was growing steeper, and the quiet was unnerving. I tried to stare at the limits of the light, to see each new bark as it loomed before us. Something did move, and I reached for Claudia, almost pulling her sharply near to me. But it was only a reptile, shooting through the leaves with a whip of his tail. The leaves settled. But Claudia moved back against me, under the folds of my cape, a hand firmly clasping the cloth of my coat, and she seemed to propel me forward, my cape falling over the loose fabric of her own. Soon the scent of the water was gone, and when the moon shone clear for an instant, I could see right ahead of us what appeared to be a break in the woods. Claudia firmly clasped the lantern and shut its metal door. I moved to stop this, my hand struggling with hers, but then she said to me quietly, "Close your eyes for an instant, and then open them slowly, and when you do, you will see it." A chill rose over me as I did this, during which I held fast to her shoulder. But then I opened my eyes and saw beyond the distant bark of the trees the long, low walls of the monastery and the high, square top of the massive tower. Far beyond it, above an immense black valley, gleamed the snow-capped peaks of the mountains. "Come," she said to me, "quiet, as if your body has no weight." And she started without hesitation right towards those walls, right towards whatever might have been waiting in their shelter. In moments we had found the gap that would admit us, the great opening that was blacker still than the walls around it, the vines encrusting its edges as if to hold the stones in place. High above, through the open room, the damp smell of the stones strong in my nostrils, I saw, beyond the streaks of clouds, a faint sprinkling of stars. A great staircase moved upward from corner to corner, all the way to the narrow windows that looked out upon the valley. And beneath the first rise of the stair, out of the gloom, emerged the vast, dark opening to the monastery's remaining rooms. Claudia was still now, as if she had become the stones. In the damp enclosure not even the soft tendrils of her hair moved. She was listening, and then I was listening with her. There was only the low backdrop of the wind. She moved, slowly, deliberately, and with one pointed foot gradually cleared a space in the moist earth in front of her. I could see a flat stone there, and it sounded hollow as she gently tapped it with her heel. Then I could see the broad size of it, and how it rose at one distant corner. And an image came to mind, dreadful in its sharpness, of that band of men and women from the village surrounding the stone, raising it with a giant lever. Claudia's eyes moved over the staircase and then fixed on the crumbling doorway beneath it. The moon shone for an instant through a lofty window. Then Claudia moved, so suddenly that she stood beside me without having made a sound. "Do you hear it?" she whispered. "Listen." It was so low, no mortal could have heard it. And it did not come from the ruins. It came from far off, not the long, meandering way that we had come up the slope, but another way, up the spine of the hill, directly from the village. Just a rustling now, a scraping, but it was steady. And then slowly the round tramping of a foot began to distinguish itself. Claudia's hand tightened on mine, and with a gentle pressure she moved me silently beneath the slope of the stairway. I could see the folds of her dress heave slightly beneath the edge of her cape. The tramp of the feet grew louder, and I began to sense that one step preceded the other very sharply, the second dragging slowly across the earth. It was a limping step, drawing nearer and nearer over the low whistling of the wind. My own heart beat hard against my chest, and I felt the veins in my temples tighten, a tremor passing through my limbs, so that I could feel the fabric of my shirt against me, the stiff cut of the collar, the very scraping of the buttons against my cape. Then a faint scent came with the wind. It was the scent of blood, at once arousing me, against my will, the warm, sweet scent of human blood, blood that was spilling, flowing, and then I sensed the smell of living flesh, and I heard in time with the feet a dry, hoarse breathing. But with it came another sound, faint and intermingled with the first, as the feet tramped closer and closer to the walls, the sound of yet another creature's halting, strained breath. And I could hear the heart of that creature, beating irregularly, a fearful throbbing. But beneath that was another heart, a steady, pulsing heart, growing louder and louder, a heart as strong as my own. Then, in the jagged gap through which we'd come, I saw him. His great, huge shoulder emerged first, and one long, loose arm and hand, the fingers curved. Then I saw his head. Over his other shoulder he was carrying a body. In the broken doorway he straightened and shifted the weight, and stared directly into the darkness towards us. Every muscle in me became iron as I looked at him, saw the outline of his head looming there against the sky. But nothing of his face was visible, except the barest glint of the moon on his eye, as if it were a fragment of glass. Then I saw it glint on his buttons, and heard them rustle as his arm swung free again, and one long leg bent as he moved forward, and proceeded into the tower right towards us. I held fast to Claudia, ready in an instant to shove her behind me, to step forward to meet him. But then I saw with astonishment that his eyes did not see me as I saw him, and he was trudging under the weight of the body he carried towards the monastery door. The moon fell now on his bowed head, on a mass of wavy black hair that touched his bent shoulder, and on the full black sleeve of his coat. I saw something about his coat. The flap of it was badly torn, and the sleeve appeared to be ripped from the seam. I almost fancied I could see his flesh through the shoulder. The human in his arms stirred now and moaned miserably, and the figure stopped for a moment and appeared to stroke the human with his hand. And at that moment I stepped forward from the wall and went towards him. No words passed my lips. I knew none to say. I only knew that I moved into the light of the moon before him, and that his dark wavy head rose with a jerk, and that I saw his eyes. For one full instant he looked at me, and I saw the light shining in those eyes, and then glinting on two sharp canine teeth, and then a low strangled cry seemed to rise from the depths of his throat, which for a second I thought to be my own. The human crashed to the stones, a shuddering moan escaping his lips, and the vampire lunged at me, that strangled cry rising again as the stench of fetid breath rose in my nostrils, and the claw-like fingers cut into the very fur of my cape. I fell backwards, my head cracking against the wall, my hands grabbing at his head, clutching a mass of tangled filth that was his hair. At once the wet, rotting fabric of his coat ripped in my grasp, but the arm that held me was like iron, and as I struggled to pull the head backwards, the fangs touched the flesh of my throat. Claudia screamed behind him. Something hit his head hard, which stopped him suddenly, and then he was hit again. He turned as if to strike her a blow, and I sent my fist against his face as powerfully as I could. Again a stone struck him as she darted away, and I threw my full weight against him, and felt his crippled leg buckling. I remember pounding his head over and over, my fingers all but pulling that filthy hair out by the roots, his fangs projected towards me, his hands scratching, clawing at me. We rolled over and over until I pinned him down again, and the moon shone full on his face. And I realized, through my frantic, sobbing breaths, what it was I held in my arms. The two huge eyes bulged from naked sockets, and two small, hideous holes made up his nose. Only a putrid, leathery flesh enclosed his skull, and the rank, rotting rags that covered his frame were thick with earth and slime and blood. I was battling a mindless, animated corpse, but no more. From above him a sharp stone fell full on his forehead, and a fount of blood gushed from between his eyes. He struggled, but another stone crashed with such force I heard the bones shatter. Blood seeped out beneath the matted hair, soaking into the stones and grass. The chest throbbed beneath me, but the arms shuddered and grew still. I drew up, my throat knotted, my heart burning, every fiber of my body aching from the struggle. For a moment the great tower seemed to tilt, but then it righted itself. I lay against the wall, staring at the thing, the blood rushing in my ears. Gradually I realized that Claudia knelt on his chest, that she was probing the mass of hair and bone that had been his head. She was scattering the fragments of his skull. We had met the European vampire, the creature of the old world. He was dead. For a long time I lay on the broad stairway, oblivious to the thick earth that covered it, my head feeling very cool against the earth just looking at him. Claudia stood at his feet, hands hanging limply at her sides. I saw her eyes close for an instant, two tiny lids that made her face like a small moonlit white statue as she stood there. And then her body began to rock very slowly. "Claudia," I called to her. She awakened. She was gaunt, such as I had seldom seen her. She pointed to the human who lay far across the floor of the tower, near the wall. He was still motionless, but I knew that he was not dead. I'd forgotten him completely, my body aching as it was, my senses still clouded with the stench of the bleeding corpse. But now I saw the man, and in some part of my mind I knew what his fate would be, and I cared nothing for it. I knew it was only an hour at most before dawn. "He's moving," she said to me, and I tried to rise off the steps. Better that he not wake, better that he never wake at all, I wanted to say. She was walking towards him, passing indifferently the dead thing that had nearly killed us both. I saw her back, and the man stirring in front of her, his foot twisting in the grass. I don't know what I expected to see as I drew nearer, what terrified peasant or farmer, what miserable wretch that had already seen the face of that thing that had brought it here. And for a moment I did not realize who it was that lay there, that it was Morgan, whose pale face showed now in the moon, the marks of the vampire on his throat, his blue eyes staring mute and expressionless before him. Suddenly they widened as I drew close to him. "Louis!" he whispered in astonishment, his lips moving as if he were trying to frame words but could not. "Louis!" he said again, and then I saw he was smiling. A dry, rasping sound came from him as he struggled to his knees, and he reached out for me. His blanched, contorted face strained as the sound died in his throat, and he nodded desperately, his red hair loose and disheveled, falling into his eyes. I turned and ran from him. Claudia shot past me, gripping me by the arm. "Do you see the color of the sky?" she hissed at me. Morgan fell forward on his hands behind her. "Louis!" he called out again, the light gleaming in his eyes. He seemed blind to the ruins, blind to the night, blind to everything but a face he recognized, that one word again issuing from his lips. I put my hands to my ears, backing away from him. His hand was bloody now as he lifted it. I could smell the blood as well as see it, and Claudia could smell it too. Swiftly she descended on him, pushing him down against the stones, her white fingers moving through his red hair. He tried to raise his head. His outstretched hands made a frame about her face, and then suddenly he began to stroke her yellow curls. She sank her teeth, and the hands dropped helpless at his side. I was at the edge of the forest when she caught up with me. "You must go to him. Take him," she commanded. I could smell the blood on her lips, see the warmth in her cheeks. Her wrist burned against me, yet I did not move. "Listen to me, Louis," she said, her voice at once desperate and angry. "I left him for you, but he's dying. There's no time." I swung her up into my arms and started the long descent. No need for caution, no need for stealth, no preternatural host waiting. The door to the secrets of Eastern Europe was shut against us. I was ploughing through the dark to the road. "Will you listen to me?" she cried out, but I went on in spite of her, her hands clutching at my coat, my hair. "Do you see the sky? Do you see it?" she railed. She was all but sobbing against my breast as I splashed through the icy stream and ran headlong in search of the lantern at the road. The sky was a dark blue when I found the carriage. "Give me the crucifix!" I shouted to Claudia as I cracked the whip. "There's only one place to go!" She was thrown against me as the carriage rocked into its turn and headed for the village. I had the eeriest feeling then as I could see the mist rising amongst the dark brown trees. The air was cold and fresh, and the birds had begun. It was as if the sun were rising, yet I did not care, and yet I knew that it was not rising, that there was still time. It was a marvelous, quieting feeling. The scrapes and cuts burned my flesh, and my heart ached with hunger, but my head felt marvelously light. Until I saw the grey shapes of the inn and the steeple of the church. They were too clear, and the stars above were fading fast. In a moment I was hammering on the door of the inn. As it opened, I put my hood up around my face tightly and held Claudia beneath my cape in a bundle. "Your village is rid of the vampire," I said to the woman, who stared at me in astonishment. I was clutching the crucifix which she'd given me. "Thanks be to God, he's dead. You'll find the remains in the tower. Tell this to your people at once." I pushed past her into the inn. The gathering was roused into commotion instantly, but I insisted that I was tired beyond endurance. I must pray and rest. They were to get my chest from the carriage and bring it to a decent room where I might sleep. But a message was to come for me from the bishop at Varna, and for this and this only was I to be awakened. "Tell the good father when he arrives that the vampire is dead, and then give him food and drink and have him wait for me," I said. The woman was crossing herself. "You understand," I said to her as I hurried toward the stairs. "I couldn't reveal my mission to you until after the vampire had been—" "Yes, yes," she said to me, "but you are not a priest. The child—" "No, only too well versed in these matters. The unholy one is no match for me," I said to her. I stopped. The door of the little parlour stood open, with nothing but a white square of cloth on the oak table. "Your friend," she said to me, and then she looked at the floor. "He rushed out into the night. He was mad." I only nodded. I could hear them shouting when I shut the door of the room. They seemed to be running in all directions. And then came the sharp sound of the church bell in the rapid peal of alarm. Claudia had slipped down from my arms, and she was staring at me gravely as I bolted the door. Very slowly I unlatched the shutter of the window. An icy light seeped into the room. Still she watched me. Then I felt her at my side. I looked down to see she was holding out her hand to me. "Here," she said. She must have seen I was confused. I felt so weak that her face was shimmering as I looked at it, the blue of her eyes dancing on her white cheeks. "Drink," she whispered, drawing nearer. "Drink." And she held the soft, tender flesh of the wrist towards me. "No, I know what to do. Haven't I done it in the past?" I said to her. It was she who bolted the window tight, latched the heavy door. I remember kneeling by the small grate and feeling the ancient paneling. It was rotten behind the varnished surface, and it gave under my fingers. Suddenly I saw my fist go through it and felt the sharp jab of splinter in my wrist. And then I remember feeling in the dark and catching hold of something warm and pulsing. A rush of cold, damp air hit my face, and I saw a darkness rising about me, cool and damp as if this air were a silent water that seeped through the broken wall and filled the room. The room was gone. I was drinking from a never-ending stream of warm blood that flowed down my throat and through my pulsing heart and through my veins, so that my skin warmed against this cool, dark water. And now the pulse of the blood I drank slackened, and all my body cried out for it not to slacken, my heart pounding, trying to make that heart pound with it. I felt myself rising as if I were floating in the darkness, and then the darkness, like the heartbeat, began to fade. Something glimmered in my swoon. It shivered ever so slightly with the pounding of feet on the stairs, on the floorboards, the rolling of wheels and horses' hooves on the earth, and it gave off a tinkling sound as it shivered. It had a small wooden frame around it, and in that frame there emerged through the glimmer the figure of a man. He was familiar. I knew his long, slender build, his black, wavy hair. Then I saw that his green eyes were gazing at me, and in his teeth he was clutching something huge and soft and brown, which he pressed tightly with both his hands. It was a rat, a great, loathsome, brown rat he held, its feet poised, its mouth agape, its great curved tail frozen in the air. Crying out, he threw it down and stared aghast, blood flowing from his open mouth. A searing light hit my eyes. I struggled to open them against it, and the entire room was glowing. Claudia was right in front of me. She was not a tiny child, but someone much larger who drew me forward towards her with both hands. She was on her knees, and my arms encircled her waist. Then darkness descended, and I had her folded against me. The lock slid into place. Numbness came over my limbs, and then the paralysis of oblivion. And that was how it was throughout Transylvania, and Hungary and Bulgaria, and through all those countries where the peasants know that the living dead walk, and the legends of the vampires abound. In every village where we did encounter the vampire, it was the same. "A mindless corpse?" the boy asked. "Always," said the vampire. "When we found these creatures at all. I remember a handful at most. Sometimes we only watched them from a distance, all too familiar with their wagging bovine heads, their haggard shoulders, their rotted, ragged clothing. In one hamlet it was a woman, only dead for perhaps a few months. The villagers had glimpsed her and knew her by name. It was she who gave us the only hope we were to experience after the monster in Transylvania, and that hope came to nothing. She fled from us through the forest, and we ran after her, reaching out for her long black hair. Her white burial gown was soaked with dried blood, her fingers caked with the dirt of the grave, and her eyes, they were mindless, two pools that reflected the moon. No secrets, no truths, only despair." "But what were these creatures? Why were they like this?" asked the boy, his lips grimacing with disgust. "I don't understand. How could they be so different from you and Claudia, yet exist?" "I had my theories. So did Claudia. But the main thing which I had then was despair. And in despair the recurring fear that we had killed the only other vampire like us, Lestat. Yet it seemed unthinkable. Had he possessed the wisdom of a sorcerer, the powers of a witch, I might have come to understand that he had somehow managed to wrest a conscious life from the same forces that governed these monsters. But he was only Lestat, as I've described him to you, devoid of mystery, finally, his limits as familiar to me in those months in Eastern Europe as his charms. I wanted to forget him, and yet it seemed I thought of him always. It was as if the empty nights were made for thinking of him. And sometimes I found myself so vividly aware of him. It was as if he had only just left the room, and the ring of his voice were still there. And somehow there was a disturbing comfort in that. And despite myself I'd envision his face, not as it had been the last night in the fire, but on other nights. The last evening he spent with us at home, his hand playing idly with the keys of the spinet, his head tilted on one side. A sickness rose in me, more wretched than anguish, when I saw what my dreams were doing. I wanted him alive. In the dark nights of Eastern Europe, Lestat was the only vampire I'd found. But Claudia's waking thoughts were of a far more practical nature. Over and over she had me recount that night in the hotel in New Orleans when she'd become a vampire, and over she searched the process for some clue to why these things we met in the country graveyards had no mind. What if, after Lestat's infusion of blood, she'd been put in a grave, closed up in it, until the preternatural drive for blood caused her to break the stone door of the vault that held her? What then would her mind have been, starved, as it were, to the breaking point? Her body might have saved itself when no mind remained. And through the world she would have blundered, ravaging where she could, as we saw these creatures do. That was how she explained them. But what had fathered them? How had they begun? That was what she couldn't explain, and what gave her hope of discovery, when I, from sheer exhaustion, had none. "They spawn their own kind, it's obvious, but where does it begin?" she asked. And then, somewhere near the outskirts of Vienna, she put the question to me which had never before passed her lips. Why could I not do what Lestat had done with both of us? Why could I not make another vampire? I don't know why at first I didn't even understand her, except that in loathing what I was, with every impulse in me, I had a particular fear of that question, which was almost worse than any other. You see, I didn't understand something strong in myself. Loneliness had caused me to think on that very possibility years before, when I had fallen under the spell of Babette Frenière. But I held it locked inside of me like an unclean passion. I shunned mortal life after her. I killed strangers. And the Englishman, Morgan, because I knew him, was as safe from my fatal embrace as Babette had been. They both caused me too much pain. Death I couldn't think of giving them. Life in death, it was monstrous. I turned away from Claudia. I wouldn't answer her. But angry as she was, wretched as was her impatience, she could not stand this turning away, and she drew near to me, comforting me with her hands and her eyes, as if she were my loving daughter. "Don't think on it, Louis," she said later, when we were comfortably situated in a small suburban hotel. I was standing at the window, looking at the distant glow of Vienna, so eager for that city, its civilization, its sheer size. The night was clear, and the haze of the city was on the sky. "Let me put your conscience at ease, though I'll never know precisely what it is," she said into my ear, her hand stroking my hair. "Do that, Claudia," I answered her. "Put it at ease. Tell me that you'll never speak to me of making vampires again." "I want no orphans such as ourselves," she said, all too quickly. My words annoyed her. My feeling annoyed her. "I want answers, knowledge," she said. "But tell me, Louis, what makes you so certain that you've never done this without your knowing it?" Again there was that deliberate obtuseness in me. I must look at her as if I didn't know the meaning of her words. I wanted her to be silent and to be near me and for us to be in Vienna. I drew her hair back and let my fingertips touch her long lashes and looked away at the light. "After all, what does it take to make those creatures?" she went on, "those vagabond monsters? How many drops of your blood intermingled with a man's blood? And what kind of heart to survive that first attack?" I could feel her watching my face, and I stood there, my arms folded, my back to the side of the window, looking out. "That pale-faced Emily, that miserable Englishman," she said, oblivious to the flicker of pain in my face. "Their hearts were nothing, and it was the fear of death as much as the drawing of blood that killed them. The idea killed them. But what of the hearts that survive? Are you sure you haven't fathered a league of monsters who from time to time struggled vainly and instinctively to follow in your footsteps? What was their lifespan, these orphans you left behind you? A day there, a week here, before the sun burnt them to ashes, or some mortal victim cut them down? "Stop it," I begged her. "If you knew how completely I envision everything you describe, you would not describe it. I tell you it's never happened. Lestat drained me to the point of death to make me a vampire, and gave back all that blood mingled with his own. That is how it was done." She looked away from me, and then it seemed she was looking down at her hands. I think I heard her sigh, but I wasn't certain. And then her eyes moved over me, slowly up and down, before they finally met mine. Then it seemed she smiled. "Don't be frightened of my fancy," she said softly. "After all, the final decision will always rest with you. Is that not so?" "I don't understand," I said, and a cold laughter erupted from her as she turned away. "Can you picture it?" she said, so softly I scarcely heard. "A coven of children? That is all I could provide." "Claudia," I murmured. "Rest easy," she said abruptly, her voice still low. "I tell you that as much as I hated Lestat—" She stopped. "Yes," I whispered. "Yes." "As much as I hated him, with him we were complete." She looked at me, her eyelids quivering, as if the slight rise in her voice had disturbed her even as it had disturbed me. "No, only you were complete," I said to her, "because there were two of us, one on either side of you from the beginning." I thought I saw her smile then, but I was not certain. She bowed her head, but I could see her eyes moving beneath the lashes, back and forth, back and forth. Then she said, "The two of you at my side. Do you picture that as you say it, as you picture everything else?" One night long gone by was as material to me as if I were in it still, but I didn't tell her. She was desperate in that night, running away from Lestat, who had urged her to kill a woman in the street from whom she'd backed off, clearly alarmed. I was sure the woman had resembled her mother. Finally she'd escaped us entirely, but I'd found her in the armoire, beneath the jackets and coats, clinging to her doll. And, carrying her to her crib, I sat beside her and sang to her, and she stared at me as she clung to that doll, as if trying blindly and mysteriously to calm a pain she herself did not begin to understand. Can you picture it, this splendid domesticity? Dim lamps, the vampire father singing to the vampire daughter. Only the doll had a human face. Only the doll. "But we must get away from here," said the present Claudia suddenly, as though the thought had just taken shape in her mind with a special urgency. She had her hand to her ear, as if clutching it against some awful sound. "From the roads behind us. From what I see in your eyes now, because I give voice to thoughts which are nothing more to me than plain considerations." "Forgive me," I said as gently as I could, withdrawing slowly from that long-ago room, that ruffled crib, that frightened monster child and monster voice. And Lestat, where was Lestat? A match striking in the other room, a shadow leaping suddenly into life, as light and dark come alive where there was only darkness. "No, you forgive me," she was saying to me now in this little hotel room near the first capital of Western Europe. "No, we forgive each other, but we don't forgive him. And without him, you see what things are between us." "Only now, because we are tired and things are dreary," I said to her and to myself, because there was no one else in the world to whom I could speak. "Ah, yes, and that is what must end. I tell you, I begin to understand that we have done it all wrong from the start. We must bypass Vienna. We need our language, our people. I want to go directly now to Paris." Part 3. I think the very name of Paris brought a rush of pleasure to me that was extraordinary, a relief so near to well-being that I was amazed, not only that I could feel it, but that I'd so nearly forgotten it. I wonder if you can understand what it meant. My expression can't convey it now, for what Paris means to me is very different from what it meant then, in those days, at that hour. But still, even now, to think of it, I feel something akin to that happiness. And I've more reason now than ever to say that happiness is not what I will ever know, or will ever deserve to know. I am not so much in love with happiness. Yet the name Paris makes me feel it. Mortal beauty often makes me ache, and mortal grandeur can fill me with that longing I felt so hopelessly in the Mediterranean Sea. But Paris drew me close to her heart, so I forgot myself entirely, forgot the damned and questing preternatural thing that doted on mortal skin and mortal clothing. Paris overwhelmed, and lightened, and rewarded more richly than any promise. It was the mother of New Orleans. Understand that first. It had given New Orleans its life, its first populace, and it was what New Orleans had for so long tried to be. But New Orleans, though beautiful and desperately alive, was desperately fragile. There was something forever savage and primitive there, something that threatened the exotic and sophisticated life, both from within and without. Not an inch of those wooden streets, nor a brick of the crowded Spanish houses had not been bought from the fierce wilderness that forever surrounded the city, ready to engulf it. Hurricanes, floods, fevers, the plague, and the damp of the Louisiana climate itself worked tirelessly on every hewn plank or stone facade, so that New Orleans seemed at all times like a dream in the imagination of her striving populace, a dream held intact at every second by a tenacious, though unconscious, collective will. But Paris was a universe, whole and entire unto herself, hallowed and fashioned by history. So she seemed, in this age of Napoleon III, with her towering buildings, her massive cathedrals, her grand boulevards and ancient winding medieval streets, as vast and indestructible as nature itself. All was embraced by her volatile and enchanted populace thronging the galleries, the theatres, the cafes, giving birth over and over to genius and sanctity, philosophy and war, frivolity and the finest art. So it seemed that if all the world outside her were to sink into darkness, what was fine, what was beautiful, what was essential, might there still come to its finest flower. Even the majestic trees that graced and sheltered her streets were attuned to her, and the waters of the Seine, contained and beautiful as they wound through her heart, so that the earth on that spot, so shaped by blood and consciousness, had ceased to be the earth, and had become Paris. We were alive again. We were in love, and so euphoric was I after those hopeless nights of wandering in Eastern Europe that I yielded completely when Claudia moved us into the Hôtel Saint-Gabriel on the Boulevard de Capucines. It was rumored to be one of the largest hotels in Europe, its immense rooms dwarfing the memory of our old townhouse, while at the same time recalling it with a comfortable splendor. We were to have one of the finest suites. Our windows looked out over the gaslit boulevard itself, where in the early evening the asphalt sidewalks teemed with strollers, and an endless stream of carriages flowed past, taking lavishly dressed ladies and their gentlemen to the opera or the opera comique, the ballet, the theatres, the balls and receptions without end at the Tuileries. Claudia put her reasons for expense to me gently and logically, but I could see that she became impatient, ordering everything through me. It was wearing for her. The hotel, she said, quietly afforded us complete freedom, our nocturnal habits going unnoticed in the continual press of European tourists, our rooms immaculately maintained by an anonymous staff, while the immense price we paid guaranteed our privacy and our security. But there was more to it than that. There was a feverish purpose to her buying. "This is my world," she explained to me as she sat in a small velvet chair before the open balcony, watching the long row of broughams stopping one by one before the hotel doors. "I must have it as I like," she said, as if speaking to herself. And so it was as she liked. Stunning wallpaper of rose and gold, an abundance of damask and velvet furniture, embroidered pillows and silk trappings for the four-poster bed. Dozens of roses appeared daily for the marble mantels and the inlaid tables, crowding the curtained alcove of her dressing-room, reflected endlessly in tilted mirrors. And finally she crowded the high French windows with a veritable garden of camellia and fern. "I miss the flowers. More than anything else, I miss the flowers," she mused, and sought after them, even in the paintings which we brought from the shops and the galleries, magnificent canvases such as I'd never seen in New Orleans, from the classically executed lifelike bouquets, tempting you to reach for the petals that fell on a three-dimensional tablecloth, to a new and disturbing style in which the colors seemed to blaze with such intensity they destroyed the old lines, the old solidity, to make a vision like to those states when I'm nearest my delirium, and flowers grow before my eyes and crackle like the flames of lamps. Paris flowed into these rooms. I found myself at home there, again forsaking dreams of ethereal simplicity for what another's gentle insistence had given me, because the air was sweet, like the air of our courtyard in the Rue Royale, and all was alive with a shocking profusion of gaslight that rendered even the ornate lofty ceilings devoid of shadows. The light raced on the gilt curlicues, flickered in the baubles of the chandeliers. Darkness did not exist. Vampires did not exist. And even bent as I was on my quest, it was sweet to think that for an hour father and daughter climbed into the cabriolet from such civilized luxury, only to ride along the banks of the Seine, over the bridge into the Latin Quarter, to roam those darker, narrower streets in search of history, not victims, and then to return to the ticking clock, and the brass andirons and the playing cards laid out upon the table, books of poets, the program from a play, and all around the soft humming of the vast hotel, distant violins, a woman talking in a rapid animated voice above the zinging of a hairbrush, and a man high above on the top floor repeating over and over to the night air, "I understand. I am just beginning. I am just beginning to understand." "Is it as you would have it?" Claudia asked. Perhaps just to let me know she hadn't forgotten me, for she was quiet now for hours, no talk of vampires. But something was wrong. It was not the old serenity, the pensiveness that was recollection. There was a brooding there, a smouldering dissatisfaction. And though it would vanish from her eyes when I would call to her or answer her, anger seemed to settle very near the surface. "Oh, you know how I would have it," I answered, persisting in the myth of my own will. "Some garret near the Sorbonne, near enough to the noise of the Rue Saint-Michel, far enough away. But I would mainly have it as you would have it." And I could see her warmed, but looking past me as if to say, "You have no remedy. Don't draw too near. Don't ask of me what I ask of you. Are you content?" My memory is too clear, too sharp. Things should wear at the edges, and what is unresolved should soften. So scenes are near my heart like pictures in lockets. Yet monstrous pictures no artist or camera would ever catch, and over I would see Claudia at the piano's edge that last night when Lestat was playing, preparing to die, her face when he was taunting her, that contortion that at once became a mask. Attention might have saved his life, if in fact he were dead at all. Something was collecting in Claudia, revealing itself slowly to the most unwilling witness in the world. She had a new passion for rings and bracelets children did not wear. Her jaunty, straight-backed walk was not a child's, and often she entered small boutiques ahead of me and pointed a commanding finger at the perfume or the gloves she would then pay for herself. I was never far away and always uncomfortable, not because I feared anything in this vast city, but because I feared her. She'd always been the lost child to her victims, the orphan, and now it seemed she would be something else, something wicked and shocking to the passers-by who succumbed to her. But this was often private. I was left for an hour haunting the carved edifices of Notre Dame, or sitting at the edge of a park in the carriage. And then one night, when I awoke on the lavish bed in the suite of the hotel, my book crunched uncomfortably under me, I found her gone altogether. I didn't dare ask the attendants if they'd seen her. It was our practice to spirit past them. We had no name. I searched the corridors for her, the side streets, even the ballroom, where some almost inexplicable dread came over me at the thought of her there alone. But then I finally saw her coming through the side doors of the lobby, her hair beneath her bonnet brim sparkling from the light rain, the child rushing as if on a mischievous escapade, lighting the faces of doting men and women as she mounted the grand staircase and passed me as if she hadn't seen me at all. An impossibility, a strange, graceful slight. I shut the door behind me just as she was taking off her cape, and in a flurry of golden raindrops she shook it, shook her hair. The ribbons crushed from the bonnet fell loose, and I felt a palpable relief to see the childish dress, those ribbons, and something wonderfully comforting in her arms, a small china doll. Still she said nothing to me. She was fussing with the doll. Jointed, somehow, with hooks or wire beneath its flouncing dress, its tiny feet tinkled like a bell. "It's a lady doll," she said, looking up at me. "See, a lady doll." She put it on the dresser. "So it is," I whispered. "A woman made it," she said. "She makes baby dolls, all the same, baby dolls, a shop of baby dolls, until I said to her, 'I want a lady doll.'" It was taunting, mysterious. She sat there now with the wet strands of hair streaking her high forehead, intent on that doll. "Do you know why she made it for me?" she asked. I was wishing now the room had shadows, that I could retreat from the warm circle of the superfluous fire into some darkness, that I wasn't sitting on the bed as if on a lighted stage, seeing her before me, and in her mirrors, puffed sleeves and puffed sleeves. "Because you are a beautiful child, and she wanted to make you happy," I said, my voice small and foreign to myself. She was laughing soundlessly. "A beautiful child," she said, glancing up at me. "Is that what you still think I am?" And her face went dark as again she played with the doll, her fingers pushing the tiny crocheted neckline down toward the china breasts. "Yes, I resemble her baby dolls. I am her baby dolls. You should see her working in that shop, bent on her dolls, each with the same face, lips." Her finger touched her own lip. Something seemed to shift suddenly, something within the very walls of the room itself, and the mirrors trembled with her image as if the earth had sighed beneath the foundations. Carriages rumbled in the streets, but they were too far away. And then I saw what her still childish figure was doing. In one hand she held the doll, the other to her lips. and the hand that held the doll was crushing it and popping it so it bobbed and broke in a heap of glass that fell now from her open, bloody hand onto the carpet. She wrung the tiny dress to make a shower of littering particles as I averted my eyes, only to see her in the tilted mirror over the fire, see her eyes scanning me from my feet to the top of my head. She moved through that mirror towards me and drew close on the bed. "Why do you look away? Why don't you look at me?" she asked, her voice very smooth, very like a silver bell. But then she laughed softly, a woman's laugh, and said, "Did you think I'd be your daughter forever? Are you the father of fools, the fool of fathers?" "Your tone is unkind with me," I answered. Unkind." I think she nodded. She was ablaze in the corner of my eye, blue flames, golden flames. "And what do they think of you?" I asked as gently as I could. "Out there." I gestured to the open window. "Many things," she smiled. "Many things. Men are marvelous at explanations. Have you seen the little people in the parks, the circuses, the freaks that men pay money to laugh at?" "I was a sorcerer's apprentice only," I burst out suddenly, despite myself. "Apprentice!" I said. I wanted to touch her, to stroke her hair, but I sat there afraid of her, her anger like a match about to kindle. Again she smiled, and then she drew my hand into her lap and covered it as best she could with her own. "Apprentice, yes," she laughed. "But tell me one thing from that lofty height. What was it like making love?" I was walking away from her before I meant to. I was searching like a dim-witted mortal man for cape and gloves. "You don't remember?" she asked with perfect calm as I put my hand on the brass door handle. I stopped, feeling her eyes on my back, ashamed. And then I turned around and made as if to think, where am I going? What shall I do? Why do I stand here? "It was something hurried," I said, trying now to meet her eyes. How perfectly coldly blue they were, how earnest. "And it was seldom savoured, something acute that was quickly lost. I think that it was the pale shadow of killing." "Ah," she said. "Like hurting you as I do now, that is also the pale shadow of killing." "Yes, madam," I said to her. "I am inclined to believe that is correct." And bowing swiftly, I bade her good night. It was a long time after I'd left her that I slowed my pace. I'd crossed the Seine. I wanted darkness, to hide from her and the feelings that welled up in me, and the great consuming fear that I was utterly inadequate to make her happy, or to make myself happy by pleasing her. I would have given the world to please her, the world we now possessed, which seemed at once empty and eternal. Yet I was injured by her words and by her eyes, and no amount of explanations to her, which passed through and through my mind now, even forming on my lips in desperate whispers as I left the Rue Saint-Michel and went deeper and deeper into the older, darker streets of the Latin Quarter, no amount of explanations seemed to soothe what I imagined to be her grave dissatisfaction, or my own pain. Finally I left off words, except for a strange chant. I was in the black silence of a medieval street, and blindly I followed its sharp turns, comforted by the height of its narrow tenements, which seemed at any moment capable of falling together, closing this alleyway under the indifferent stars like a seam. I cannot make her happy, I do not make her happy, and her unhappiness increases every day. This was my chant, which I repeated like a rosary, a charm to change the facts, her inevitable disillusionment with our quest, which left us in this limbo where I felt her drawing away from me, dwarfing me with her enormous need. I even conceived a savage jealousy of the doll-maker to whom she'd confided her request for that tinkling diminutive lady, because that doll-maker had, for a moment, given her something which she held close to herself in my presence, as if I were not there at all. What did it amount to? Where could it lead?
This ends Disc 8. Interview with the Vampire, Disc 9.
Never since I'd come to Paris months before did I so completely feel the city's immense size. How I might pass from this twisting blind street of my choice into a world of delights, and never had I so keenly felt its uselessness. Uselessness to her if she could not abide this anger, if she could not somehow grasp the limits of which she seemed so angrily, bitterly aware. I was helpless. She was helpless. But she was stronger than I. And I knew, had known, even at the moment when I turned away from her in the hotel, that behind her eyes there was for me her continuing love. And dizzy and weary, and now comfortably lost, I became aware with a vampire's inextinguishable senses that I was being followed. My first thought was irrational. She'd come out after me, and, cleverer than I, had tracked me at a great distance. But as surely as this came to mind, another thought presented itself, a rather cruel thought in light of all that had passed between us. The steps were too heavy for hers. It was just some mortal walking in this same alley, walking unwarily towards death. So I continued on, almost ready to fall into my pain again, because I deserved it, when my mind said, "You are a fool. Listen." And it dawned on me that these steps, echoing as they were at a great distance behind me, were in perfect time with my own. An accident. Because if mortal they were too far off for mortal hearing. But as I stopped now to consider that, they stopped. And as I turned, saying, "Louis, you deceive yourself," and started up, they started up. Footfall with my footfall, gaining speed now as I gained speed. And then something remarkable, undeniable occurred. On guard as I was for the steps that were behind me, I tripped on a fallen roof tile and was pitched against the wall, and behind me those steps echoed to perfection the sharp shuffling rhythm of my fall. I was astonished, and in a state of alarm well beyond fear. To the right and left of me the street was dark. Not even a tarnished light shone in a garret window, and the only safety afforded me, the great distance between myself and these steps, was, as I said, the guarantee that they were not human. I was at a complete loss as to what I might do. I had the near irresistible desire to call out to this being and welcome it, to let it know as quickly and as completely as possible that I awaited it, had been searching for it, would confront it. Yet I was afraid. What seemed sensible was to resume walking, waiting for it to gain on me, and as I did so I was again mocked by my own pace, and the distance between us remained the same. The tension mounted in me, the dark around me becoming more and more menacing, and I said over and over, measuring these steps, "Why do you track me? Why do you let me know you are there?" Then I rounded a sharp turn in the street, and a gleam of light showed ahead of me at the next corner. The street sloped up towards it, and I moved on very slowly, my heart deafening in my ears, reluctant to eventually reveal myself in that light. And as I hesitated, stopped, in fact, right before the turn, something rumbled and clattered above, as if the roof of the house beside me had all but collapsed. I jumped back just in time before a load of tiles crashed into the street, one of them brushing my shoulder. All was quiet now. I stared at the tiles, listening, waiting. And then slowly I edged around the turn into the light, only to see there, looming over me at the top of the street, beneath the gas lamp, the unmistakable figure of another vampire. He was enormous in height, though gaunt as myself, his long, white face very bright under the lamp, his large black eyes staring at me in what seemed undisguised wonder. His right leg was slightly bent, as though he'd just come to a halt in mid-step. And then suddenly I realized that not only was his black hair long and full and combed precisely like my own, and not only was he dressed in identical coat and cape to my own, but he stood imitating my stance and facial expression to perfection. I swallowed and let my eyes pass over him slowly, while I struggled to hide from him the rapid pace of my pulse, as his eyes in like manner passed over me. And when I saw him blink, I realized I had just blinked, and as I drew my arms up and folded them across my chest, he slowly did the same. It was maddening. Worse than maddening, because as I barely moved my lips, he barely moved his lips, and I found the words dead, and I couldn't make other words to confront this, to stop it. And all the while there was that height, and those sharp black eyes, and that powerful attention, which was of course perfect mockery, but nevertheless riveted to myself. He was the vampire. I seemed the mirror. "Clever," I said to him shortly and desperately, and of course he echoed that word as fast as I said it. And maddened as I was more by that than anything else, I found myself yielding to a slow smile, defying the sweat which had broken from every pore and the violent tremor in my legs. He also smiled, but his eyes had a ferocity that was animal, unlike my own, and the smile was sinister in its sheer mechanical quality. Now I took a step forward, and so did he. And when I stopped short, staring, so did he. But then he slowly, very slowly, lifted his right arm, though mine remained poised, and gathering his fingers into a fist, he now struck at his chest in quickening time to mock my heartbeat. Laughter erupted from him. He threw back his head, showing his canine teeth, and the laughter seemed to fill the alleyway. I loathed him completely. "You mean me harm?" I asked, only to hear the words mockingly obliterated. "Trickster," I said sharply. "Buffoon!" That word stopped him, died on his lips even as he was saying it, and his face went hard. What I did then was impulse. I turned my back on him and started away, perhaps to make him come after me and demand to know who I was, but in a movement so swift I couldn't possibly have seen it. He stood before me again, as if he had materialized there. Again I turned my back on him, only to face him under the lamp again, the settling of his dark, wavy hair the only indication that he had in fact moved. "I've been looking for you. I've come to Paris looking for you." I forced myself to say the words, seeing that he didn't echo them or move, only stood staring at me. Now he moved forward, slowly, gracefully, and I saw his own body and his own manner had regained possession of him, and extending his hand as if he meant to ask for mine, he very suddenly pushed me backwards, off balance. I could feel my shirt drenched and sticking to my flesh as I righted myself, my hand grimed from the damp wall. And as I turned to confront him, he threw me completely down. I wish I could describe to you his power. You would know if I were to attack you, to deal you a sharp blow with an arm you never saw move towards you. But something in me said, "Show him your own power," and I rose up fast, going right for him with both arms out, and I hit the night, the empty night, swirling beneath that lamppost, and stood there looking about me, alone, and a complete fool. This was a test of some sort. I knew it then, though consciously I fixed my attention on the dark street, the recesses of the doorways, any place he might have hidden. I wanted no part of this test, but saw no way out of it, and I was contemplating some way to disdainfully make that clear when suddenly he appeared again, jerking me around and flinging me down the sloping cobblestones where I'd fallen before. I felt his boot against my ribs, and enraged I grabbed hold of his leg, scarcely believing it when I felt the cloth and the bone. He'd fallen against the stone wall opposite, and let out a snarl of unrepressed anger. What happened then was pure confusion. I held tight to that leg, though the boot strained to get at me, and at some point, after he'd toppled over me and pulled loose from me, I was lifted into the air by strong hands. What might have happened I can well imagine. He could have flung me several yards from himself, he was easily that strong, and battered, severely injured, I might have lost consciousness. It was violently disturbing to me, even in that melee, that I didn't know whether I could lose consciousness. But it was never put to a test. For confused as I was certain someone else had come between us, someone who was battling him decisively, forcing him to relinquish his hold. When I looked up, I was in the street, and I saw two figures, only for an instant, like the flicker of an image after the eye is shut. Then there was only a swirling of black garments, a boot striking the stones, and the night was empty. I sat, panting, the sweat pouring down my face, staring around me, and then up at the narrow ribbon of faint sky. Slowly, only because my eye was totally concentrated upon it now, a figure emerged from the darkness of the wall above me. Crouched on the jutting stones of the lintel, it turned, so that I saw the barest gleam of light on the hair, and then the stark, white face. A strange face, broader and not so gaunt as the other, a large, dark eye that was holding me steadily. A whisper came from the lips, though they never appeared to move. "You are all right." I was more than all right. I was on my feet, ready to attack. But the figure remained crouched, as if it were part of the wall. I could see a white hand working in what appeared to be a waistcoat pocket. A card appeared, white as the fingers that extended it to me. I didn't move to take it. "Come to us tomorrow night," said that same whisper from the smooth, expressionless face, which still showed only one eye to the light. "I won't harm you," he said, "and neither will that other. I won't allow it." And his hand did that thing which vampires can make happen. That is, it seemed to leave his body in the dark, to deposit the card in my hand, the purple script immediately shining in the light. And the figure, moving upwards like a cat on the wall, vanished fast between the garret gables overhead. I knew I was alone now, could feel it, and the pounding of my heart seemed to fill the empty little street as I stood under the lamp reading that card. The address I knew well enough, because I had been to theaters along that street more than once. But the name was astonishing. Théâtre des Vampires, and the time noted 9 p.m. I turned it over and discovered written there the note, "Bring the petite beauty with you. You are most welcome, Armand." There was no doubt that the figure who'd given it to me had written this message, and I had only a very short time to get to the hotel and to tell Claudia of these things before dawn. I was running fast, so that even the people I passed on the boulevards did not actually see the shadow that brushed them. The Théâtre des Vampires was by invitation only, and the next night the doorman inspected my card for a moment, while the rain fell softly all around us, on the man and the woman stopped at the shut-up box office, on the crinkling posters of penny-dreadful vampires with their outstretched arms and cloaks resembling bat wings, ready to close on the naked shoulders of a mortal victim, on the couple that pressed past us into the packed lobby, where I could easily perceive that the crowd was all human, no vampires among them, not even this boy who admitted us finally into the press of conversation and damp wool and ladies' gloved fingers fumbling with felt-brimmed hats and wet curls. I pressed for the shadows in a feverish excitement. We had fed earlier, only so that in the bustling street of this theatre our skin would not be too white, our eyes too unclouded. And that taste of blood, which I had not enjoyed, had left me all the more uneasy. But I had no time for it. This was no night for killing. This was to be a night of revelations. No matter how it ended, I was certain. Yet here we stood, with this all too human crowd. The doors opening now on the auditorium, and a young boy pushing towards us, beckoning, pointing above the shoulders of the crowd to the stairs. Ours was a box, one of the best in the house, and if the blood had not dimmed my skin completely, nor made Claudia into a human child as she rode in my arms, this usher did not seem at all to notice it nor to care. In fact, he smiled all too readily as he drew back the curtain for us on 2 chairs before the brass rail. "Would you put it past them to have human slaves?" Claudia whispered. "But Lestat never trusted human slaves," I answered. I watched the seats fill, watched the marvelously flowered hats navigating below me through the rows of silk chairs. White shoulders gleamed in the deep curve of the balcony spreading out from us. Diamonds glittered in the gaslight. "Remember, be sly for once," came Claudia's whisper from beneath her bowed blonde head. "You're too much of a gentleman." The lights were going out, first in the balcony and then along the walls of the main floor. A knot of musicians had gathered in the pit below the stage, and at the foot of the long green velvet curtain the gas flickered, then brightened, and the audience receded as if enveloped by a grey cloud through which only the diamonds sparkled, on wrists, on throats, on fingers. And a hush descended like that grey cloud, until all the sound was collected in one echoing, persistent cough. Then silence, and the slow, rhythmical beating of a tambourine. Added to that was the thin melody of a wooden flute, which seemed to pick up the sharp metallic tink of the bells of the tambourine, winding them into a haunting melody that was medieval in sound. Then the strumming of strings that emphasized the tambourine, and the flute rose in that melody singing of something melancholy, sad. It had a charm to it, this music, and the whole audience seemed stilled and united by it, as if the music of that flute were a luminous ribbon unfurling slowly in the dark. Not even the rising curtain broke the silence with the slightest sound. The lights brightened, and it seemed the stage was not the stage, but a thickly wooded place, the light glittering on the roughened tree trunks and the thick clusters of leaves beneath the arch of darkness above, and through the trees could be seen what appeared the low stone bank of a river, and above that, beyond that, the glittering waters of the river itself, this whole three-dimensional world produced in painting upon a fine silk scrim that shivered only slightly in a faint draught. A sprinkling of applause greeted the illusion, gathering adherents from all parts of the auditorium until it reached its short crescendo and died away. A dark, draped figure was moving on the stage from tree trunk to tree trunk, so fast that as he stepped into the lights he seemed to appear magically in the center, one arm flashing out from his cloak to show a silver sigh, and the other to hold a mask on a slender stick before the invisible face, a mask which showed the gleaming countenance of death, a painted skull. There were gasps from the crowd. It was Death, standing before the audience, the scythe poised, Death at the edge of a dark wood. And something in me was responding now as the audience responded, not in fear, but in some human way, to the magic of that fragile painted set, the mystery of the lighted world there, the world in which this figure moved in his billowing black cloak back and forth before the audience with the grace of a great panther, drawing forth, as it were, those gasps, those sighs, those reverent murmurs. And now, Behind this figure, whose very gestures seemed to have a captivating power, like the rhythm of the music to which it moved, came other figures from the wings. First an old woman, very stooped and bent, her grey hair like moss, her arm hanging down with the weight of a great basket of flowers, her shuttling steps scraped on the stage, and her head bobbed with the rhythm of the music and the darting steps of the grim reaper. And then she started back as she laid eyes on him, and slowly setting down her basket, made her hands into the attitude of prayer. She was tired. Her head leaned now on her hands, as if in sleep, and she reached out for him, supplicating. But as he came towards her, he bent to look directly into her face, which was all shadows to us beneath her hair, and started back then, waving his hand as if to freshen the air. Laughter erupted uncertainly from the audience, but as the old woman rose and took after death, the laughter took over. The music broke into a jig with their running, as round and round the stage the old woman pursued Death, until he finally flattened himself into the dark of a tree trunk, bowing his masked face under his wing like a bird. And the old woman, lost, defeated, gathered up her basket as the music softened, and slowed to her pace, and made her way off the stage. I did not like it. I did not like the laughter. I could see the other figures moving in now, the music orchestrating their gestures, cripples on crutches and beggars with rags the color of ash, all reaching out for Death, who whirled, escaping this one with a sudden arching of the back, fleeing from that one with an effeminate gesture of disgust, waving them all away finally in a foppish display of weariness and boredom. It was then I realized that the languid white hand that made these comic arcs was not painted white. It was a vampire hand, which wrung laughter from the crowd. A vampire hand lifted now to the grinning skull as the stage was finally clear, as if stifling a yawn, and then this vampire, still holding the mask before his face, adopted marvelously the attitude of resting his weight against a painted silken tree, as if he were falling gently to sleep. The music twittered like birds, rippled like the flowing of the water, and the spotlight which encircled him in a yellow pool grew dim, all but fading away as he slept. And another spot pierced the scrim, seeming to melt it altogether, to reveal a young woman standing alone far upstage. She was majestically tall, and all but enshrined by a voluminous mane of golden blonde hair. I could feel the awe of the audience as she seemed to flounder in the spotlight, the dark forest rising on the perimeter, so that she seemed to be lost in the trees. And she was lost, and not a vampire. The soil on her mean blouse and skirt was not stage paint, and nothing had touched her perfect face, which gazed into the light now, as beautiful and finely chiseled as the face of a marble virgin, that hair her haloed veil. She could not see in the light, though all could see her, and the moan which escaped her lips as she floundered seemed to echo over the thin romantic singing of the flute, which was a tribute to that beauty. The figure of Death woke with a start in his pale spotlight, and turned to see her as the audience had seen her, and to throw up his free hand in tribute, in awe. The twitter of laughter died before it became real. She was too beautiful, her grey eyes too distressed, the performance too perfect. And then the skull mask was thrown suddenly into the wings, and Death showed a beaming white face to the audience, his hurried hands stroking his handsome black hair, straightening a waistcoat, brushing imaginary dust from his lapels. Death in love, and clapping rose for the luminous countenance, the gleaming cheekbones, the winking black eye, as if it were all masterful illusion, when in fact it was merely and certainly the face of a vampire, the vampire who had accosted me in the Latin Quarter, that leering, grinning vampire, harshly illuminated by the yellow spot. My hand reached for Claudia's in the dark and pressed it tightly, but she sat still, as if enwrapped. The forest of the stage through which that helpless mortal girl stared blindly towards the laughter divided in two phantom halves, moving away from the center, freeing the vampire to close in on her. And she, who had been advancing towards the footlights, saw him suddenly and came to a halt, making a moan like a child. Indeed, she was very like a child, though clearly a full-grown woman. Only a slight wrinkling of the tender flesh around her eyes betrayed her age. Her breasts, though small, were beautifully shaped beneath her blouse, and her hips, though narrow, gave her long, dusty skirt a sharp, sensual angularity. As she moved back from the vampire, I saw the tears standing in her eyes like glass in the flicker of the lights, and I felt my spirit contract in fear for her, and in longing. Her beauty was heartbreaking. Behind her, a number of painted skulls suddenly moved against the blackness, the figures that carried the masks invisible in their black clothes, except for free white hands that clasped the edge of a cape, the folds of a skirt. Vampire women were there, moving in with the men towards the victim, and now they all, one by one, thrust the masks away, so they fell in an artful pile, the sticks like bones, the skulls grinning into the darkness above. And there they stood, 7 vampires. The women vampires 3 in number, their molded white breasts shining over the tight black bodices of their gowns, their hard, luminescent faces staring with dark eyes beneath curls of black hair. Starkly beautiful, as they seemed to float close around that florid human figure, yet pale and cold compared to that sparkling golden hair, that petal-pink skin. I could hear the breath of the audience, the halting, the soft sighs. It was a spectacle, that circle of white faces pressing closer and closer, and that leading figure, that gentleman Death, turning to the audience now with his hands crossed over his heart, his head bent in longing to elicit their sympathy. Was she not irresistible? A murmur of accenting laughter, of sighs. But it was she who broke the magic silence. "I don't want to die," she whispered. Her voice was like a bell. "We are Death," he answered her, and from around her came the whisper, "Death." She turned, tossing her hair so it became a veritable shower of gold, a rich and living thing over the dust of her poor clothing. "Help me!" she cried out softly, as if afraid even to raise her voice. "Someone!" she said to the crowd she knew must be there. A soft laughter came from Claudia. The girl on stage only vaguely understood where she was, what was happening, but knew infinitely more than this house of people that gaped at her. "I don't want to die. I don't want to." Her delicate voice broke, her eyes fixed on the tall, malevolent leader vampire, that demon trickster who now stepped out of the circle of the others towards her. "We all die," he answered her. "The one thing you share with every mortal is death." His hand took in the orchestra, the distant faces of the balcony, the boxes. "No!" she protested in disbelief. "I have so many years, so many—" Her voice was light, lilting in her pain. It made her irresistible, just as did the movement of her naked throat and the hand that fluttered there. "Years," said the master vampire. "How do you know you have so many years? Death is no respecter of age. There could be a sickness in your body now, already devouring you from within, or outside a man might be waiting to kill you simply for your yellow hair." And his fingers reached for it, the sound of his deep preternatural voice sonorous. "Need I tell what fate may have in store for you?" "I don't care. I'm not afraid." she protested, her clarion voice so fragile after him. "I would take my chance." "And if you do take that chance and live for years, what would be your heritage? The humpbacked, toothless visage of old age?" And now he lifted her hair behind her back, exposing her pale throat, and slowly he drew the string from the loose gathers of her blouse. The cheap fabric opened, the sleeves slipping off her narrow pink shoulders, and she clasped it, only to have him take her wrists and thrust them sharply away. The audience seemed to sigh in a body, the women behind their opera glasses, the men leaning forward in their chairs. I could see the cloth falling, see the pale, flawless skin pulsing with her heart, and the tiny nipples letting the cloth slip precariously, the vampire holding her right wrist tightly at her side, the tears coursing down her blushing cheeks, her teeth biting into the flesh of her lip. "Just as sure as this flesh is pink, it will turn grey, wrinkled with age," he said. "Let me live, please," she begged, her face turning away from him. "I don't care." "But then why should you care if you die now? If these things don't frighten you, these horrors?" She shook her head, baffled, outsmarted, helpless. I felt the anger in my veins as sure as the passion. With a bowed head she bore the whole responsibility for defending life, and it was unfair, monstrously unfair, that she should have to pit logic against his for what was obvious and sacred and so beautifully embodied in her. But he made her speechless, made her overwhelming instinct seem petty, confused. I could feel her dying inside, weakening, and I hated him. The blouse slipped to her waist. A murmur moved through the titillated crowd as her small, round breast stood exposed. She struggled to free her wrist, but he held it fast. "And suppose we were to let you go? Suppose the Grim Reaper had a heart that could resist your beauty? To whom would he turn his passion? Someone must die in your place. Would you pick the person for us, the person to stand here and suffer as you suffer now?" He gestured to the audience. Her confusion was terrible. "Have you a sister? A mother? A child?" "No," she gasped. "No," shaking the mane of hair. "Surely someone could take your place, a friend? Choose." "I can't. I wouldn't." She writhed in his tight grasp. The vampires around her looked on, still, their faces evincing no emotion, as if the preternatural flesh were masks. "Can't you do it?" he taunted her. And I knew, if she said she could, how he would only condemn her, say she was as evil as he for marking someone for death, say that she deserved her fate. "Death waits for you everywhere," he sighed now, as if he were suddenly frustrated. The audience could not perceive it. I could. I could see the muscles of his smooth face tightening. He was trying to keep her grey eyes on his eyes, but she looked desperately, hopefully away from him. On the warm, rising air I could smell the dust and perfume of her skin, hear the soft beating of her heart. "Unconscious death, the fate of all mortals." He bent closer to her, musing, infatuated with her, but struggling. "But we are conscious death. That would make you a bride. Do you know what it means to be loved by death?" He all but kissed her face, the brilliant stain of her tears. "Do you know what it means to have death know your name?" She looked at him, overcome with fear, and then her eyes seemed to mist over, her lips to go slack. She was staring past him at the figure of another vampire who had emerged slowly from the shadows. For a long time he had stood on the periphery of the gathering, his hands clasped, his large dark eyes very still. His attitude was not the attitude of hunger. He did not appear rapt. But she was looking into his eyes now, and her pain bathed her in a beauteous light, a light which made her irresistibly alluring. It was this that held the jaded audience, this terrible pain. I could feel her skin, feel the small pointed breasts, feel my arms caressing her. I shut my eyes against it and saw her starkly against that private darkness. It was what they felt all around her, this community of vampires. She had no chance. And looking up again, I saw her shimmering in the smoky light of the footlamps, saw her tears like gold, as soft from that other vampire who stood at a distance came the words, "No pain." I could see the trickster stiffen, but no one else would see it. They would see only the girl's smooth, childlike face, those parted lips, slack with innocent wonder as she gazed at that distant vampire, hear her soft voice repeat after him, "No pain? Your beauty is a gift to us." His rich voice effortlessly filled the house, seemed to fix and subdue the mounting wave of excitement. And slightly, almost imperceptibly, his hand moved. The trickster was receding, becoming one of those patient, white faces whose hunger and equanimity were strangely one. And slowly, gracefully, the other moved towards her. She was languid, her nakedness forgotten, those lids fluttering, a sigh escaping her moist lips. "No pain," she accented. I could hardly bear it. The sight of her yearning towards him, seeing her dying now under this vampire's power. I wanted to cry out to her, to break her swoon. And I wanted her as he was moving in on her, his hand out now for the drawstring of her skirt as she inclined towards him, her head back, the black cloth slipping over her hips, over the golden gleam of the hair between her legs, a child's down, that delicate curl, the skirt dropping to her feet. And this vampire opened his arms, his back to the flickering footlights, his auburn hair seeming to tremble as the gold of her hair fell around his black coat. "No pain, no pain," he was whispering to her, and she was giving herself over. And now, turning her slowly to the side so that they could all see her serene face, he was lifting her, her back arching as her naked breasts touched his buttons, her pale arms enfolded his neck. She stiffened, cried out as he sank his teeth, and her face was still as the dark theatre reverberated with shared passion. His white hand shone on her florid buttocks, her hair dusting it, stroking it. He lifted her off the boards as he drank, her throat gleaming against his white cheek. I felt weak, dazed, hunger rising in me, knotting my heart, my veins. I felt my hand gripping the brass bar of the box tighter until I could feel the metal creaking in its joints. And that soft, wrenching sound, which none of those mortals might hear, seemed somehow to hook me to the solid place where I was. I bowed my head. I wanted to shut my eyes. The air seemed fragrant with her salted skin, and close, and hot, and sweet. Around her the other vampires drew in. The white hand that held her tight quivered, and the auburn-haired vampire let her go, turning her, displaying her, her head fallen back as he gave her over, one of those starkly beautiful vampire women rising behind her, cradling her, stroking her as she bent to drink. They were all about her now, as she was passed from one to another and to another, before the enthralled crowd, her head thrown forward over the shoulder of a vampire man, the nape of her neck as enticing as the small buttocks or the flawless skin of her long thighs, the tender creases behind her limply bent knees. I was sitting back in the chair, my mouth full of the taste of her, my veins in torment. And in the corner of my eyes was that auburn-haired vampire who had conquered her, standing apart as he had been before, his dark eyes seeming to pick me from the darkness, seeming to fix on me over the currents of warm air. One by one the vampires were withdrawing. The painted forest came back, sliding soundlessly into place, until the mortal girl, frail and very white, lay naked in that mysterious wood, nestled in the silk of a black bier, as if on the floor of the forest itself. And the music had begun again, eerie and alarming, growing louder as the lights grew dimmer. All the vampires were gone, except the trickster, who had gathered his scythe from the shadows and also his hand-held mask. And he crouched near the sleeping girl as the lights slowly faded, and the music alone had power and force in the enclosing dark. And then that died also. For a moment the entire crowd was utterly still. Then applause began, here and there, and suddenly united everyone around us. The lights rose in the sconces on the walls, and heads turned to one another, conversation erupting all round. A woman rising in the middle of a row to pull her fox fur sharply from the chair, though no one had yet made way for her. Someone else pushing out quickly to the carpeted aisle, and the whole body was on its feet as if driven to the exits. But then the hum became the comfortable, jaded hum of the sophisticated and perfumed crowd that had filled the lobby and the vault of the theater before. The spell was broken. The doors were flung open on the fragrant rain, the clop of horses' hooves, and voices calling for taxis. Down in the sea of slightly askew chairs a white glove gleamed on a green silk cushion. I sat, watching, listening, one hand shielding my lowered face from anyone and no one, my elbow resting on the rail, the passion in me subsiding, the taste of the girl on my lips. It was as though on the smell of the rain came her perfume still, and in the empty theater I could hear the throb of her beating heart. I sucked in my breath, tasted the rain, and glimpsed Claudia sitting infinitely still, her gloved hands in her lap. There was a bitter taste in my mouth and confusion, and then I saw a lone usher moving on the aisle below, righting the chairs, reaching for the scattered programs that littered the carpet. I was aware that this ache in me, this confusion, this blinding passion, which only let me go with a stubborn slowness, would be obliterated if I were to drop down to one of those curtained archways beside him and draw him up fast in the darkness and take him as that girl was taken. I wanted to do it, and I wanted nothing. Claudia said near my bowed ear, "Patience, Louis, patience." I opened my eyes. Someone was near, on the periphery of my vision. Someone who had outsmarted my hearing, my keen anticipation, which penetrated like a sharp antenna even this distraction, or so I thought. But there he was, soundless, beyond the curtained entrance of the box, that vampire with the auburn hair, that detached one, standing on the carpeted stairway looking at us. I knew him now to be, as I'd suspected, the vampire who had given me the card admitting us to the theater. Armand. He would have startled me, except for his stillness, the remote, dreamy quality of his expression. It seemed he'd been standing against that wall for the longest time, and betrayed no sign of change as we looked at him, then came towards him. Had he not so completely absorbed me, I would have been relieved he was not the tall, black-haired one, but I didn't think of this. Now his eyes moved languidly over Claudia, with no tribute whatsoever to the human habit of disguising the stare. I placed my hand on Claudia's shoulder. "We've been searching for you a very long time," I said to him, my heart growing calmer, as if his calm were drawing off my trepidation, my care, like the sea drawing something into itself from the land. I cannot exaggerate this quality in him. Yet I can't describe it, and couldn't then, and the fact that my mind sought to describe it, even to myself, unsettled me. He gave me the very feeling that he knew what I was doing, and his still posture and his deep brown eyes seemed to say there was no use in what I was thinking, or particularly the words I was struggling to form now. Claudia said nothing. He moved away from the wall and began to walk down the stairs, while at the same time he made a gesture that welcomed us and bade us follow. But all this was fluid and fast. My gestures were the caricature of human gestures compared to his. He opened a door in the lower wall and admitted us to the rooms below the theatre, his feet only brushing the stone stairway as we descended, his back to us with complete trust. And now we entered what appeared to be a vast subterranean ballroom, carved, as it were, out of a cellar more ancient than the building overhead. Above us the door that he had opened fell shut, and the light died away before I could get a fair impression of the room. I heard the rustle of his garments in the dark, and then the sharp explosion of a match. His face appeared like a great flame over the match, and then a figure moved into the light beside him, a young boy who brought him a candle. The sight of the boy brought back to me in a shock the teasing pleasure of the naked woman on the stage, her prone body, the pulsing blood. And he turned and gazed at me now, much in the manner of the auburn-haired vampire who had lit the candle and whispered to him, "Go." The light expanded to the distant walls, and the vampire held the light up and moved along the wall, beckoning us both to follow. I could see a world of frescoes and murals surrounded us, their colors deep and vibrant above the dancing flame, and gradually the theme and content beside us came clear. It was the terrible Triumph of Death by Breuil, painted on such a massive scale that all the multitude of ghastly figures towered over us in the gloom, those ruthless skeletons ferrying the helpless dead in a fetid moat, or pulling a cart of human skulls, beheading an outstretched corpse, or hanging humans from the gallows. A bell tolled over the endless hell of scorched and smoking land, toward which great armies of men came with the hideous, mindless march of soldiers to a massacre. I turned away, but the auburn-haired one touched my arm and led me further along the wall to see the fall of the angels slowly materializing, with the damned being driven from the celestial heights into a lurid chaos of feasting monsters. So vivid, so perfect was it, I shuddered. The hand that had touched me did the same again, and I stood still despite it, deliberately looking above to the very height of the mural, where I could make out of the shadows two beautiful angels with trumpets to their lips. And for a second the spell was broken. I had the strong sense of the first evening I had entered Notre Dame, but then that was gone, like something gossamer and precious snatched away from me. The candle rose, and horrors rose all around me, the dumbly passive and degraded damned of Bosch, the bloated coffined corpses of Traini, the monstrous horsemen of Dürer, and blown out of all endurable scale, a promenade of medieval woodcuts, emblem, and engraving, the very ceiling writhed with skeletons and mouldering dead, with demons and the instruments of pain, as if this were the cathedral of death itself. Where we stood, finally, in the center of the room, the candles seemed to pull the images to life everywhere around us. Delirium threatened. That awful shifting of the room began, that sense of falling. I reached out for Claudia's hand. She stood musing, her face passive, her eyes distant when I looked to her, as if she'd have me let her alone. And then her feet shot off from me with a rapid tapping on the stone floor that echoed all along the walls, like fingers tapping on my temples, on my skull. I held my temples, staring dumbly at the floor in search of shelter, as if to lift my eyes would force me to look on some wretched suffering I would not, could not endure. Then again I saw the vampire's face floating in his flame, his ageless eyes circled in dark lashes. His lips were very still, but as I stared at him he seemed to smile without making even the slightest movement. I watched him all the harder, convinced it was some powerful illusion I could penetrate with keen attention. And the more I watched, the more he seemed to smile, and finally to be animated with a soundless whispering, musing, singing. I could hear it like something curling in the dark, as wallpaper curls in the blast of a fire, or paint peels from the face of a burning doll. I had the urge to reach for him, to shake him violently so that his still face would move, admit to this soft singing. And suddenly I found him pressed against me, his arm around my chest, his lashes so close I could see them matted and gleaming above the incandescent orb of his eye, his soft, tasteless breath against my skin. It was delirium. I moved to get away from him, and yet I was drawn to him, and I didn't move at all, his arm exerting its firm pressure, his candle blazing now against my eye, so that I felt the warmth of it. All my cold flesh yearned for that warmth, but suddenly I waved to snuff it, but couldn't find it, and all I saw was his radiant face, as I had never seen Lestat's face, white and poreless and sinewy and male. The other vampire, all other vampires, an infinite procession of my own kind. The moment ended. I found myself with my hand outstretched, touching his face. But he was a distance away from me, as if he'd never moved near me, making no attempt to brush my hand away. I drew back, flushed, stunned. Far away in the Paris night a bell chimed, the dull golden circles of sound seeming to penetrate the walls, the timbers that carried that sound down into the earth like great organ pipes. Again came that whispering, that inarticulate singing. And through the gloom I saw that mortal boy watching me, and I smelled the hot aroma of his flesh. The vampire's facile hand beckoned him, and he came towards me, his eyes fearless and exciting, and he drew up to me in the candlelight and put his arms around my shoulders. Never had I felt this. Never had I experienced it, this yielding of a conscious mortal. But before I could push him away for his own sake, I saw the bluish bruise on his tender neck. He was offering it to me. He was pressing the length of his body against me now, and I felt the hard strength of his sex beneath his clothes pressing against my leg. A wretched gasp escaped my lips, but he bent close, his lips on what must have been so cold, so lifeless for him, and I sank my teeth into his skin, my body rigid, that hard sex driving against me, and I lifted him in passion off the floor. Wave after wave of his beating heart passed into me, as weightless I rocked with him, devouring him, his ecstasy, his conscious pleasure. Then, weak and gasping, I saw him at a distance from me, my arms empty, my mouth still flooded with the taste of his blood. He lay against that auburn-haired vampire, his arm about the vampire's waist, and he gazed at me in that same pacific manner of the vampire, his eyes misted over and weak from the loss of life. I remember moving mutely forward, drawn to him and seemingly unable to control it, that gaze taunting me, that conscious life defying me. He should die and would not die. He would live on, comprehending, surviving that intimacy. I turned. The host of vampires moved in the shadows, their candles whipped and fleeting on the cool air, and above them loomed a great broadcast of ink-drawn figures, the sleeping corpse of a woman ravaged by a vulture with a human face, a naked man bound hand and foot to a tree, beside him hanging the torso of another, his severed arms tied still to another branch, and on a spike this dead man's staring head. The singing came again, that thin, ethereal singing. Slowly the hunger in me subsided, obeyed, but my head throbbed, and the flames of the candle seemed to merge in burnished circles of light. Someone touched me suddenly, pushed me roughly, so that I almost lost my balance, and when I straightened I saw the trickster vampire I despised. He reached out for me with his white hands, but the other one, the distant one, moved forward suddenly and stood between us. It seemed he struck the other vampire, that I saw him move, and then again I did not see him move. Both stood still like statues, eyes fixed on one another. And time passed, like wave after wave of water rolling back from a still beach. I cannot say how long we stood there, the three of us in those shadows, and how utterly still they seemed to me, only the shimmering flames seeming to have life behind them. Then I remember floundering along the wall and finding a large oak chair into which I all but collapsed. It seemed Claudia was near and speaking to someone in a hushed but sweet voice. My forehead teemed with blood, with heat. "Come with me," said the auburn-haired vampire. I was searching his face for the movement of his lips that must have preceded the sound, yet it was so hopelessly long after the sound. And then we were walking, the three of us, down a long stone stairway deeper beneath the city, Claudia ahead of us, her shadow long against the wall. The air grew cool and refreshing with the fragrance of water, and I could see the droplets bleeding through the stones like beads of gold in the light of the vampire's candle. It was a small chamber we entered, a fire burning in a deep fireplace cut into the stone wall. A bed lay at the other end, fitted into the rock and enclosed with two brass gates. At first I saw these things clearly, and saw the long wall of books opposite the fireplace, and the wooden desk that was against it, and the coffin to the other side. But then the room began to waver, and the auburn-haired vampire put his hands on my shoulders and guided me down into a leather chair. The fire was intensely hot against my legs, but this felt good to me, sharp and clear, something to draw me out of this confusion. I sat back, my eyes only half open, and tried to see again what was about me. It was as if that distant bed were a stage, and on the linen pillows of the little stage lay that boy, his black hair parted in the middle and curling about his ears, so that he looked now in his dreamy, fevered state like one of those lithe, androgynous creatures of a Botticelli painting. And beside him, nestled against him, her tiny white hand stark against his ruddy flesh, lay Claudia, her face buried in his neck. The masterful auburn-haired vampire looked on, his hands clasped in front of him, and when Claudia rose now, the boy shuddered. The vampire picked her up, gently, as I might pick her up, her hands finding a hold on his neck, her eyes half shut with the swoon, her lips rouged with blood. He set her gently on the desk, and she lay back against the leather-bound books, her hands falling gracefully into the lap of her lavender dress. The gates closed on the boy, and burying his face in the pillows, he slept. There was something disturbing to me in the room, and I didn't know what it was. I didn't in truth know what was wrong with me, only that I'd been drawn forcefully, either by myself or someone else, from two fierce, consuming states, an absorption with those grim paintings, and the kill to which I'd abandoned myself obscenely in the eyes of others. I didn't know what it was that threatened me now, what it was that my mind sought escape from. I kept looking at Claudia, the way she lay against the books, the way she sat amongst the objects of the desk, the polished white skull, the candle-holder, the open parchment book whose hand-painted script gleamed in the light. And then above her there emerged into focus the lacquered and shimmering painting of a medieval devil, horned and hoofed, his bestial figure looming over a coven of worshipping witches. Her head was just beneath it, the loose, curling strands of her hair just stroking it, and she watched the brown-eyed vampire with wide, wondering eyes. I wanted to pick her up suddenly, and frightfully, horribly, I saw her in my kindled imagination flopping like a doll. I was gazing at the devil, that monstrous face preferable to the sight of her in her eerie stillness. "You won't awaken the boy if you speak," said the brown-eyed vampire. "You've come from so far, you've traveled so long." And gradually my confusion subsided, as if smoke were rising and moving away on a current of fresh air. And I lay awake and very calm, looking at him as he sat in the opposite chair. Claudia, too, looked at him, and he looked from one to the other of us, his smooth face and pacific eyes very like they'd been all along, as though there had never been any change in him at all. "My name is Armand," he said. "I sent Santiago to give you the invitation. I know your names. I welcome you to my house." I gathered my strength to speak, my voice sounding strange to me when I told him that we had feared we were alone. "But how did you come into existence?" he asked. Claudia's hand rose ever so slightly from her lap, her eyes moving mechanically from his face to mine. I saw this and knew that he must have seen it, and yet he gave no sign. I knew at once what she meant to tell me. "You don't want to answer," said Armand, his voice low and even more measured than Claudia's voice, far less human than my own. I sensed myself slipping away again into contemplation of that voice and those eyes, from which I had to draw myself up with great effort. "Are you the leader of this group?" I asked him. "Not in the way you mean leader," he answered, "but if there were a leader here, I would be that one. I haven't come, you'll forgive me, to talk of how I came into being, because that's no mystery to me, it presents no question. So if you have no power to which I might be required to render respect, I don't wish to talk of those things." "If I told you I did have such power, would you respect it?" he asked. I wish I could describe his manner of speaking. How each time he spoke he seemed to arise out of a state of contemplation, very like that state into which I felt I was drifting, from which it took so much to wrench myself. And yet he never moved, and seemed at all times alert. This distracted me, while at the same time I was powerfully attracted by it, as I was by this room, its simplicity, its rich, warm combination of essentials, the books, the desk, the two chairs by the fire, the coffin, the pictures. The luxury of those rooms in the hotel seemed vulgar, but more than that, meaningless, beside this room. I understood all of it, except for the mortal boy, the sleeping boy whom I didn't understand at all. "I'm not certain," I said, unable to keep my eyes off that awful medieval Satan. "I would have to know from whom it comes. Whether it came from other vampires or elsewhere." "Elsewhere," he said. "What is elsewhere?" "That," I pointed to the medieval picture. "That is a picture," he said. "Nothing more?" "Nothing more." "Then Satan, some satanic power, doesn't give you your power here, either as leader or as vampire?" "No," he said calmly, so calmly it was impossible for me to know what he thought of my questions, if he thought of them at all in the manner which I knew to be thinking. "And the other vampires?" "No," he said. Then we are not, I sat forward, the children of Satan? How could we be the children of Satan? He asked. Do you believe that Satan made this world around you? No, I believe that God made it, if anyone made it. But he also must have made Satan, and I want to know if we are his children. Exactly. And consequently, if you believe God made Satan, you must realize that all Satan's power comes from God, and that Satan is simply God's child, and that we are God's children also. There are no children of Satan, really. I couldn't disguise my feelings at this. I sat back against the leather, looking at that small woodcut of the devil, released for the moment from any sense of obligation to Armand's presence, lost in my thoughts and the undeniable implications of his simple logic. But why does this concern you? Surely what I say doesn't surprise you, he said. Why do you let it affect you? Let me explain, I began. I know that you're a master vampire. I respect you. But I'm incapable of your detachment. I know what it is, and I do not possess it, and I doubt that I ever will. I accept this. I understand, he nodded. I saw you in the theater, your suffering, your sympathy with that girl. I saw your sympathy for Denis when I offered him to you. You die when you kill, as if you feel that you deserve to die, and you stint on nothing. But why, with this passion and this sense of justice, do you wish to call yourself the child of Satan? I'm evil. Evil as any vampire who ever lived. I've killed over and over, and will do it again. I took that boy, Denis, when you gave him to me, though I was incapable of knowing whether he would survive or not. Why does that make you as evil as any vampire? Aren't there gradations of evil? Is evil a great perilous gulf into which one falls with the first sin, plummeting to the depth? Yes, I think it is, I said to him. It's not logical as you would make it sound, but it's that dark, that empty, and it is without consolation. But you're not being fair, he said, with the first glimmer of expression in his voice. Surely you attribute great degrees and variations to goodness. There is the goodness of the child, which is innocence, and then there is the goodness of the monk, who has given up everything to others and lives a life of self-deprivation and service. The goodness of saints, the goodness of good housewives. Are all these the same? No, but equally and infinitely different from evil, I answered. I didn't know I thought these things. I spoke them now as my thoughts, and they were my most profound feelings, taking a shape they could never have taken had I not spoken them, had I not thought them out this way in conversation with another. I thought myself then possessed of a passive mind, in a sense. I mean that my mind could only pull itself together, formulate thought out of the muddle of longing and pain when it was touched by another mind, fertilized by it, deeply excited by that other mind, and driven to form conclusions. I felt now the rarest, most acute alleviation of loneliness. I could easily visualize and suffer that moment years before in another century when I had stood at the foot of Babette's stairway, and feel the perpetual metallic frustration of years with Lestat, and then that passionate and doomed affection for Claudia, which made loneliness retreat behind the soft indulgence of the senses, the same senses that longed for the kill. And I saw the desolate mountain top in Eastern Europe, where I had confronted that mindless vampire and killed him in the monastery ruins. And it was as if the great feminine longing of my mind were being awakened again to be satisfied. And this I felt despite my own words, but it's that dark, that empty, and it is without consolation.
This ends Disc 9. Interview with the Vampire, Disc 10.
I looked at Armand, at his large brown eyes in that taut, timeless face, watching me again like a painting, and I felt the slow shifting of the physical world I'd felt in the painted ballroom, the pull of my old delirium, the wakening of a need so terrible that the very promise of its fulfillment contained the unbearable possibility of disappointment. And yet there was the question, the awful, ancient, hounding question of evil. I think I put my hands to my head, as mortals do when so deeply troubled that they instinctively cover the face, reach for the brain as if they could reach through the skull and massage the living organ out of its agony. "And how is this evil achieved?" he asked. "How does one fall from grace and become in one instant as evil as the mob tribunal of the Revolution or the most cruel of the Roman emperors? Does one merely have to miss Mass on Sunday, or bite down on the communion host, or steal a loaf of bread, or sleep with a neighbor's wife?" "No," I shook my head, "no. But if evil is without gradation, and it does exist, this state of evil, then only one sin is needed. Isn't that what you are saying, that God exists?" "And I don't know if God exists," I said, "and for all I do know, he doesn't exist." "Then no sin matters," he said. "No sin achieves evil." "That's not true. Because if God doesn't exist, we are the creatures of highest consciousness in the universe. We alone understand the passage of time and the value of every minute of human life. And what constitutes evil, real evil, is the taking of a single human life. Whether a man would have died tomorrow or the day after or eventually, it doesn't matter, because if God does not exist, this life, every second of it, is all we have. He sat back, as if for the moment stopped, his large eyes narrowing, then fixing on the depths of the fire. This was the first time since he had come for me that he had looked away from me, and I found myself looking at him unwatched. For a long time he sat in this manner, and I could all but feel his thoughts, as if they were palpable in the air, like smoke. Not read them, you understand, but feel the power of them. It seemed he possessed an aura, and even though his face was very young, which I knew meant nothing, he appeared infinitely old, wise. I could not define it, because I could not explain how the youthful lines of his face, how his eyes expressed innocence and this age and experience at the same time. He rose now and looked at Claudia, his hands loosely clasped behind his back. Her silence all this time had been understandable to me. These were not her questions. Yet she was fascinated with him, and was waiting for him, and no doubt learning from him all the while that he spoke to me. But I understood something else now as they looked at each other. He had moved to his feet with a body totally at his command, devoid of the habit of human gesture rooted in necessity, ritual, fluctuation of mind. And his stillness now was unearthly. And she, as I'd never seen before, possessed the same stillness. And they were gazing at each other with a preternatural understanding from which I was simply excluded. I was something whirling and vibrating to them, as mortals were to me, and I knew when he turned towards me again that he'd come to understand she did not believe or share my concept of evil. His speech commenced without the slightest warning. "This is the only real evil left," he said to the flames. "Yes," I answered, feeling that all-consuming subject alive again, obliterating all concerns as it always had for me. "It's true," he said, shocking me, deepening my sadness, my despair. "Then God does not exist? You have no knowledge of his existence?" "None," he said. "No knowledge? I said it again, unafraid of my simplicity, my miserable human pain. None. And no vampire here has discourse with God or with the devil. No vampire that I've ever known, he said, musing, the fire dancing in his eyes. And as far as I know, today, after 400 years, I am the oldest living vampire in the world. I stared at him, astonished. Then it began to sink in. It was as I'd always feared, and it was as lonely, it was as totally without hope. Things would go on as they had before, on and on. My search was over. I sat back listlessly, watching those licking flames. It was futile to leave him to continue it, futile to travel the world only to hear again the same story. 400 years. I think I repeated the words. 400 years. I remember staring at the fire. There was a log falling very slowly in the fire, drifting downwards in a process that would take it the night, and it was pitted with tiny holes where some substance that had larded it through and through had burned away fast, and in each of these tiny holes there danced a flame amid the larger flames. And all of these tiny flames with their black mouths seemed to me faces that made a chorus, and the chorus sang without singing. The chorus had no need of singing. In one breath in the fire, which was continuous, it made its soundless song. All at once Armand moved in a loud rustling of garments, a descent of crackling shadow and light that left him kneeling at my feet, his hands outstretched, holding my head, his eyes burning. This evil, this concept, it comes from disappointment, from bitterness. Don't you see? Children of Satan, children of God, is this the only question you bring to me? Is this the only power that obsesses you, so that you must make us gods and devils yourself, when the only power that exists is inside ourselves? How could you believe in these old fantastical lies, these myths, these emblems of the supernatural? He snatched the devil from above Claudia's still countenance so swiftly that I couldn't see the gesture, only the demon leering before me and then crackling in the flames. Something was broken inside me when he said this. Something ripped aside, so that a torrent of feeling became one with my muscles in every limb. I was on my feet now, backing away from him. "Are you mad?" I asked, astonished at my own anger, my own despair. "We stand here, the two of us, immortal, ageless, rising nightly to feed that immortality on human blood, and there on your desk, against the knowledge of the ages, sits a flawless child as demonic as ourselves, and you ask me how I could believe I would find a meaning in the supernatural. I tell you, after seeing what I have become, I could damn well believe anything. Couldn't you? And believing thus, being thus confounded, I can now accept the most fantastical truth of all, that there is no meaning to any of this." I backed towards the door, away from his astonished face, his hand hovering before his lips, the finger curling to dig into his palm. "Don't come back," he whispered. "No, not now. Let me go. Just for a while. Let me go. Nothing's changed. It's all the same. Let that sink into me. Just let me go." I looked back before I shut the door. Claudia's face was turned towards me, though she sat as before, her hands clasped on her knee. She made a gesture then, subtle as her smile, which was tinged with the faintest sadness, that I was to go on. It was my desire to escape the theatre then entirely, to find the streets of Paris and wander, letting the vast accumulation of shocks gradually wear away. But as I groped along the stone passage of the lower cellar, I became confused. I was perhaps incapable of exerting my own will. It seemed more than ever absurd to me that Lestat should have died, if in fact he had, and looking back on him, as it seemed I was always doing, I saw him more kindly than before. Lost, like the rest of us. Not the jealous protector of any knowledge he was afraid to share. He knew nothing. There was nothing to know. Only that was not quite the thought that was gradually coming clear to me. I had hated him for all the wrong reasons, yes, that was true, but I did not fully understand it yet. Confounded, I found myself sitting, finally, on those dark steps, the light from the ballroom throwing my own shadow on the rough floor, my hands holding my head, a weariness overcoming me. My mind said, sleep. But more profoundly, my mind said, dream. And yet I made no move to return to the Hôtel San Gabriel, which seemed a very secure and airy place to me now, a place of subtle and luxurious mortal consolation, where I might lie in a chair of puce velvet, put one foot on an ottoman, and watch the fire lick the marble tile, looking for all the world to myself in the long mirrors, like a thoughtful human. Flee to that, I thought, flee all that is pulling you. And again came that thought, I have wronged Lestat. I have hated him for all the wrong reasons. I whispered it now, trying to withdraw it from the dark, inarticulate pool of my mind, and the whispering made a scratching sound in the stone vault of the stairs. But then a voice came softly to me on the air, too faint for mortals. How is this so? How did you wrong him? I turned round so sharp that my breath left me. A vampire sat near me, so near as to almost brush my shoulder with the tip of his boot, his legs drawn up close to him, his hands clasped around them. For a moment I thought my eyes deceived me. It was the trickster vampire, whom Armand had called Santiago. Yet nothing in his manner indicated his former self, that devilish, hateful self that I had seen, even only a few hours ago when he had reached out for me and Armand had struck him. He was staring at me over his drawn-up knees, his hair dishevelled, his mouth slack and without cunning. "It makes no difference to anyone else," I said to him, the fear in me subsiding. "But you said a name. I heard you say a name," he said. "A name I don't want to say again," I answered, looking away from him. I could see now how he'd fooled me, why his shadow had not fallen over mine. He'd crouched in my shadow. The vision of him slithering down those stone stairs to sit behind me was slightly disturbing. Everything about him was disturbing, and I reminded myself that he could in no way be trusted. It seemed to me then that Armand, with his hypnotic power, aimed in some way for the maximum truth in presentation of himself. He had drawn out of me without words my state of mind. But this vampire was a liar, and I could feel his power, a crude, pounding power that was almost as strong as Armand's. "You come to Paris in search of us, and then you sit alone on the stairs," he said in a conciliatory tone. "Why don't you come up with us? Why don't you speak to us and talk to us of this person whose name you spoke? I know who it was. I know the name." "You don't know. You couldn't know. It was a mortal," I said now, more from instinct than conviction. The thought of Lestat disturbed me, the thought that this creature should know of Lestat's death. "You came here to ponder mortals, justice done to mortals?" he asked, but there was no reproach or mockery in his tone. "I came to be alone. Let me not offend you. It's a fact," I murmured. "But alone in this frame of mind when you don't even hear my steps. I like you. I want you to come upstairs." And as he said this he slowly pulled me to my feet beside him. At that moment the door of Armand's cell threw a long light into the passage. I heard him coming, and Santiago let me go. I was standing there, baffled. Armand appeared at the foot of the steps with Claudia in his arms. She had that same dull expression on her face which she'd had all during my talk with Armand. It was as if she were deep in her own considerations and saw nothing around her, and I remember noting this, though not knowing what to think of it, that it persisted even now. I took her quickly from Armand and felt her soft limbs against me as if we were both in the coffin, yielding to that paralytic sleep. And then, with a powerful thrust of his arm, Armand pushed Santiago away. It seemed he fell backwards, but was up again, only to have Armand pull him towards the head of the steps. All of this happening so swiftly I could only see the blur of their garments and hear the scratching of their boots. Then Armand stood alone at the head of the steps, and I went upward towards him. "You cannot safely leave the theatre tonight," he whispered to me. "He is suspicious of you, and my having brought you here, he feels that it is his right to know you better. Our security depends on it." He guided me slowly into the ballroom, but then he turned to me and pressed his lips almost to my ear. "I must warn you. Answer no questions. Ask, and you open one bud of truth for yourself after another, but give nothing, nothing, especially concerning your origin." He moved away from us now, but beckoning for us to follow him into the gloom where the others were gathered, clustered like remote marble statues, their faces and hands all too like our own. I had the strong sense then of how we were all made from the same material, a thought which had only occurred to me occasionally in all the long years in New Orleans, and it disturbed me, particularly when I saw one or more of the others reflected in the long mirrors that broke the density of those awful murals. Claudia seemed to awaken as I found one of the carved oak chairs and settled into it. She leaned towards me and said something strangely incoherent, which seemed to mean that I must do as Armand said, say nothing of our origin. I wanted to talk with her now, but I could see that tall vampire, Santiago, watching us, his eyes moving slowly from us to Armand. Several women vampires had gathered around Armand, and I felt a tumult of feeling as I saw them put their arms around his waist. And what appalled me as I watched was not their exquisite form, their delicate features and graceful hands made hard as glass by vampire nature, or their bewitching eyes, which fixed on me now in a sudden silence. What appalled me was my own fierce jealousy. I was afraid when I saw them so close to him, afraid when he turned and kissed them each. And as he brought them near to me now, I was unsure and confused. Estelle and Celeste are the names I remember, porcelain beauties, who fondled Claudia with the license of the blind, running their hands over her radiant hair, touching even her lips, while she, her eyes still misty and distant, tolerated it all, knowing what I also knew and what they seemed unable to grasp, that a woman's mind as sharp and distinct as their own lived within that small body. It made me wonder as I watched her turning about for them, holding out her lavender skirts and smiling coldly at their adoration, how many times I must have forgotten, spoken to her as if she were the child, fondled her too freely, brought her into my arms with an adult's abandon. My mind went in 3 directions. That last night in the Hotel St. Gabriel, which seemed a year ago, when she talked of love with rancor, my reverberating shock at Armand's revelations, or lack of them, and a quiet absorption of the vampires around me, who whispered in the dark beneath the grotesque murals. For I could learn much from the vampires without ever asking a question, and vampire life in Paris was all that I'd feared it to be, all that the little stage in the theatre above had indicated it was. The dim lights of the house were mandatory, and the paintings appreciated in full, added to almost nightly, when some vampire brought a new engraving or picture by a contemporary artist into the house. Celeste, with her cold hand on my arm, spoke with contempt of men as the originators of these pictures, and Estelle, who now held Claudia on her lap, emphasized to me, the naive colonial, that vampires had not made such horrors themselves, but merely collected them, confirming over and over that men were capable of far greater evil than vampires. "There is evil in making such paintings?" Claudia asked softly in her toneless voice. Celeste threw back her black curls and laughed. "What can be imagined can be done," she answered quickly, but her eyes reflected a certain contained hostility. "Of course we strive to rival men in kills of all kinds, do we not?" She leaned forward and touched Claudia's knee. But Claudia merely looked at her, watching her laugh nervously and continue. Santiago drew near to bring up the subject of our rooms in the Hotel San Gabriel. "Frightfully unsafe," he said, with an exaggerated stage gesture of the hands. And he showed a knowledge of those rooms which was amazing. He knew the chest in which we slept. It struck him as vulgar. "Come here," he said to me with that near childlike simplicity he had evinced on the steps. "Live with us, and such disguise is unnecessary. We have our guards. And tell me, where do you come from?" he said, dropping to his knees, his hand on the arm of my chair. "Your voice! I know that accent. Speak again." I was vaguely horrified at the thought of having an accent to my French, but this wasn't my immediate concern. He was strong-willed and blatantly possessive, throwing back at me an image of that possessiveness which was flowering in me more fully every moment. And meanwhile the vampires around us talked on, Estelle explaining that black was the color for a vampire's clothes, that Claudia's lovely pastel dress was beautiful but tasteless. "We blend with the night," she said. "We have a funereal gleam." And now, bending her cheek next to Claudia's cheek, she laughed to soften her criticism. And Celeste laughed. And Santiago laughed. And the whole room seemed alive with unearthly, tinkling laughter, preternatural voices echoing against the painted walls, rippling the feeble candle flames. "Ah, but to cover up such curls," said Celeste, now playing with Claudia's golden hair, and I realized what must have been obvious, that all of them had dyed their hair black, but for Armand. And it was that, along with the black clothes, that added to the disturbing impression that we were statues from the same chisel and paintbrush. I cannot emphasize too much how disturbed I was by that impression. It seemed to stir something in me deep inside, something I couldn't fully grasp. I found myself wandering away from them to one of the narrow mirrors and watching them all over my shoulder. Claudia gleamed like a jewel in their midst. So would that mortal boy who slept below. The realization was coming to me that I found them dull in some awful way. Dull. Dull everywhere that I looked, their sparkling vampire eyes repetitious, their wit like a dull brass bell. Only the knowledge I needed distracted me from these thoughts. "The vampires of Eastern Europe," Claudia was saying. "Monstrous creatures. What have they to do with us?" "Revenons," Armand answered softly over the distance that separated them, playing on faultless preternatural ears to hear what was more muted than a whisper. The room fell silent. "Their blood is different, vile. They increase as we do, but without skill or care. In the old days—" Abruptly he stopped. I could see his face in the mirror. It was strangely rigid. "Oh, but tell us about the old days," said Celeste, her voice shrill, at human pitch. There was something vicious in her tone. And now Santiago took up the same baiting manner. "Yes, tell us of the covens, and the herbs that would render us invisible," he smiled, "and the burnings at the stake." Armand fixed his eyes on Claudia. "Beware those monsters," he said, and calculatedly his eyes passed over Santiago and then Celeste. "Those revenants, they will attack you as if you were human." Celeste shuddered, uttering something in contempt, an aristocrat speaking of vulgar cousins who bear the same name. But I was watching Claudia, because it seemed her eyes were misted again, as before. She looked away from Armand suddenly. The voices of the others rose again, affected party voices as they conferred with one another on the night's kills, describing this or that encounter without a smattering of emotion, challenges to cruelty erupting from time to time like flashes of white lightning. A tall, thin vampire being accosted in one corner for a needless romanticizing of mortal life, a lack of spirit, a refusal to do the most entertaining thing at the moment it was available to him. He was simple, shrugging, slow at words, and would fall for long periods into a stupefied silence, as if, near choked with blood, he would as soon have gone to his coffin as remained here. And yet he remained, held by the pressure of this unnatural group who had made of immortality a conformists' club. How would Lestat have found it? Had he been here? What had caused him to leave? No one had dictated to Lestat. He was master of his small circle. But how they would have praised his inventiveness, his cat-like toying with his victims. And waste, that word, that value, which had been all-important to me as a fledgling vampire, was spoken of often. You wasted the opportunity to kill this child. You wasted the opportunity to frighten this poor woman, or drive that man to madness which only a little prestidigitation would have accomplished. My head was spinning, a common mortal headache. I longed to get away from these vampires, and only the distant figure of Armand held me, despite his warnings. He seemed remote from the others now, though he nodded often enough and uttered a few words here and there so that he seemed a part of them, his hand only occasionally rising from the lion's paw of his chair. And my heart expanded when I saw him this way, saw that no one amongst the small throng caught his glance as I caught his glance, and no one held it from time to time as I held it. Yet he remained aloof from me, his eyes alone returning to me. His warning echoed in my ears, yet I disregarded it. I longed to get away from the theatre altogether, and stood listlessly, garnering information at last that was useless and infinitely dull. "But is there no crime amongst you? No cardinal crime?" Claudia asked. Her violet eyes seemed fixed on me, even in the mirror, as I stood with my back to her. "Crime! Boredom!" cried out Estelle, and she pointed a white finger at Armand. He laughed softly with her from his distant position at the end of the room. "Boredom is death!" she cried, and bared her vampire fangs, so that Armand put a languid hand to his forehead in a stage gesture of fear and falling. But Santiago, who was watching with his hands behind his back, intervened. "Crime," he said. "Yes, there is a crime. A crime for which we would hunt another vampire down until we destroyed him. Can you guess what that is?" He glanced from Claudia to me, and back again to her mask-like face. "You should know. You who are so secretive about the vampire that made you." "And why is that?" she asked, her eyes widening ever so slightly, her hands resting still in her lap. A hush fell over the room. Gradually, then completely, all those white faces turned to face Santiago as he stood there, 1 foot forward, his hands clasped behind his back, towering over Claudia. His eyes gleamed as he saw he had the floor. And then he broke away and crept up behind me, putting his hand on my shoulder. "Can you guess what that crime is? Didn't your vampire master tell you?" And drawing me slowly around with those invading, familiar hands, he tapped my heart lightly, in time with its quickening pace. "It is the crime that means death to any vampire anywhere who commits it. It is to kill your own kind. Ah! Claudia cried out, and lapsed into peals of laughter. She was walking across the floor now, with swirling lavender silk and crisp, resounding steps. Taking my hand, she said, "I was so afraid it was to be born like Venus out of the foam as we were. Master vampire! Come, Louis, let's go," she beckoned, as she pulled me away. Armand was laughing. Santiago was still. And it was Armand who rose when we reached the door. "You're welcome tomorrow night," he said, "and the night after." I don't think I caught my breath until I'd reached the street. The rain was still falling, and all of the street seemed sodden and desolate in the rain, but beautiful. A few scattered bits of paper blowing in the wind, a gleaming carriage passing slowly with the thick rhythmic clop of the horse. The sky was pale violet. I sped fast, with Claudia beside me, leading the way, then finally frustrated with the length of my stride, riding in my arms. "I don't like them," she said to me with a steel fury as we neared the Hotel St. Gabriel. Even its immense, brightly lit lobby was still in the pre-dawn hour. I spirited past the sleepy clerks, the long faces at the desk. "I've searched for them the world over, and I despise them." She threw off her cape and walked into the center of the room. A volley of rain hit the French windows. I found myself turning up the lights one by one and lifting the candelabrum to the gas flames as if I were Lestat or Claudia. And then, seeking the puce velvet chair I'd envisioned in that cellar, I slipped down into it, exhausted. It seemed for the moment as if the room blazed about me. As my eyes fixed on a gilt-framed painting of pastel trees and serene waters, the vampire's spell was broken. They couldn't touch us here. And yet I knew this to be a lie, a foolish lie. "I am in danger, danger," Claudia said with that smoldering wrath. "But how can they know what we did to him? Besides, we are in danger. Do you think for a moment I don't acknowledge my own guilt? And if you were the only one—" I reached out for her now as she drew near, but her fierce eyes settled on me, and I let my hands drop back limp. "Do you think I would leave you in danger?" She was smiling. For a moment I didn't believe my eyes. "No, you would not, Louis. You would not. Danger holds you to me." "Love holds me to you," I said softly. "Love?" she mused. "What do you mean by love?" And then, as if she could see the pain in my face, she came close and put her hands on my cheek. She was cold, unsatisfied, as I was cold and unsatisfied, teased by that mortal boy, but unsatisfied. "That you take my love for granted always," I said to her, "that we are wed." But even as I said these words I felt my old conviction waver. I felt that torment I'd felt last night when she had taunted me about mortal passion. I turned away from her. "You would leave me for Armand if he beckoned to you?" "Never," I said to her. "You would leave me, and he wants you as you want him. He's been waiting for you." "Never!" I rose now and made my way to that chest. The doors were locked, but they would not keep those vampires out. Only we could keep them out, by rising as early as the light would let us. I turned to her and told her to come, and she was at my side. I wanted to bury my face in her hair. I wanted to beg her forgiveness, because in truth she was right, and yet I loved her, as always. And now, as I drew her in close to me, she said, "Do you know what it was that he told me over and over without ever speaking a word? Do you know what was the kernel of the trance he put me in, so my eyes could only look at him, so that he pulled me as if my heart were on a string?" "So you felt it," I whispered. "So it was the same." "He rendered me powerless," she said. I saw the image of her against those books above his desk, her limp neck, her dead hands. "But what are you saying?" That he spoke to you, that he—" "Without words," she repeated. I could see the gaslights going dim, the candle flames too solid in their stillness. The rain beat on the panes. "Do you know what he said? That I should die," she whispered. "That I should let you go." I shook my head, and yet in my monstrous heart I felt a surge of excitement. She spoke the truth as she believed it. There was a film in her eyes, glassy and silver. "He draws life out of me into himself," she said, her lovely lips trembling so I couldn't bear it. I held her tight, but the tears stood in her eyes. "Life out of the boy who is his slave, life out of me whom he would make his slave. He loves you, he loves you. He would have you, and he would not have me stand in the way." "You don't understand him." I fought it, kissing her. I wanted to shower her with kisses, her cheek, her lips. "No, I understand him only too well," she whispered to my lips, even as they kissed her. "It is you who don't understand him. Love's blinded you, your fascination with his knowledge, his power. If you knew how he drinks death, you'd hate him more than you ever hated Lestat. Louis, you must never return to him. I tell you I'm in danger." Early the next night I left her, convinced that Armand alone among the vampires of the theatre could be trusted. She let me go reluctantly, and I was troubled, deeply, by the expression in her eyes. Weakness was unknown to her, and yet I saw fear and something beaten even now as she let me go. And I hurried on my mission, waiting outside the theatre until the last of the patrons had gone and the doormen were tending to the locks. What they thought I wasn't certain. An actor, like the others, who did not take off his paint? It didn't matter. What mattered was that they let me through, and I passed them and the few vampires in the ballroom unaccosted, to stand at last at Armand's open door. He saw me immediately, no doubt had heard my step a long way off, and he welcomed me at once and asked me to sit down. He was busy with his human boy, who was dining at the desk on a silver plate of meats and fish. A decanter of white wine stood next to him, and though he was feverish and weak from last night, his skin was florid, and his heat and fragrance were a torment to me. Not, apparently, to Armand, who sat in the leather chair by the fire opposite me, turned to the human, his arms folded on the leather chair. The boy filled his glass and held it up now in a salute. "My master," he said, his eyes flashing on me as he smiled, but the toast was to Armand. "Your slave," Armand whispered with a deep intake of breath that was passionate, and he watched as the boy drank deeply. I could see him savoring the wet lips, the mobile flesh of the throat as the wine went down. And now the boy took a morsel of white meat, making that same salute, and consumed it slowly, his eyes fixed on Armand. It was as though Armand feasted upon the feast, drinking in that part of life which he could not share any longer except with his eyes. And lost though he seemed to it, it was calculated. Not that torture I'd felt years ago, when I stood outside Babette's window longing for her human life. When the boy had finished, he knelt with his arms around Armand's neck as if he actually savoured the icy flesh. And I could remember the night Lestat first came to me, how his eyes seemed to burn, how his white face gleamed. You know what I am to you now. Finally it was finished. He was to sleep, and Armand locked the brass gates against him. And in minutes, heavy with his meal, he was dozing, and Armand sat opposite me, his large, beautiful eyes tranquil and seemingly innocent. When I felt them pull me towards him, I dropped my eyes, wished for a fire in the grate, but there were only ashes. "You told me to say nothing of my origin. Why was this?" I asked, looking up at him. It was as if he could sense my holding back, yet wasn't offended, only regarding me with a slight wonder. But I was weak, too weak for his wonder, and again I looked away from him. "Did you kill this vampire who made you? Is that why you are here without him, why you won't say his name? Santiago thinks that you did." "And if this is true, or if we can't convince you otherwise, you would try to destroy us?" I asked. "I would not try to do anything to you," he said calmly. "But as I told you, I am not the leader here in the sense that you asked." "Yet they believe you to be the leader, don't they? And Santiago, you shoved him away from me twice." "I'm more powerful than Santiago. Older. Santiago is younger than you are," he said. His voice was simple, devoid of pride. These were facts. "We want no quarrel with you." "It's begun," he said, "but not with me, with those above." "But what reason has he to suspect us?" He seemed to be thinking now, his eyes cast down, his chin resting on his closed fist. After a while which seemed interminable, he looked up. "I could give you reasons," he said, "that you are too silent, that the vampires of the world are a small number, and live in terror of strife amongst themselves, and choose their fledglings with great care, making certain that they respect the other vampires mightily. There are 15 vampires in this house, and the number is jealously guarded, and weak vampires are feared. I should say this also. That you are flawed is obvious to them. You feel too much, you think too much. As you said yourself, vampire detachment is not of great value to you. And then there is this mysterious child. A child who can never grow, never be self-sufficient. I would not make a vampire of that boy there now, if his life, which is so precious to me, were in serious danger, because he is too young, his limbs not strong enough, his mortal cup barely tasted. Yet you bring with you this child. What manner of vampire made her, they ask. Did you make her? So, you see, you bring with you these flaws and this mystery, and yet you are completely silent. And so you cannot be trusted, and Santiago looks for an excuse. But there is another reason closer to the truth than all those things which I've just said to you, and that is simply this, that when you first encountered Santiago in the Latin Quarter, you, unfortunately, called him a buffoon." "Ah," I sat back. "It would perhaps have been better all around if you had said nothing." And he smiled to see that I understood with him the irony of this. I sat, reflecting upon what he'd said, and what weighed as heavily upon me through all of it were Claudia's strange admonitions that this gentle-eyed young man had said to her, "Die," and beyond that my slowly accumulating disgust with the vampires in the ballroom above. I felt an overwhelming desire to speak to him of these things. Of her fear, no, not yet, though I couldn't believe when I looked into his eyes that he'd tried to wield this power over her. His eyes said, "Live." His eyes said, "Learn." And oh, how much I wanted to confide to him the breadth of what I didn't understand. How, searching all these years, I'd been astonished to discover those vampires above had made of immortality a club of fads and cheap conformity. And yet through this sadness, this confusion, came the clear realization, why should it be otherwise? What had I expected? What right had I to be so bitterly disappointed in Lestat that I would let him die, because he wouldn't show me what I must find in myself? Armand's words, what had they been? The only power that exists is inside ourselves. "Listen to me," he said now. "You must stay away from them. Your face hides nothing. You would yield to me now were I to question you. Look into my eyes." I didn't do this. I fixed my eyes firmly on one of those small paintings above his desk until it ceased to be the Madonna and Child and became a harmony of line and colour, because I knew what he was saying to me was true. "Stop them, if you will. Advise them that we don't mean any harm. Why can't you do this? You say yourself we're not your enemies, no matter what we've done." I could hear him sigh faintly. "I have stopped them for the time being," he said, "but I don't want such power over them as would be necessary to stop them entirely, because if I exercise such power, then I must protect it. I will make enemies, and I would have forever to deal with my enemies when all I want here is a certain space, a certain peace, or not to be here at all. I accept the sceptre of sorts they've given me, but not to rule over them, only to keep them at a distance." "I should have known," I said, my eyes still fixed on that painting. "Then you must stay away. Celeste has a great deal of power, being one of the oldest, and she is jealous of the child's beauty, and Santiago, as you can see, is only waiting for a shred of proof that you're outlaws." I turned slowly and looked at him again, where he sat with that eerie vampire stillness, as if he were in fact not alive at all. The moment lengthened. I heard his words just as if he were speaking them again. "All I want here is a certain space, a certain peace, or not to be here at all." And I felt a longing for him so strong that it took all my strength to contain it, merely to sit there gazing at him, fighting it. I wanted it to be this way. Claudia safe amongst these vampires somehow, guilty of no crime they might ever discover from her or anyone else, so that I might be free, free to remain forever in this cell as long as I could be welcome, even tolerated, allowed here on any condition whatsoever. I could see that mortal boy again, as if he were not asleep on the bed, but kneeling at Armand's side, with his arms around Armand's neck. It was an icon for me of love, the love I felt. Not physical love, you must understand. I don't speak of that at all, though Armand was beautiful and simple, and no intimacy with him would ever have been repellent. For vampires, physical love culminates and is satisfied in one thing: the kill. I speak of another kind of love, which drew me to him completely as the teacher which Lestat had never been. Knowledge would never be withheld by Armand. I knew it. I would pass through him as through a pane of glass, so that I might bask in it and absorb it and grow. I shut my eyes, and I thought I heard him speak, so faintly I wasn't certain. It seemed he said, "Do you know why I am here?" I looked up at him again, wondering if he knew my thoughts, could actually read them, if such could conceivably be the extent of that power. Now, after all these years, I could forgive Lestat for being nothing but an ordinary creature who could not show me the uses of my powers, and yet I still longed for this, could fall into it without resistance. A sadness pervaded it all, sadness for my own weakness and my own awful dilemma. Claudia waited for me. Claudia, who was my daughter and my love. "What am I to do?" I whispered. "Go away from them? Go away from you? After all these years?" "They don't matter to you," he said. I smiled and nodded. "What is it you want to do?" he asked, and his voice assumed the most gentle, sympathetic tone. "Don't you know? Don't you have that power?" I asked. "Can't you read my thoughts as if they were words?" He shook his head. "Not the way you mean. I only know the danger to you and the child is real because it's real to you, and I know your loneliness, even with her love, is almost more terrible than you can bear. I stood up then. It would seem a simple thing to do, to rise, to go to the door, to hurry quickly down that passage, and yet it took every ounce of strength, every smattering of that curious thing I've called my detachment. "I ask you to keep them away from us," I said at the door. But I couldn't look back at him, didn't even want the soft intrusion of his voice. "Don't go," he said. "I have no choice." I was in the passage when I heard him so close to me that I started. He stood beside me, eye level with my eye, and in his hand he held a key which he pressed into mine. "There is a door there," he said, gesturing to the dark end, which I'd thought to be merely a wall, "and a stairs to the side street which no one uses but myself. Go this way now, so you can avoid the others. You are anxious, and they will see it." I turned around to go at once, though every part of my being wanted to remain there. "But let me tell you this," he said, and lightly he pressed the back of his hand against my heart. "Use the power inside you. Don't abhor it any more. Use that power. And when they see you in the streets above, use that power to make your face a mask, and think as you gaze on them as on anyone. Beware. Take that word as if it were an amulet I'd given you to wear about your neck. And when your eyes meet Santiago's eyes, or the eyes of any other vampire, speak to them politely what you will, but think of that word and that word only. Remember what I say. I speak to you simply because you respect what is simple. You understand this. That's your strength." I took the key from him, and I don't remember actually putting it into the lock or going up the steps, or where he was or what he'd done, except that as I was stepping into the dark side street behind the theatre, I heard him say very softly to me from some place close to me, "Come here to me when you can." I looked around for him, but was not surprised that I couldn't see him. He had told me also some time or other that I must not leave the Hotel San Gabriel, that I must not give the others the shred of evidence of guilt they wanted. "You see," he said, "killing other vampires is very exciting. That is why it is forbidden under penalty of death." And then I seemed to awake. To the Paris street shining with rain, to the tall, narrow buildings on either side of me, to the fact that the door had shut to make a solid, dark wall behind me, and that Armand was no longer there. And though I knew Claudia waited for me, though I passed her in the hotel window above the gas lamps, a tiny figure standing among waxen-petalled flowers, I moved away from the boulevard, letting the darker streets swallow me, as so often the streets of New Orleans had done. It was not that I did not love her. Rather it was that I knew I loved her only too well, that the passion for her was as great as the passion for Armand, and that I fled them both now, letting the desire for the kill rise in me like a welcome fever, threatening consciousness, threatening pain. Out of the mist which had followed the rain, a man was walking towards me. I can remember him as roaming on the landscape of a dream, because the night around me was dark and unreal. The hill might have been anywhere in the world, and the soft lights of Paris were an amorphous shimmering in the fog. And sharp-eyed and drunk he was walking blindly into the arms of death itself, his pulsing fingers reaching out to touch the very bones of my face. I was not crazed yet, not desperate. I might have said to him, "Pass by." I believe my lips did form the word Armand had given me, "Beware." Yet I let him slip his bold, drunken arm around my waist. I yielded to his adoring eyes, to the voice that begged to paint me now, and spoke of warmth, to the rich, sweet smell of the oils that streaked his loose shirt. I was following him through Montmartre, and I whispered to him, "You are not a member of the dead." He was leading me through an overgrown garden, through the sweet, wet grasses, and he was laughing as I said, "Alive, alive," his hand touching my cheek, stroking my face, clasping finally my chin as he guided me into the light of the low doorway, his reddened face brilliantly illuminated by the oil lamps, the warmth seeping about us as the door closed. I saw the great sparkling orbs of his eyes, the tiny red veins that reached for the dark centers, that warm hand burning my cold hunger as he guided me to a chair. And then all around me I saw faces, blazing, faces rising in the smoke of the lamps, in the shimmer of the burning stove, a wonderland of colors on canvases surrounding us beneath the small sloped roof, a blaze of beauty that pulsed and throbbed. Sit down," he said to me, those feverish hands against my chest, clasped by my hands, yet sliding away, my hunger rising in waves. And now I saw him at a distance, eyes intent, the palette in his hand, the huge canvas obscuring the arm that moved. And mindless and helpless I sat there, drifting with his paintings, drifting with those adoring eyes, letting it go on, till Armand's eyes were gone, and Claudia was running down that stone passage with clicking heels away from me, away from me. "You are alive," I whispered. "Bones," he answered, "bones." And I saw them in heaps, taken from those shallow graves in New Orleans as they are, and put in chambers behind the sepulchre so that another can be laid in that narrow plot. I felt my eyes close. I felt my hunger become agony, my heart crying out for a living heart. And then I felt him moving forward, hands out to right my face, that fatal step, that fatal lurch. A sigh escaped my lips. "Save yourself," I whispered to him. "Beware." And then something happened in the moist radiance of his face. Something drained the broken vessels of his fragile skin. He backed away from me, the brush falling from his hands, and I rose over him, feeling my teeth against my lip, feeling my eyes fill with the colors of his face, my ears fill with his struggling cry, my hands fill with that strong fighting flesh, until I drew him up to me, helpless, and tore that flesh, and had the blood that gave it life. "Die," I whispered when I held him loose now, his head bowed against my coat. "Die," and felt him struggle to look up at me. And again I drank, and again he fought, until at last he slipped, limp and shocked and near to death on the floor. Yet his eyes did not close. I settled before his canvas, weak, at peace, gazing down at him, at his vague graying eyes, my own hands florid, my skin so luxuriously warm. "I am mortal again," I whispered to him. "I am alive. With your blood I am alive." His eyes closed. I sank back against the wall and found myself gazing at my own face. A sketch was all he'd done, a series of bold black lines that nevertheless made up my face and shoulders perfectly, and the color was already begun in dabs and splashes, the green of my eyes, the white of my cheek. But the horror of seeing my expression! For he had captured it perfectly, and there was nothing of horror in it. Those green eyes gazed at me from out of that loosely drawn cape with a mindless innocence, the expressionless wonder of that overpowering craving which he had not understood. Louis of 100 years ago, lost in listening to the sermon of the priest at Mass, lips parted and slack, hair careless, a hand curved in the lap and limp. A mortal Louis. I believe I was laughing, putting my hands to my face and laughing so that the tears nearly rose in my eyes, and when I took my fingers down there was the stain of the tears, tinged with mortal blood, and already there was begun in me the tingling of the monster that had killed and would kill again, who was gathering up the painting now and starting to flee with it from the small house. When suddenly up from the floor the man rose with an animal groan and clutched at my boot, his hands sliding off the leather. With some colossal spirit that defied me, he reached up for the painting and held fast to it with his whitening hands. "Give it back!" he growled at me. "Give it back!" And we held fast, the two of us, I staring at him and at my own hands that held so easily what he sought so desperately to rescue, as if he would take it to heaven or hell. I, the thing that his blood could not make human, he, the man that my evil had not overcome. And then, as if I were not myself, I tore the painting loose from him, and wrenching him up to my lips with one arm, gashed his throat in rage. Entering the rooms of the Hotel St. Gabriel, I set the picture on the mantel above the fire and looked at it a long time. Claudia was somewhere in the rooms, and some other presence intruded, as though on one of the balconies above a woman or a man stood near, giving off an unmistakable personal perfume. I didn't know why I had taken the picture, why I'd fought for it so that it shamed me now worse than the death, and why I still held on to it at the marble mantel, my head bowed, my hands visibly trembling. And then slowly I turned my head. I wanted the rooms to take shape around me. I wanted the flowers, the velvet, the candles in their sconces, to be mortal and trivial and safe. And then, as if in a mist, I saw a woman there. She was seated calmly at that lavish table where Claudia attended to her hair, and so still she sat, so utterly without fear, her green taffeta sleeves reflected in the tilted mirrors, her skirts reflected, that she was not one still woman, but a gathering of women. Her dark red hair was parted in the middle and drawn back to her ears, though a dozen little ringlets escaped to make a frame for her pale face. And she was looking at me with two calm violet eyes, and a child's mouth that seemed almost obdurately soft, obdurately the Cupid's bow, unsullied by paint or personality. And the mouth smiled now and said, as those eyes seemed to fire, "Yes, he's as you said he would be, and I love him already. He's as you said." She rose now, gently lifting that abundance of dark taffeta, and the three small mirrors emptied at once. And utterly baffled and almost incapable of speech, I turned to see Claudia far off on the immense bed, her small face rigidly calm, though she clung to the silk curtain with a tight fist. "Madeleine," she said under her breath, "Louis is shy." And she watched with cold eyes, as Madeleine only smiled when she said this, and drawing closer to me, put both of her hands to the lace fringe around her throat, moving it back so I could see the two small marks there. Then the smile died on her lips, and they became at once sullen and sensual, as her eyes narrowed, and she breathed the word, "Drink." I turned away from her, my fist rising in a consternation for which I couldn't find words. But then Claudia had hold of that fist, and was looking up at me with relentless eyes. "Do it, Louis," she commanded, "because I cannot do it." Her voice was painfully calm, all the emotion under the hard, measured tone. "I haven't the size, I haven't the strength. You saw to that when you made me. Do it." I broke away from her, clutching my wrist as if she'd burned it. I could see the door, and it seemed to me the better part of wisdom to leave by it at once. I could feel Claudia's strength, her will, and the mortal woman's eyes seemed afire with that same will. But Claudia held me, not with a gentle pleading, a miserable coaxing that would have dissipated that power, making me feel pity for her as I gathered my own forces. She held me with the emotion her eyes had evinced even through her coldness, and the way that she turned away from me now, almost as if she'd been instantly defeated. I did not understand the manner in which she sank back on the bed, her head bowed, her lips moving feverishly, her eyes rising only to scan the walls. I wanted to touch her and say to her that what she asked was impossible. I wanted to soothe that fire that seemed to be consuming her from within. And the soft, mortal woman had settled into one of the velvet chairs by the fire, with the rustling and iridescence of her taffeta dress surrounding her like part of the mystery of her dispassionate eyes which watched us now, the fever of her pale face. I remember turning to her, spurred on by that childish, pouting mouth set against the fragile face. The vampire kiss had left no visible trace except the wound, no inalterable change on the pale pink flesh. "How do we appear to you?" I asked, seeing her eyes on Claudia. She seemed excited by the diminutive beauty, the awful woman's passion knotted in the small dimpled hands. She broke her gaze and looked up at me. "I ask you, how do we appear? Do you think us beautiful, magical? Our white skin, our fierce eyes?" Oh, I remember perfectly what mortal vision was, the dimness of it, and how the vampire's beauty burned through that veil, so powerfully alluring, so utterly deceiving. Drink, you tell me. You haven't the vaguest conception under God of what you ask. But Claudia rose from the bed and came towards me. "How dare you?" she whispered. "How dare you make this decision for both of us? Do you know how I despise you? Do you know that I despise you with a passion that eats at me like a canker?" Her small form trembled, her hands hovering over the pleated bodice of her yellow gown. "Don't you look away from me! I am sick at heart with your looking away, with your suffering. You understand nothing. Your evil is that you cannot be evil, and I must suffer for it. I tell you I will suffer no longer." Her fingers bit into the flesh of my wrist. I twisted, stepping back from her, floundering in the face of the hatred, the rage rising like some dormant beast in her, looking out through her eyes. "Snatching me from mortal hands like two grim monsters in a nighttime fairy tale, you idle, blind parents, fathers!" She spat the word. "Let tears gather in your eyes. You haven't tears enough for what you've done to me. 6 more mortal years, 7, 8... I might have had that shape." Her pointed finger flew at Madeline, whose eyes had risen to her face, whose eyes were clouded over. Her moan was almost Claudia's name, but Claudia did not hear her. "Yes, that shape! I might have known what it was to walk at your side. Monsters! To give me immortality in this hopeless guise, this helpless form." The tears stood in her eyes. The words had died away, drawn in, as it were, on her breast. "Now you give her to me," she said, her head bowing, her curls tumbling down to make a concealing veil. "You give her to me. You do this, or you finish what you did to me that night in the hotel in New Orleans. I will not live with this hatred any longer. I will not live with this rage. I cannot. I will not abide it." And tossing her hair, she put her hands to her ears, as if to stop the sound of her own words, her breath drawn in rapid gasps, the tears seeming to scald her cheeks. I had sunk to my knees at her side, and my arms were outstretched as if to enfold her. Yet I dared not touch her, dared not even say her name, lest my own pain break from me with the first syllable in a monstrous outpouring of hopelessly inarticulate cries. "Oh!" She shook her head now, squeezing the tears out onto her cheeks, her teeth clenched tight together. "I love you still. That's the torment of it. Lestat I never loved, but you... The measure of my hatred is that love. They are the same. Do you know how much I hate you?" She flashed at me through the red film that covered her eyes. "Yes," I whispered. I bowed my head. But she was gone from me into the arms of Madeleine, who enfolded her desperately as if she might protect Claudia from me. The irony of it, the pathetic irony, protect Claudia from herself. She was whispering to Claudia, "Don't cry, don't cry," her hands stroking Claudia's face and hair with a fierceness that would have bruised a human child. But Claudia seemed lost against her breast suddenly, her eyes closed, her face smooth, as if all passion were drained away from her, her arms sliding up around Madeleine's neck, her head falling against the taffeta and lace. She lay still, the tears staining her cheeks, as if all this that had risen to the surface had left her weak and desperate for oblivion, as if the room around her, as if I were not there. And there they were together, a tender mortal crying unstintingly now, her warm arms holding what she could not possibly understand, this white and fierce and unnatural child thing she believed she loved. And if I had not felt for her, this mad and reckless woman flirting with the damned, if I had not felt all the sorrow for her I felt for my mortal self, I would have wrested the demon thing from her arms, held it tight to me, denying over and over the words I'd just heard. But I knelt there still, thinking only, the love is equal to the hatred, gathering that selfishly to my own breast, holding on to that as I sank back against the bed.
This ends Disc 10. Interview with the Vampire, Disc 11.
A long time before Madeleine was to know it, Claudia had ceased crying and sat still as a statue on Madeleine's lap, her liquid eyes fixed on me, oblivious to the soft red hair that fell around her, or the woman's hand that still stroked her. And I sat slumped against the bedpost, staring back at those vampire eyes, unable and unwilling to speak in my defense. Madeleine was whispering into Claudia's ear. She was letting her tears fall into Claudia's tresses, and then gently Claudia said to her, "Leave us." "No!" She shook her head, holding tight to Claudia, and then she shut her eyes and trembled all over with some terrible vexation, some awful torment. But Claudia was leading her from the chair, and she was now pliant and shocked and white-faced, the green taffeta ballooning around the small yellow silk dress. In the archway of the parlour they stopped, and Madeleine stood as if confused, her hand at her throat, beating like a wing, then going still. She looked about her like that hapless victim on the stage of the Théâtre des Vampires who did not know where she was. But Claudia had gone for something, and I saw her emerge from the shadows with what appeared to be a large doll. I rose on my knees to look at it. It was a doll, the doll of a little girl with raven hair and green eyes, adorned with lace and ribbons, sweet-faced and wide-eyed, its porcelain feet tinkling as Claudia put it into Madeleine's arms. And Madeleine's eyes appeared to harden as she held the doll, and her lips drew back from her teeth in a grimace as she stroked its hair. She was laughing low under her breath. "Lie down," Claudia said to her. And together they appeared to sink into the cushions of the couch, the green taffeta rustling and giving way as Claudia lay with her and put her arms around her neck. I saw the doll sliding, dropping to the floor, yet Madeleine's hand groped for it and held it, dangling, her own head thrown back, her eyes shut tight, and Claudia's curls stroking her face. I settled back on the floor and leaned against the soft siding of the bed. Claudia was speaking now in a low voice, barely above a whisper, telling Madeleine to be patient, to be still. I dreaded the sound of her step on the carpet, the sound of the doors sliding closed to shut Madeleine away from us, and the hatred that lay between us like a killing vapor. But when I looked up to her, Claudia was standing there as if transfixed and lost in thought, all rancour and bitterness gone from her face, so that she had the blank expression of that doll. "All you've said to me is true," I said to her. "I deserve your hatred. I've deserved it from those first moments when Lestat put you in my arms." She seemed unaware of me, and her eyes were infused with a soft light. Her beauty burned into my soul so that I could hardly stand it. And then she said, wondering, "You could have killed me then. Despite him. You could have done it." Then her eyes rested on me calmly. "Do you wish to do it now?" "Do it now!" I put my arm around her, moved her close to me, warmed by her softened voice. "Are you mad to say such things to me? Do I want to do it now?" "I want you to do it," she said. "Bend down now as you did then. Draw the blood out of me, drop by drop, all you have the strength for. Push my heart to the brink. I am small. You can take me. I won't resist you. I am something frail you can crush like a flower." "You mean these things? You mean what you say to me?" I asked. "Why don't you place the knife here? Why don't you turn it?" "Would you die with me?" she asked with a sly, mocking smile. "Would you in fact die with me?" she pressed. "Don't you understand what is happening to me? That he's killing me, that master vampire who has you in thrall, that he won't share your love with me, not a drop of it? I see his power in your eyes. I see your misery, your distress, the love for him you can't hide. Turn around, I'll make you look at me with those eyes that want him. I'll make you listen." "Don't any more, don't. I won't leave you. I've sworn to you. Don't you see? I cannot give you that woman." "But I'm fighting for my life. Give her to me so she can care for me. Complete the guise I must have to live, and he can have you then. I am fighting for my life." I all but shoved her off. "No, no, it's madness, it's witchery," I said, trying to defy her. "It's you who will not share me with him. It's you who want every drop of that love, if not from me, from her. He overpowers you, he disregards you, and it's you who wish him dead the way that you killed Lestat. Well, you won't make me a party to this death, I tell you, not this death. I will not make her one of us. I will not damn the legions of mortals who'll die at her hands if I do. Your power over me is broken. I will not." Oh, if she could only have understood. Not for a moment could I truly believe her words against Armand, that out of that detachment which was beyond revenge he could selfishly wish for her death. But that was nothing to me now. Something far more terrible than I could grasp was happening, something I was only beginning to understand, against which my anger was nothing but a mockery, a hollow attempt to oppose her tenacious will. She hated me. She loathed me, as she herself had confessed, and my heart shriveled inside me, as if in depriving me of that love which had sustained me a lifetime she had dealt me a mortal blow. The knife was there. I was dying for her, dying for that love as I was that very first night when Lestat gave her to me, turned her eyes to me, and told her my name. That love which had warmed me in my self-hatred, allowed me to exist. Oh, how Lestat had understood it! And now at last his plan was undone. But it went beyond that. In some region from which I was shrinking as I strode back and forth, my hands opening and closing at my sides, feeling not only that hatred in her liquid eyes, it was her pain. She had shown me her pain. To give me immortality in this hopeless guise, this helpless form. I put my hands to my ears as if she spoke the words yet, and the tears flowed. For all these years I had depended utterly upon her cruelty, her absolute lack of pain. And pain was what she showed to me, undeniable pain. Oh, how Lestat would have laughed at us! That was why she had put the knife to him, because he would have laughed. To destroy me utterly, she need only show me that pain. The child I made a vampire suffered. Her agony was as my own. There was a coffin in that other room, a bed for Madeleine, to which Claudia retreated to leave me alone with what I could not abide. I welcomed the silence. And sometime during the few hours that remained of the night I found myself at the open window, feeling the slow mist of the rain. It glistened on the fronds of the ferns, on sweet white flowers that listed, bowed, and finally broke from their stems. A carpet of flowers littering the little balcony, the petals pounded softly by the rain. I felt weak now and utterly alone. What had passed between us tonight could never be undone, and what had been done to Claudia by me could never be undone. But I was, somehow, to my own bewilderment, empty of all regret. Perhaps it was the night, the starless sky, the gas lamps frozen in the mist that gave some strange comfort for which I never asked and didn't know how, in this emptiness and aloneness, to receive. I am alone, I was thinking. I am alone. It seemed just, perfectly, and so to have a pleasing, inevitable form. And I pictured myself then forever alone, as if on gaining that vampire's strength the night of my death I had left Lestat and never looked back for him, as if I had moved on away from him, beyond the need of him and anyone else. As if the night had said to me, "You are the night, and the night alone understands you and enfolds you in its arms, one with the shadows, without nightmare, an inexplicable peace." Yet I could feel the end of this peace, as surely as I'd felt my brief surrender to it, and it was breaking like the dark clouds. The urgent pain of Claudia's loss pressed in on me, behind me, like a shape gathered from the corners of this cluttered and oddly alien room. But outside, even as the night seemed to dissolve in a fierce, driving wind, I could feel something calling to me, something inanimate which I'd never known. And a power within me seemed to answer that power, not with resistance, but with an inscrutable, chilling strength. I moved silently through the rooms, gently dividing the doors, until I saw, in the dim light cast by the flickering gas flames behind me, that sleeping woman lying in my shadow on the couch, the doll limp against her breast. Some time before I knelt at her side, I saw her eyes open, and I could feel beyond her in the collected dark those other eyes watching me, that breathless, tiny vampire face, waiting. "Will you care for her, Madeleine?" I saw her hands clutch at the doll, turning its face against her breast. And my own hand went out for it, though I did not know why, even as she was answering me. "Yes," she repeated it again, desperately. "Is this what you believe her to be? A doll?" I asked her, my hand closing on the doll's head, only to feel her snatch it away from me, see her teeth clenched as she glared at me. "A child who can't die. That's what she is," she said, as if she were pronouncing a curse. "Ah," I whispered. "I've done with dolls," she said, shoving it away from her into the cushions of the couch. She was fumbling with something on her breast, something she wanted me to see and not to see, her fingers catching hold of it and closing over it. I knew what it was, had noticed it before. A locket fixed with a gold pin. I wish I could describe the passion that infected her round features, how her soft baby mouth was distorted. "And the child who did die," I guessed, watching her. I was picturing a doll shop, dolls with the same face. She shook her head, her hand pulling hard on the locket so the pin ripped the taffeta. It was fear I saw in her now, a consuming panic, and her hand bled as she opened it from the broken pin. I took the locket from her fingers. "My daughter," she whispered, her lip trembling. It was a doll's face on the small fragment of porcelain, Claudia's face. A baby face, a saccharine, sweet mockery of innocence an artist had painted there, a child with raven hair like the doll, and the mother, terrified, was staring at the darkness in front of her. "Grief," I said gently. "I've done with grief," she said, her eyes narrowing as she looked up at me. "If you knew how I long to have your power. I'm ready for it. I hunger for it." And she turned to me, breathing deeply, so that her breast seemed to swell under her dress. A violent frustration rent her face then. She turned away from me, shaking her head, her curls. "If you were a mortal man, man and monster," she said angrily, "if I could only show you my power," and she smiled malignantly, defiantly at me, "I could make you want me, desire me. But you're unnatural." Her mouth went down at the corners. "What can I give you? What can I do to make you give me what you have?" Her hand hovered over her breasts, seeming to caress them like a man's hand. It was strange, that moment, strange because I could never have predicted the feeling her words incited in me, the way that I saw her now with that small, enticing waist, saw the round, plump curve of her breasts and those delicate, pouting lips. She never dreamed what the mortal man in me was, how tormented I was by the blood I'd only just drunk. Desire her I did, more than she knew, because she didn't understand the nature of the kill, and with a man's pride I wanted to prove that to her, to humiliate her for what she had said to me, for the cheap vanity of her provocation, and the eyes that looked away from me now in disgust. But this was madness. These were not the reasons to grant eternal life. And cruelly, surely, I said to her, "Did you love this child?" I will never forget her face then, the violence in her, the absolute hatred. "Yes!" She all but hissed the words at me. "How dare you!" She reached for the locket even as I clutched it. It was guilt that was consuming her, not love. It was guilt. That shop of dolls Claudia had described to me, shelves and shelves of the effigy of that dead child, but guilt that absolutely understood the finality of death. There was something as hard in her as the evil in myself, something as powerful. She had her hand out towards me. She touched my waistcoat and opened her fingers there, pressing them against my chest. And I was on my knees, drawing close to her, her hair brushing my face. "Hold fast to me when I take you," I said to her, seeing her eyes grow wide, her mouth open. "And when the swoon is strongest, listen all the harder for the beating of my heart. Hold and say over and over, 'I will live.'" "Yes, yes." She was nodding, her heart pounding with her excitement. Her hands burned on my neck, fingers forcing their way into my collar. "Look beyond me at that distant light. Don't take your eyes off of it, not for a second, and say over and over, 'I will live.'" She gasped as I broke the flesh, the warm current coming into me, her breasts crushed against me, her body arching up, helpless, from the couch. And I could see her eyes even as I shut my own, see that taunting, provocative mouth. I was drawing on her, hard, lifting her, and I could feel her weakening, her hands dropping limp at her sides. "Tight, tight," I whispered over the hot stream of her blood, her heart thundering in my ears, her blood swelling my satiated veins. "The lamp," I whispered. "Look at it." Her heart was slowing, stopping, and her head dropped back from me on the velvet, her eyes dull to the point of death. It seemed for a moment I couldn't move, yet I knew I had to, that someone else was lifting my wrist to my mouth as the room turned round and round, that I was focusing on that light as I had told her to do, as I tasted my own blood from my own wrist, and then forced it into her mouth. "Drink it, drink," I said to her. But she lay as if dead. I gathered her close to me, the blood pouring over her lips. Then she opened her eyes, and I felt the gentle pressure of her mouth, and then her hands closing tight on the arm as she began to suck. I was rocking her, whispering to her, trying desperately to break my swoon. And then I felt her powerful pull. Every blood vessel felt it. I was threaded through and through with her pulling, my hand holding fast to the couch now, her heart beating fierce against my heart, her fingers digging deep into my arm, my outstretched palm. It was cutting me, scoring me, so I all but cried out as it went on, and I was backing away from her, yet pulling her with me, my life passing through my arm, her moaning breath in time with her pulling. And those strings which were my veins, those searing wires, pulled at my very heart, harder and harder, until without will or direction I had wrenched free of her and fallen away from her, clutching that bleeding wrist tight with my own hand. She was staring at me, the blood staining her open mouth. An eternity seemed to pass as she stared. She doubled and tripled in my blurred vision, then collapsed into one trembling shape. Her hand moved to her mouth, yet her eyes did not move, but grew large in her face as she stared. And then she rose slowly, not as if by her own power, but as if lifted from the couch bodily by some invisible force which held her now, staring as she turned round and round, her massive skirt moving stiff, as if she were all of a piece, turning like some great carved ornament on a music box that dances helplessly round and round to the music. And suddenly she was staring down at the taffeta, grabbing hold of it, pressing it between her fingers so it zinged and rustled, and she let it fall, quickly covering her ears, her eyes shut tight, then opened wide again. And then it seemed she saw the lamp, the distant low gas lamp of the other room that gave a fragile light through the double doors, and she ran to it and stood beside it, watching it as if it were alive. "Don't touch it," Claudia said to her and gently guided her away. But Madeline had seen the flowers on the balcony, and she was drawing close to them now, her outstretched palms brushing the petals and then pressing the droplets of rain to her face. I was hovering on the fringes of the room, watching her every move, how she took the flowers and crushed them in her hands and let the petals fall all around her, and how she pressed her fingertips to the mirror and stared into her own eyes. My own pain had ceased. A handkerchief bound the wound, and I was waiting, seeing now that Claudia had no knowledge from memory of what was to come next. They were dancing together as Madeline's skin grew paler and paler in the unsteady golden light. She scooped Claudia into her arms, and Claudia rode round in circles with her, her own small face alert and wary behind her smile. And then Madeline weakened. She stepped backwards and seemed to lose her balance. But quickly she righted herself and let Claudia go gently down to the ground. On tiptoe, Claudia embraced her. "Louis," she signaled to me under her breath. "Louis!" I beckoned for her to come away, and Madeline, not seeming even to see us, was staring at her own outstretched hands. Her face was blanched and drawn, and suddenly she was scratching at her lips and staring at the dark stains on her fingertips. "No, no," I cautioned her gently, taking Claudia's hand and holding her close to my side. A long moan escaped Madeleine's lips. "Louis," Claudia whispered in that preternatural voice which Madeleine could not yet hear. "She is dying, which your child's mind can't remember. You were spared it. It left no mark on you," I whispered to her, brushing the hair back from her ear, my eyes never leaving Madeleine, who was wandering from mirror to mirror, the tears flowing freely now, the body giving up its life. "But, Louis, if she dies," Claudia cried. "No." I knelt down, seeing the distress in her small face. "The blood was strong enough. She will live. But she will be afraid, terribly afraid." And gently, firmly, I pressed Claudia's hand and kissed her cheek. She looked at me then with mingled wonder and fear. And she watched me with that same expression as I wandered closer to Madeleine, drawn by her cries. She reeled now, her hands out, and I caught her and held her close. Her eyes already burned with unnatural light, a violet fire reflected in her tears. "It's mortal death, only mortal death," I said to her gently. "Do you see the sky? We must leave it now. And you must hold tight to me, lie by my side. A sleep as heavy as death will come over my limbs, and I won't be able to solace you, and you will lie there, and you will struggle with it. But you hold tight to me in the darkness, do you hear? You hold tight to my hands, which will hold your hands as long as I have feeling." She seemed lost for a moment in my gaze, and I sensed the wonder that surrounded her. How the radiance of my eyes was the radiance of all colors, and how all those colors were all the more reflected for her in my eyes. I guided her gently to the coffin, telling her again not to be afraid. "When you arise you will be immortal," I said. "No natural cause of death can harm you. Come, lie down." I could see her fear of it, see her shrink from the narrow box, its satin no comfort. Already her skin began to glisten, to have that brilliance that Claudia and I shared. I knew now she would not surrender until I lay with her. I held her and looked across the long vista of the room to where Claudia stood with that strange coffin, watching me. Her eyes were still but dark with an undefined suspicion, a cool distrust. I set Madeleine down beside her bed and moved towards those eyes. And kneeling calmly beside her, I gathered Claudia in my arms. "Don't you recognize me?" I asked her. "Don't you know who I am?" She looked at me. "No," she said. I smiled. I nodded. "Bear me no ill will," I said. "We are even." At that she moved her head to one side and studied me carefully, then seemed to smile despite herself and to nod in assent. "For you see," I said to her in that same calm voice, "what died tonight in this room was not that woman. It will take her many nights to die, perhaps years. What has died in this room tonight is the last vestige in me of what was human." A shadow fell over her face, clear, as if the composure were rent like a veil, and her lips parted, but only with a short intake of breath. Then she said, "Well, then you are right. Indeed, we are even." "I want to burn the doll shop." Madeleine told us this. She was feeding to the fire in the grate the folded dresses of that dead daughter, white lace and beige linen, crinkled shoes, bonnets that smelled of camphor balls and sachet. "It means nothing now, any of it." She stood back watching the fire blaze, and she looked at Claudia with triumphant, fiercely devoted eyes. I did not believe her, So certain I was, even though night after night I had to lead her away from men and women she could no longer drain dry, so satiated was she with the blood of earlier kills, often lifting her victims off their feet in her passion, crushing their throats with her ivory fingers as surely as she drank their blood. So certain I was that sooner or later this mad intensity must abate, and she would take hold of the trappings of this nightmare, her own luminescent flesh, these lavish rooms of the Hotel St. Gabriel, and cry out to be awakened, to be free. She did not understand it was no experiment, showing her fledgling teeth to the gilt-edged mirrors. She was mad. But I still did not realize how mad she was, and how accustomed to dreaming, and that she would not cry out for reality, rather would feed reality to her dreams, a demon elf feeding her spinning wheel with the reeds of the world so she might make her own web-like universe. I was just beginning to understand her avarice, her magic. She had a doll-maker's craft, from making with her old lover over and over the replica of her dead child, which I was to understand crowded the shelves of this shop we were soon to visit. Added to that was a vampire's skill and a vampire's intensity, so that in the space of one night, when I had turned her away from killing, she, with that same insatiable need, created out of a few sticks of wood, with her chisel and knife, a perfect rocking-chair, so shaped and proportioned for Claudia that seated in it by the fire she appeared a woman. To that must be added, as the nights passed, a table of the same scale, and from a toy shop a tiny oil lamp, a china cup and saucer, and from a lady's purse a little leather-bound book for notes, which in Claudia's hands became a large volume. The world crumbled and ceased to exist at the boundary of the small space which soon became the length and breadth of Claudia's dressing-room, a bed whose posters reached only to my breast-buttons, and small mirrors that reflected only the legs of an unwieldy giant when I found myself lost among them. Paintings hung low for Claudia's eye, and finally upon her little vanity table black evening gloves for tiny fingers, a woman's low-cut gown of midnight velvet, a tiara from a child's masked ball. And Claudia, the crowning jewel, a fairy queen, with bare white shoulders wandering with her sleek tresses among the rich items of her tiny world, while I watched from the doorway, spellbound, ungainly, stretched out on the carpet so I could lean my head on my elbow and gaze up into my paramour's eyes, seeing them mysteriously softened for the time being by the perfection of this sanctuary. How beautiful she was in black lace, a cold, flaxen-haired woman with a Cupid doll's face and liquid eyes which gazed at me so serenely and so long that surely I must have been forgotten. The eyes must be seeing something other than me as I lay there on the floor dreaming, something other than the clumsy universe surrounding me, which was now marked off and nullified by someone who had suffered in it, someone who had suffered always, but who was not seeming to suffer now, listening, as it were, to the tinkling of a toy music box, putting a hand on the toy clock. I saw a vision of shortened hours and little golden minutes. I felt I was mad. I put my hands under my head and gazed at the chandelier. It was hard to disengage myself from one world and enter the other. And Madeleine on the couch was working with that regular passion, as if immortality could not conceivably mean rest, sewing cream lace to lavender satin for the small bed, only stopping occasionally to blot the moisture tinged with blood from her white forehead. I wondered, if I shut my eyes, would this realm of tiny things consume the rooms around me? And would I, like Gulliver, awake to discover myself bound hand and foot, an unwelcome giant? I had a vision of houses made for Claudia, in whose garden mice would be monsters, and tiny carriages, and flowery shrubbery become trees. Mortals would be so entranced and drop to their knees to look into the small windows. Like the spider's web, it would attract. I was bound hand and foot here, not only by that fairy beauty, that exquisite secret of Claudia's white shoulders and the rich lustre of pearls, bewitching languor, a tiny bottle of perfume, now a decanter from which a spell is released that promises Eden. I was bound by fear that outside these rooms where I supposedly presided over the education of Madeleine, erratic conversations about killing and vampire nature, in which Claudia could have instructed so much more easily than I, if she had ever showed the desire to take the lead, that outside these rooms, where nightly I was reassured with soft kisses and contented looks that the hateful passion which Claudia had shown once and once only would not return, that outside these rooms I would find that I was, according to my own hasty admission, truly changed. The mortal part of me was that part which had loved, I was certain. So what did I feel then for Armand, the creature for whom I'd transformed Madeleine, the creature for whom I had wanted to be free? A curious and disturbing distance? A dull pain? A nameless tremor? Even in this worldly clutter I saw Armand in his monkish cell, saw his dark brown eyes, and felt that eerie magnetism. And yet I did not move to go to him. I did not dare discover the extent of what I might have lost, nor try to separate that loss from some other oppressive realization that in Europe I'd found no truths to lessen loneliness, transform despair. Rather, I'd found only the inner workings of my own small soul, the pain of Claudia's, and a passion for a vampire who was perhaps more evil than Lestat, for whom I became as evil as Lestat, but in whom I saw the only promise of good in evil of which I could conceive. It was all beyond me, finally. And so the clock ticked on the mantel, and Madeleine begged to see the performances of the Théâtre des Vampires, and swore to defend Claudia against any vampire who dared insult her. And Claudia spoke of strategy, and said, "Not yet, not now." And I lay back, observing with some measure of relief Madeleine's love for Claudia, her blind, covetous passion. Oh, I have so little compassion in my heart or memory for Madeleine. I thought she had only seen the first vein of suffering. She had no understanding of death. She was so easily sharpened, so easily driven to wanton violence. I supposed in my colossal conceit and self-deception that my own grief for my dead brother was the only true emotion. I allowed myself to forget how totally I had fallen in love with Lestat's iridescent eyes, that I'd sold my soul for a many-colored and luminescent thing, thinking that a highly reflective surface conveyed the power to walk on water. What would Christ need have done to make me follow him, like Matthew or Peter? Dress well, to begin with, and have a luxurious head of pampered yellow hair. I hated myself. And it seemed, lulled half to sleep as I was so often by their conversation, Claudia whispering of killing and speed and vampire craft, Madeleine bent over her singing needle, it seemed then the only emotion of which I was still capable, hatred of self. I love them, I hate them, I do not care if they are there. Claudia puts her hands on my hair as if she wants to tell me with the old familiarity that her heart's at peace. I do not care. And there is the apparition of Armand, that power, that heart-breaking clarity. Beyond a glass, it seems. And taking Claudia's playful hand, I understand for the first time in my life what she feels when she forgives me for being myself, whom she says she hates and loves. She feels almost nothing. It was a week, before we accompanied Madeleine on her errand to torch a universe of dolls behind a plate-glass window. I remember wandering up the street away from it, round a turn into a narrow cavern of darkness where the falling rain was the only sound. But then I saw the red glare against the clouds. Bells clanged and men shouted, and Claudia beside me was talking softly of the nature of fire. The thick smoke rising in that flickering glare unnerved me. I was feeling fear. Not a wild, mortal fear, but something cold, like a hook in my side. This fear, it was the old town-house burning in the Rue Royale, Lestat in the attitude of sleep on the burning floor. "Fire purifies," Claudia said, and I said, "No, fire merely destroys." Madeleine had gone past us and was roaming at the top of the street, a phantom in the rain, her white hands whipping the air, beckoning to us, white arcs of white fireflies. And I remember Claudia leaving me for her. The sight of wilted, writhing yellow hair as she told me to follow, a ribbon fallen underfoot, flapping and floating in a swirl of black water. It seemed they were gone, and I bent to retrieve that ribbon, but another hand reached out for it. It was Armand who gave it to me now. I was shocked to see him there, so near, the figure of Gentleman Death in a doorway, marvellously real in his black cape and silk tie, yet ethereal as the shadows in his stillness. There was the faintest glimmer of the fire in his eyes, red warming the blackness there to the richer brown. And I woke suddenly, as if I'd been dreaming, woke to the sense of him, to his hand enclosing mine, to his head inclined as if to let me know he wanted me to follow, awoke to my own excited experience of his presence, which consumed me, as surely as it had consumed me in his cell. We were walking together now, fast, nearing the Seine, moving so swiftly and artfully through a gathering of men that they scarce saw us, that we scarce saw them. That I could keep up with him easily amazed me. He was forcing me into some acknowledgment of my powers, that the paths I'd normally chosen were human paths I no longer need follow. I wanted desperately to talk to him, to stop him with both my hands on his shoulders, merely to look into his eyes again as I'd done that last night, to fix him in some time and place so that I could deal with the excitement inside me. There was so much I wanted to tell him, so much I wanted to explain. And yet I didn't know what to say or why I would say it, only that the fullness of the feeling continued to relieve me, almost to tears. This was what I'd feared lost. I didn't know where we were now, only that in my wanderings I'd passed here before, a street of ancient mansions, of garden walls and carriage doors and towers overhead, and windows of leaded glass beneath stone arches. Houses of other centuries, gnarled trees, that sudden thick and silent tranquillity which means that the masses are shut out. A handful of mortals inhabit this vast region of high-ceilinged rooms. Stone absorbs the sound of breathing, the space of whole lives. Armand was atop a wall now, his hand reaching for me, and in an instant I stood beside him, the wet foliage brushing my face. Above I could see story after story, rising to a lone tower that barely emerged from the dark, teeming rain. "Listen to me. We are going to climb to the tower," Armand was saying. "I cannot. It's impossible." "You don't begin to know your own powers. You can climb easily. Remember, if you fall, you will not be injured. Do as I do. But note this, the inhabitants of this house have known me for 100 years, and think me a spirit. So if by chance they see you or you see them through those windows, remember what they believe you to be, and show no consciousness of them, lest you disappoint them or confuse them. Do you hear? You are perfectly safe." I wasn't sure what frightened me more, the climb itself, or the notion of being seen as a ghost. But I had no time for comforting witticisms, even to myself. Armand had begun, his boots finding the crack between the stones, his hands sure as claws in the crevices. And I was moving after him, tight to the wall, not daring to look down, clinging for a moment's rest to the thick carved arch over a window, glimpsing inside, over a licking fire, a dark shoulder, a hand stroking with a poker, some figure that moved completely without knowledge that it was watched. Gone. Higher and higher we climbed, until we had reached the window of the tower itself, which Armand quickly wrenched open, his long legs disappearing over the sill. And I rose up after him, feeling his arm out around my shoulders. I sighed, despite myself, as I stood in the room, rubbing the backs of my arms, looking around this wet, strange place. The rooftops were silver below, turrets rising here and there through the huge, rustling tree-tops. And far off glimmered the broken chain of a lighted boulevard. The room seemed as damp as the night outside. Armand was making a fire. From a molding pile of furniture he was picking chairs, breaking them into wood easily, despite the thickness of their rungs. There was something grotesque about him, sharpened by his grace and the imperturbable calm of his white face. He did what any vampire could do, cracking these thick pieces of wood into splinters, yet he did what only a vampire could do, and there seemed nothing human about him. Even his handsome features and dark hair became the attributes of a terrible angel who shared with the rest of us only a superficial resemblance. The tailored coat was a mirage, and though I'd felt drawn to him, more strongly perhaps than I'd ever been drawn to any living creature save Claudia, he excited me in other ways which resembled fear. I was not surprised that when he finished he set a heavy oak chair down for me, but retired himself to the marble mantelpiece, and sat there, warming his hands over the fire, the flames throwing red shadows into his face. "I can hear the inhabitants of the house," I said to him. The warmth was good. I could feel the leather of my boots drying, feel the warmth in my fingers. "Then you know that I can hear them," he said, softly, and though this didn't contain a hint of reproach, I realized the implications of my own words. "And if they come?" I insisted, studying him. "Can't you tell by my manner that they won't come?" he asked. "We could sit here all night and never speak of them. I want you to know that if we speak of them it is because you want to do so." And when I said nothing, when perhaps I looked a little defeated, he said gently that they had long ago sealed off this tower and left it undisturbed, and if in fact they saw the smoke from the chimney or the light in the window, none of them would venture up until tomorrow. I could see now there were several shelves of books at one side of the fireplace and a writing table. The pages on top were wilted, but there was an inkstand and several pens. I could imagine the room a very comfortable place when it was not storming, as it was now, or after the fire had dried out the air. "You see," Armand said, "you really have no need of the rooms you have at the hotel. You really have need of very little. But each of us must decide how much he wants. These people in this house have a name for me. Encounters with me caused talk for 20 years. They are only isolated instants in my time which mean nothing. They cannot hurt me, and I use their house to be alone. No one of the Théâtre des Vampires knows of my coming here. This is my secret." I had watched him intently as he was speaking, and thoughts which had occurred to me in the cell at the theatre occurred to me again. Vampires do not age. And I wondered how his youthful face and manner might differ now from what he had been a century before, or a century before that. For his face, though not deepened by the lessons of maturity, was certainly no mask. It seemed powerfully expressive, as was his unobtrusive voice, and I was at a loss finally to fully anatomize why. I knew only I was as powerfully drawn to him as before, and to some extent the words I spoke now were a subterfuge. "But what holds you to the Théâtre des Vampires?" I asked. "A need, naturally. But I've found what I need," he said. "Why do you shun me?" "I never shunned you," I said, trying to hide the excitement these words produced in me. "You understand I have to protect Claudia, that she has no one but me, or at least she had no one until Madeleine came to live with you." "Yes," I said. "But now Claudia has released you, yet still you stay with her, and stay bound to her as your paramour," he said. "No, she's no paramour of mine, you don't understand," I said. "Rather, she's my child, and I don't know that she can release me." These were thoughts I'd gone over and over in my mind. "I don't know if the child possesses the power to release the parent. I don't know that I won't be bound to her for as long as she—" I stopped. I was going to say for as long as she lives, but I realized it was a hollow, mortal cliché. She would live forever, as I would live forever. But wasn't it so for mortal fathers? Their daughters live forever because these fathers die first. I was at a loss suddenly, but conscious all the while of how Armand listened, that he listened in the way that we dream of others listening, his face seeming to reflect on everything said. He did not start forward to seize on my slightest pause, to assert an understanding of something before the thought was finished, or to argue with a swift, irresistible impulse the things which often make dialogue impossible. And after a long interval he said, "I want you. I want you more than anything in the world." For a moment I doubted what I'd heard. It struck me as unbelievable, and I was hopelessly disarmed by it, and the wordless vision of our living together expanded and obliterated every other consideration in my mind. "I said that I want you more than anything in the world," he repeated with only a subtle change of expression. And then he sat waiting, watching. His face was as tranquil as always, his smooth, white forehead beneath the shock of his auburn hair without a trace of care, his large eyes reflecting on me, his lips still. "You want this of me, yet you don't come to me," he said. "There are things you want to know and you don't ask. You see Claudia slipping away from you, yet you seem powerless to prevent it, and then you would hasten it, and yet you do nothing. I don't understand my own feelings. Perhaps they are clearer to you than they are to me." "You don't begin to know what a mystery you are," he said. "But at least you know yourself thoroughly." "I can't claim that," I said. "I love her, yet I am not close to her. I mean that when I am with you as I am now, I know that I know nothing of her, nothing of anyone. She's an era for you, an era of your life. If and when you break with her, you break with the only one alive who has shared that time with you. You fear that, the isolation of it, the burden, the scope of eternal life." "Yes, that's true. But that's only a small part of it. The era, it doesn't mean much to me. She made it mean something. Other vampires must experience this and survive it. The passing of 100 eras. But they don't survive it," he said. "The world would be choked with vampires if they survived it. How do you think I come to be the eldest, here or anywhere? he said. I thought about this, and then I ventured, "They die by violence?" "No, almost never. It isn't necessary. How many vampires do you think have the stamina for immortality? They have the most dismal notions of immortality to begin with, for in becoming immortal they want all the forms of their life to be fixed as they are and incorruptible. Carriages made in the same dependable fashion, clothing of the cut which suited their prime, men attired and speaking in the manner they have always understood and valued. When, in fact, all things change, except the vampire himself. Everything except the vampire is subject to constant corruption and distortion. Soon, with an inflexible mind, and often even with the most flexible mind, this immortality becomes a penitential sentence in a madhouse of figures and forms that are hopelessly unintelligible and without value. One evening, a vampire rises and realizes what he has feared perhaps for decades, that he simply wants no more of life at any cost, that whatever style or fashion or shape of existence made immortality attractive to him has been swept off the face of the earth, and nothing remains to offer freedom from despair except the act of killing. And that vampire goes out to die. No one will find his remains. No one will know where he has gone, and often no one around him, should he still seek the company of other vampires, no one will know that he is in despair. He will have ceased long ago to speak of himself or of anything. He will vanish. I sat back, impressed by the obvious truth of it. And yet at the same time everything in me revolted against that prospect. I became aware of the depth of my hope and my terror, how very different those feelings were from the alienation that he described, how very different from that awful, wasting despair. There was something outrageous and repulsive in that despair suddenly. I couldn't accept it. But you wouldn't allow such a state of mind in yourself. Look at you, I found myself answering. If there weren't one single work of art left in this world, and there are thousands, if there weren't a single natural beauty, if the world were reduced to one empty cell and one fragile candle, I can't help but see you studying that candle, absorbed in the flicker of its light, the change of its colors. How long could that sustain you? What possibilities would it create? Am I wrong? Am I such a crazed idealist? No, he said. There was a brief smile on his lips, an evanescent flush of pleasure. But then he went on simply. But you feel an obligation to a world you love, because that world for you is still intact. It is conceivable your own sensitivity might become the instrument of madness. You speak of works of art and natural beauty. I wish I had the artist's power to bring alive for you the Venice of the 15th century, my master's palace there, the love I felt for him when I was a mortal boy, and the love he felt for me when he made me a vampire. Oh, if I could make those times come alive for either you or me, for only an instant! What would that be worth? And what a sadness it is to me that time doesn't dim the memory of that period, that it becomes all the richer and more magical in light of the world I see today. Love? I asked. There was love between you and the vampire who made you? I leaned forward. Yes, he said. A love so strong he couldn't allow me to grow old and die. A love that waited patiently until I was strong enough to be born to darkness. Do you mean to tell me there was no bond of love between you and the vampire who made you? None, I said quickly. I couldn't repress a bitter smile. He studied me. Why then did he give you these powers? He asked. I sat back. You see these powers as a gift, I said. Of course you do. Forgive me. But it amazes me how in your complexity you are so profoundly simple, I laughed. Should I be insulted? He smiled, and his whole manner only confirmed in me what I'd just said. He seemed so innocent. I was only beginning to understand him. No, not by me, I said, my pulse quickening as I looked at him. You're everything I dreamed of when I became a vampire. You see these powers as a gift. I repeated it. But tell me, do you now feel love for this vampire who gave you eternal life? Do you feel this now? He appeared to be thinking, and then he said slowly, Why does this matter? But went on, I don't think I've been fortunate in feeling love for many people or many things. But yes, I love him. Perhaps I do not love him as you mean. It seems you confuse me rather effortlessly. You are a mystery. I do not need him, this vampire, any more. I was gifted with eternal life, with heightened perception, and with the need to kill, I quickly explained, because the vampire who made me wanted the house I owned and my money. Do you understand such a thing? I asked. Ah, but there is so much else behind what I say. It makes itself known to me so slowly, so incompletely. You see, it is as if you've cracked a door for me, and light is streaming from that door, and I'm yearning to get to it, to push it back, to enter the region you say exists beyond it, when in fact I don't believe it. The vampire who made me was everything that I truly believed evil to be. He was as dismal, as literal, as barren, as inevitably, eternally disappointing as I believed evil had to be. I know that now. But you are something totally beyond that conception. Open the door for me. Push it back all the way. Tell me about this palace in Venice, this love affair with damnation. I want to understand it. You trick yourself. The palace means nothing to you, he said. The doorway you see leads to me now, to your coming to live with me as I am. I am evil with infinite gradations and without guilt. Yes, exactly, I murmured. And this makes you unhappy, he said. You who came to me in my cell and said there was only one sin left, the willful taking of an innocent human life. Yes, I said. How you must have been laughing at me. I never laughed at you, he said. I cannot afford to laugh at you. It is through you that I can save myself from the despair which I've described to you as our death. It is through you that I must make my link with this 19th century and come to understand it in a way that will revitalize me, which I so desperately need. It is for you that I've been waiting at the Théâtre des Vampires. If I knew a mortal of that sensitivity, that pain, that focus, I would make him a vampire in an instant, but such can rarely be done. No. I've had to wait and watch for you, and now I'll fight for you. Do you see how ruthless I am in love? Is this what you meant by love? Oh, but you'd be making a terrible mistake, I said, looking him in the eyes. His words were only slowly sinking in. Never had I felt my all-consuming frustration to be so clear. I could not conceivably satisfy him. I could not satisfy Claudia. I'd never been able to satisfy Lestat, and my own mortal brother Paul. How dismally, mortally had I disappointed him. "No, I must make contact with the age," he said to me calmly, "and I can do this through you. Not to learn things from you, which I can see in a moment in an art gallery, or read in an hour in the thickest books. You are the spirit, you are the heart," he persisted. "No, no!" I threw up my hands. I was on the point of a bitter, hysterical laughter. "Don't you see, I'm not the spirit of any age. I'm at odds with everything, and always have been. I have never belonged anywhere, with anyone at any time." It was too painful, too perfectly true. But his face only brightened with an irresistible smile. He seemed on the verge of laughing at me, and then his shoulders began to move with this laughter. "But, Louis," he said softly, "this is the very spirit of your age. Don't you see that? Everyone else feels as you feel. Your fall from grace and faith has been the fall of a century." I was so stunned by this that for a long time I sat there staring into the fire. It had all but consumed the wood, and was a wasteland of smouldering ash, a grey and red landscape that would have collapsed at the touch of the poker. Yet it was very warm, and still gave off powerful light. I saw my life in complete perspective. "And the vampires of the théâtre?" I asked softly. "They reflect the age in cynicism, which cannot comprehend the death of possibilities, fatuous, sophisticated indulgence in the parody of the miraculous, decadence whose last refuge is self-ridicule, a mannered helplessness. You saw them. You've known them all your life. You reflect your age differently. You reflect its broken heart." "This is unhappiness. Unhappiness you don't begin to understand." "I don't doubt it. Tell me what you feel now. What makes you unhappy? Tell me why for a period of 7 days you haven't come to me, though you were burning to come. Tell me what holds you still to Claudia and the other woman." I shook my head. "You don't know what you ask. You see, it was immensely difficult for me to perform the act of making Madeleine into a vampire. I broke a promise to myself that I would never do this, that my own loneliness would never drive me to do it. I don't see our life as powers and gifts. I see it as a curse. I haven't the courage to die, but to make another vampire, to bring this suffering on another, and to condemn to death all those men and women whom that vampire must subsequently kill. I broke a grave promise, and in so doing, but if it's any consolation to you, surely you realize I had a hand in it. That I did it to be free of Claudia, to be free to come to you. Yes, I realize that. But the ultimate responsibility lies with me," I said. "No, I mean directly. I made you do it. I was near the night you did it. I exerted my strongest power to persuade you to do it. Didn't you know this?" "No." I bowed my head. "I would have made this woman a vampire," he said softly, "but I thought it best you have a hand in it. Otherwise you would not give Claudia up. You must know you wanted it." "I loathe what I did," I said. "Then loathe me, not yourself." "No, you don't understand. You nearly destroyed the thing you value in me when this happened. I resisted you with all my power when I didn't even know it was your force which was working on me. Something nearly died in me. Passion nearly died in me. I was all but destroyed when Madeleine was created. But that thing is no longer dead, that passion, that humanity, whatever you wish to name it. If it were not alive, there wouldn't be tears in your eyes now. There wouldn't be rage in your voice, he said. For the moment I couldn't answer. I only nodded. Then I struggled to speak again. You must never force me to do something against my will. You must never exert such power, I stammered. No, he said at once, I must not. My power stops somewhere inside you at some threshold. There I am powerless. However, this creation of Madeleine is done. You are free. And you are satisfied, I said, gaining control of myself. I don't mean to be harsh. You have me. I love you, but I'm mystified. You're satisfied? How could I not be? He asked. I am satisfied, of course.
This ends Disc 11. Interview with the Vampire, Disc 12.
I stood up and went to the window. The last embers were dying. The light came from the grey sky. I heard Armand follow me to the window ledge. I could feel him beside me now, my eyes growing more and more accustomed to the luminosity of the sky, so that now I could see his profile and his eye on the falling rain. The sound of the rain was everywhere and different, flowing in the gutter along the roof, tapping the shingles, falling softly through the shimmering layers of tree branches, splattering on the sloped stone sill in front of my hands. A soft intermingling of sounds that drenched and colored all of the night. "Do you forgive me for forcing you with the woman?" he asked. "You don't need my forgiveness." "You need it," he said. "Therefore I need it." His face was, as always, utterly calm. "Will she care for Claudia? Will she endure?" I asked. "She is perfect. Mad, but for these days that is perfect. She will care for Claudia. She has never lived a moment of life alone. It is natural to her that she be devoted to her companions. She need not have particular reasons for loving Claudia. Yet in addition to her needs, she does have particular reasons. Claudia's beautiful surface, Claudia's quiet, Claudia's dominance and control, they are perfect together. But I think that as soon as possible they should leave Paris. Why? You know why. Because Santiago and the other vampires watch them with suspicion. All the vampires have seen Madeleine. They fear her because she knows about them and they don't know her. They don't let others alone who know about them. And the boy, Denis, what do you plan to do with him? He's dead, he answered. I was astonished, both at his words and his calm. You killed him? I gasped. He nodded and said nothing. But his large, dark eyes seemed entranced with me, with the emotion, the shock I didn't try to conceal. His soft, subtle smile seemed to draw me close to him. His hand closed over mine on the wet windowsill, and I felt my body turning to face him, drawing nearer to him, as though I were being moved not by myself but by him. It was best, he conceded to me gently, and then said, "We must go now." And he glanced at the street below. "Armand," I said, "I can't." "Louis, come after me," he whispered. And then on the ledge he stopped. "Even if you were to fall on the cobblestones there," he said, "you would only be hurt for a while. You would heal so rapidly and so perfectly that in days you would show no sign of it, your bones healing as your skin heals. So let this knowledge free you to do what you can so easily do already. Climb down now." "What can kill me?" I asked. Again he stopped. "The destruction of your remains," he said. "Don't you know this? Fire, dismemberment, the heat of the sun. Nothing else. You can be scarred, yes, but you are resilient. You are immortal." I was looking down through the quiet silver rain into darkness. Then a light flickered beneath the shifting tree limbs, and the pale beams of the light made the street appear. Wet cobblestones, the iron hook of the carriage-house bell, the vines clinging to the top of the wall. The huge black hulk of a carriage brushed the vines, and then the light grew weak. The street went from yellow to silver and vanished altogether, as if the dark trees had swallowed it up. Or rather, as if it had all been subtracted from the dark. I felt dizzy. I felt the building move. Armand was seated on the window-sill, looking down at me. "Louis, come with me tonight," he whispered suddenly with an urgent inflection. "No," I said gently, "it's too soon. I can't leave them yet." I watched him turn away and look at the dark sky. He appeared to sigh, but I didn't hear it. I felt his hand close on mine on the window-sill. "Very well," he said. "A little more time," I said, and he nodded and patted my hand as if to say it was all right. Then he swung his legs over and disappeared. For only a moment I hesitated, mocked by the pounding of my heart. But then I climbed over the sill and commenced to hurry after him, never daring to look down. It was very near dawn when I put my key into the lock at the hotel. The gaslight flared along the walls, and Madeleine, her needle and thread in her hands, had fallen asleep by the grate. Claudia stood still, looking at me from among the ferns at the window in shadow. She had her hairbrush in her hands. Her hair was gleaming. I stood there, absorbing some shock, as if all the sensual pleasures and confusions of these rooms were passing over me like waves, and my body were being permeated with these things, so different from the spell of Armand and the tower room where we'd been. There was something comforting here, and it was disturbing. I was looking for my chair. I was sitting in it with my hands on my temples, and then I felt Claudia near me, and I felt her lips against my forehead. "You've been with Armand," she said. "You want to go with him." I looked up at her. How soft and beautiful her face was, and suddenly so much mine. I felt no compunction in yielding to my urge to touch her cheeks, to lightly touch her eyelids. Familiarities, liberties I hadn't taken with her since the night of our quarrel. "I'll see you again. Not here, in other places. Always I'll know where you are," I said. She put her arms around my neck. She held me tight, and I closed my eyes and buried my face in her hair. I was covering her neck with my kisses. I had hold of her round, firm little arms. I was kissing them, kissing the soft indentation of the flesh in the crooks of her arms, her wrists, her open palms. I felt her fingers stroking my hair, my face. "Whatever you wish," she vowed, "whatever you wish." "Are you happy? Do you have what you want?" I begged her. "Yes, Louis." She held me against her dress, her fingers clasping the back of my neck. "I have all that I want. But do you truly know what you want?" She was lifting my face, so I had to look into her eyes. It's you I fear for, you who might be making the mistake. Why don't you leave Paris with us?" she said suddenly. "We have the world. Come with us." "No," I drew back from her. "You want it to be as it was with Lestat. It can't be that way again, ever. It won't be." "It will be something new and different with Madeleine. I don't ask for that again. It was I who put an end to that," she said. "But do you truly understand what you are choosing in Armand?" I turned away from her. There was something stubborn and mysterious in her dislike of him, in her failure to understand him. She would say again that he wished her death, which I did not believe. She didn't realize what I realized. He would not want her death because I didn't want it. But how could I explain this to her without sounding pompous and blind in my love of him? "It's meant to be. It's almost that sort of direction," I said, as if it were just coming clear to me under the pressure of her doubts. "He alone can give me the strength to be what I am. I can't continue to live divided and consumed with misery. Either I go with him or I die," I said. "And it's something else, which is irrational and unexplainable and which satisfies only me." "Which is?" she asked. "That I love him," I said. "No doubt you do," she mused. "But then you could love even me." "Claudia, Claudia," I held her close to me and felt her weight on my knee. She drew up close to my chest. "I only hope that when you have need of me you can find me," she whispered. "That I can get back to you. I've hurt you so often. I've caused you so much pain." Her words trailed off. She was resting still against me. I felt her weight, thinking, in a little while I won't have her any more. I want now simply to hold her. There has always been such pleasure in that simple thing. Her weight against me, this hand resting against my neck. It seemed a lamp died somewhere, that from the cool, damp air that much light was suddenly, soundlessly subtracted. I was sitting on the verge of a dream. Had I been mortal, I would have been content to sleep there. And in that drowsy, comfortable state I had a strange, habitual, mortal feeling that the sun would wake me gently later, and I would have that rich, habitual vision of the ferns in the sunshine, and the sunshine in the droplets of rain. I indulged that feeling. I half closed my eyes. Often afterwards, I tried to remember those moments. Tried over and over to recall just what it was in those rooms as we rested there that began to disturb me, should have disturbed me. How, being off my guard, I was somehow insensible to the subtle changes which must have been taking place there. Long after, bruised and robbed and embittered beyond my wildest dreams, I sifted through those moments, those drowsy, quiet, early-hour moments, when the clock ticked almost imperceptibly on the mantelpiece, and the sky grew paler and paler, and all I could remember, despite the desperation with which I lengthened and fixed that time in which I held out my hands to stop the clock, all I could remember was the soft changing of light. On guard, I would never have let it pass. Deluded with larger concerns, I made no note of it. A lamp gone out, a candle extinguished by the shiver of its own hot pool of wax. My eyes half shut, I had the sense then of impending darkness, of being shut up in darkness. And then I opened my eyes, not thinking of lamps or candles, and it was too late. I remember standing upright, Claudia's hand slipping on my arm, and the vision of a host of black-dressed men and women moving through the rooms, their garments seeming to garner light from every gilt edge or lacquered surface, seeming to drain all light away. I shouted out against them, shouted for Madeleine, saw her wake with a start, terrified fledgling, clinging to the arm of the couch, then down on her knees as they reached out for her. There was Santiago and Celeste coming towards us, and behind them Estelle and others whose names I didn't know, filling the mirrors and crowding together to make walls of shifting, menacing shadow. I was shouting to Claudia to run. Having pulled back the door, I was shoving her through it and then was stretched across it, kicking out at Santiago as he came. That weak defensive position I'd held against him in the Latin Quarter was nothing compared to my strength now. I was too flawed, perhaps, to ever fight with conviction for my own protection, but the instinct to protect Madeleine and Claudia was overpowering. I remember kicking Santiago backwards and then striking out at that powerful, beautiful Celeste who sought to get by me. Claudia's feet sounded on the distant marble stairway. Celeste was reeling, clawing at me, catching hold of me and scratching my face so the blood ran down over my collar. I could see it blazing in the corner of my eye. I was on Santiago now, turning with him, aware of the awful strength of the arms that held me, the hands that sought to get a hold on my throat. "Fight them, Madeleine!" I was shouting to her, but all I could hear was her sobbing. Then I saw her in the whirl, a fixed, frightened thing, surrounded by other vampires. They were laughing, that hollow vampire laughter which is like tinsel or silver bells. Santiago was clutching at his face. My teeth had drawn blood there. I struck at his chest, at his head, the pain searing through my arm, something enclosing my chest like two arms which I shook off, hearing the crash of broken glass behind me. But something else, someone else had hold of my arm with two arms and was pulling me with tenacious strength. I don't remember weakening. I don't remember any turning point when anyone's strength overcame my own. I remember simply being outnumbered, hopelessly by sheer numbers and persistence. I was stilled, surrounded, and forced out of the rooms. In a press of vampires I was being forced along the passageway, and then I was falling down the steps, free for a moment before the narrow back doors of the hotel, only to be surrounded again and held tight. I could see Celeste's face very near me, and if I could have, I would have wounded her with my teeth. I was bleeding badly, and one of my wrists was held so tightly that there was no feeling in that hand. Madeleine was next to me, sobbing still, and all of us were pressed into a carriage. Over and over I was struck, and still I did not lose consciousness. I remember clinging tenaciously to consciousness, feeling these blows on the back of my head, feeling the back of my head wet with blood that trickled down my neck as I lay on the carriage floor. I was thinking only, I can feel the carriage moving. I am alive. I am conscious. And as soon as we were dragged into the Théâtre des Vampires, I was crying out for Armand. I was let go, only to stagger on the cellar's steps, the horde of them behind me and in front of me, pushing me with menacing hands. At one point I got hold of Celeste, and she screamed, and someone struck me from behind. And then I saw Lestat. The blow that was more crippling than any blow. Lestat, standing there in the center of the ballroom, erect, his grey eyes sharp and focused, his mouth lengthening in a cunning smile. Impeccably dressed he was, as always, and as splendid in his rich black cloak and fine linen. But those scars still scored every inch of his white flesh. And how they distorted the taut, handsome face, the fine, hard threads cutting the delicate skin above his lip, the lids of his eyes, the smooth rise of his forehead. And the eyes, they burned with a silent rage that seemed infused with vanity, an awful, relentless vanity that said, "See what I am." "This is the one?" said Santiago, thrusting me forward, but Lestat turned sharply to him and said in a harsh, low voice, "I told you I wanted Claudia, the child. She was the one." And now I saw his head moving involuntarily with his outburst, and his hand reaching out as if for the arm of a chair, only to close as he drew himself up again, eyes to me. "Lestat," I began, seeing now the few straws left to me. "You are alive. You have your life. Tell them how you treated us." "No!" He shook his head furiously. "You come back to me, Louis," he said. For a moment I could not believe my ears. Some saner, more desperate part of me said, "Reason with him," even as the sinister laughter erupted from my lips. "Are you mad?" "I'll give you back your life," he said, his eyelids quivering with the stress of his words, his chest heaving, that hand going out again and closing impotently in the dark. "You promised me," he said to Santiago, "I could take them back with me to New Orleans." And then as he looked from one to the other of them as they surrounded us, his breath became frantic, and he burst out, "Claudia, where is she? She's the one who did it to me, I told you." "By and by," said Santiago. And when he reached out for Lestat, Lestat drew back and almost lost his balance. He had found the chair arm he needed, and stood holding fast to it, his eyes closed, regaining his control. "But he helped her, aided her," said Santiago, drawing nearer to him. Lestat looked up. "No," he said. "Louis, you must come back to me. There's something I must tell you about that night in the swamp." But then he stopped and looked about again, as though he were caged, wounded, desperate. "Listen to me, Lestat," I began now. "You let her go. You free her, and I will. I'll return to you," I said, the words sounding hollow, metallic. I tried to take a step towards him, to make my eyes hard and unreadable, to feel my power emanating from them like two beams of light. He was looking at me, studying me, struggling all the while against his own fragility. And Celeste had her hand on my wrist. "You must tell them," I went on, "how you treated us, that we didn't know the laws, that she didn't know of other vampires," I said. And I was thinking steadily as that mechanical voice came out of me, "Armand must return tonight. Armand must come back. He will stop this. He won't let it go on." There was a sound then of something dragging across the floor. I could hear Madeleine's exhausted crying. I looked around and saw her in a chair, and when she saw my eyes on her, her terror seemed to increase. She tried to rise, but they stopped her. "Lestat," I said, "what do you want of me? I'll give it to you." And then I saw the thing that was making the noise. And Lestat had seen it too. It was a coffin with large iron locks on it that was being dragged into the room. I understood at once. "Where is Armand?" I said desperately. "She did it to me, Louis. She did it to me. You didn't. She has to die," said Lestat, his voice becoming thin, rasping, as if it were an effort for him to speak. "Get that thing away from here. He's coming home with me," he said furiously to Santiago, and Santiago only laughed, and Celeste laughed, and the laughter seemed to infect them all. "You promised me," said Lestat to them. "I promised you nothing," said Santiago. "They've made a fool of you," I said to him bitterly as they were opening the coffin. "A fool of you! You must reach Armand. Armand is the leader here," I burst out. But he didn't seem to understand. What happened then was desperate and clouded and miserable. my kicking at them, struggling to free my arms, raging against them that Armand would stop what they were doing, that they dare not hurt Claudia. Yet they forced me down into the coffin, my frantic efforts serving no purpose against them except to take my mind off the sound of Madeleine's cries, her awful, wailing cries, and the fear that at any moment Claudia's cries might be added to them. I remember rising against the crushing lid, holding it at bay for an instant before it was forced shut on me, and the locks were being shut with the grinding of metal and keys. Words of long ago came back to me, a strident and smiling Lestat in that far-away, trouble-free place where the three of us had quarrelled together. A starving child is a frightful sight. A starving vampire even worse. They'd hear her screams in Paris. And my wet and trembling body went limp in the suffocating coffin, and I said, Armand will not let it happen. There isn't a place secure enough for them to place us. The coffin was lifted. There was the scraping of boots, the swinging from side to side. My arms braced against the sides of the box, my eyes shut perhaps for a moment. I was uncertain. I told myself not to reach out for the sides, not to feel the thin margin of air between my face and the lid, and I felt the coffin swing and tilt as their steps found the stairs. Vainly I tried to make out Madeleine's cries, for it seemed that she was crying for Claudia, calling out to her as if she could help us all. Call for Armand. He must come home this night, I thought desperately, and only the thought of the awful humiliation of hearing my own cry closed in with me, flooding my ears, yet locked in with me, prevented me from calling out. But another thought had come over me, even as I'd phrased those words. What if he did not come? What if somewhere in that mansion he had a coffin hidden to which he returned? And then it seemed my body broke suddenly, without warning, from the control of my mind, and I flailed at the wood around me, struggling to turn over and pit the strength of my back against the coffin lid. Yet I could not. It was too close, and my head fell back on the boards, and the sweat poured down my back and sides. Madeleine's cries were gone. All I heard were the boots and my own breathing. Then tomorrow night he will come. Yes, tomorrow night, and they will tell him, and he will find us and release us. The coffin swayed. The smell of water filled my nostrils, its coolness palpable through the close heat of the coffin. And then with the smell of the water was the smell of the deep earth. The coffin was set down roughly, and my limbs ached, and I rubbed the backs of my arms with my hands, struggling not to touch the coffin lid, not to sense how close it was, afraid of my own fear rising to panic, to terror. I thought they would leave me now, but they did not. They were near at hand and busy, and another odor came to my nostrils, which was raw and not known to me. But then, as I lay very still, I realized they were laying bricks, and that the odor came from the mortar. Slowly, carefully, I brought my hand up to wipe my face. All right, then, tomorrow night, I reasoned with myself, even as my shoulders seemed to grow large against the coffin walls. All right, then, tomorrow night he will come. And until then, this is merely the confines of my own coffin, the price I've paid for all of this, night after night after night. But the tears were welling in my eyes, and I could see myself flailing again at the wood, and my head was turning from side to side, my mind rushing on to tomorrow, and the night after, and the night after that. And then, as if to distract myself from this madness, I thought of Claudia, only to feel her arms around me in the dim light of those rooms in the Hotel San Gabriel, only to see the curve of her cheek in the light, the soft, languid flutter of her eyelashes, the silky touch of her lip. My body stiffened, my feet kicked at the boards, the sound of the bricks was gone, and the muffled steps were gone, and I cried out for her, "Claudia!" until my neck was twisted with pain as I tossed, and my nails had dug into my palms. And slowly, like an icy stream, the paralysis of sleep came over me. I tried to call out to Armand, foolishly, desperately, only dimly aware as my lids grew heavy and my hands lay limp that the sleep was on him too somewhere, that he lay still in his resting place. One last time I struggled. My eyes saw the dark, my hands felt the wood, but I was weak. And then there was nothing. I awoke to a voice. It was distant but distinct. It said my name twice. For an instant I didn't know where I was. I'd been dreaming. Something desperate, which was threatening to vanish completely without the slightest clue to what it had been, and something terrible, which I was eager, willing to let go. Then I opened my eyes and felt the top of the coffin. I knew where I was at the same instant that, mercifully, I knew it was Armand who was calling me. I answered him, but my voice was locked in with me, and it was deafening. In a moment of terror I thought, he's searching for me, and I can't tell him that I am here. But then I heard him speaking to me, telling me not to be afraid. And I heard a loud noise, and another, and there was a cracking sound, and then the thunderous falling of the bricks. It seemed several of them struck the coffin, and then I heard them lifted off one by one. It sounded as though he were pulling off the locks by the nails. The hard wood of the top creaked. A pinpoint of light sparkled before my eyes. I drew breath from it, and felt the sweat break out on my face. The lid creaked open, and for an instant I was blinded. Then I was sitting up, seeing the bright light of a lamp through my fingers. "Hurry," he said to me. "Don't make a sound." "But where are we going?" I asked. I could see a passage of rough bricks stretching out from the doorway he'd broken down, and all along that passage were doors which were sealed, as this door had been. I had a vision at once of coffins behind those bricks, of vampires starved and decayed there, but Armand was pulling me up, telling me again to make no sound. We were creeping along the passage. He stopped at a wooden door, and then he extinguished the lamp. It was completely black for an instant, until the seam of light beneath the door brightened. He opened the door so gently the hinges did not make a sound. I could hear my own breathing now, and I tried to stop it. We were entering that lower passageway which led to his cell, but as I raced along behind him I became aware of one awful truth. He was rescuing me, but me alone. I put out my hand to stop him, but he only pulled me after him. Only when we stood in the alleyway beside the Théâtre des Vampires was I able to make him stop, and even then he was on the verge of going on. He began shaking his head even before I spoke. "I can't save her," he said. "You don't honestly expect me to leave without her? They have her in there." I was horrified. "Armand, you must save her. You have no choice." "Why do you say this?" he answered. "I don't have the power. You must understand. They'll rise against me. There is no reason why they should not. Louis, I tell you, I cannot save her. I will only risk losing you. You can't go back." I refused to admit this could be true. I had no hope other than Armand. But I can truthfully say that I was beyond being afraid. I knew only that I had to get Claudia back or die in the effort. It was really very simple, not a matter of courage at all. And I knew also, could tell in everything about Armand's passivity, the manner in which he spoke, that he would follow me if I returned, that he would not try to prevent me. I was right. I was rushing back into the passage, and he was just behind me, heading for the stairway to the ballroom. I could hear the other vampires. I could hear all manner of sounds. The Paris traffic. What sounded very much like a congregation in the vault of the theatre above. And then, as I reached the top of the steps, I saw Celeste in the door of the ballroom. She held one of those stage masks in her hand. She was merely looking at me. She did not appear alarmed. In fact, she appeared strangely indifferent. If she had rushed at me, if she had sounded a general alarm, these things I could have understood, but she did nothing. She stepped backwards into the ballroom. She turned, seeming to enjoy the subtle movement of her skirts, seeming to turn for the love of making her skirts flare out, and she drifted in a widening circle to the center of the room. She put the mask to her face and said softly behind the painted skull, "Lestat, it is your friend Louis come calling. Look sharp, Lestat." She dropped the mask, and there was a ripple of laughter from somewhere. I saw they were all about the room, shadowy things, seated here and there, standing together. And Lestat, in an armchair, sat with his shoulders hunched and his face turned away from me. It seemed he was working something with his hands, something I couldn't see, and slowly he looked up, his full yellow hair falling into his eyes. There was fear in them. It was undeniable. Now he was looking at Armand, and Armand was moving silently through the room with slow, steady steps, and all of the vampires moved back away from him, watching him. "Bonsoir, monsieur." Celeste bowed to him as he passed her, that mask in her hand like a scepter. He did not look at her in particular. He looked down at Lestat. "Are you satisfied?" he asked him. Lestat's grey eyes seemed to regard Armand with wonder, and his lips struggled to form a word. I could see that his eyes were filling with tears. "Yes," he whispered now, his hands struggling with the thing he concealed beneath his black cloak. But then he looked at me, and the tears spilled down his face. "Louis," he said, his voice deep and rich now, with what seemed an unbearable struggle, "please, you must listen to me. You must come back." And then, bowing his head, he grimaced with shame. Santiago was laughing somewhere. Armand was saying softly to Lestat that he must get out, leave Paris. He was outcast. And Lestat sat there with his eyes closed, his face transfigured with his pain. It seemed the double of Lestat, some wounded, feeling creature I'd never known. "Please," he said, the voice eloquent and gentle as he implored me. "I can't talk to you here. I can't make you understand. You'll come with me for only a little while, until I am myself again." "This is madness," I said, my hands rising suddenly to my temples. "Where is she? Where is she?" I looked about me at their still, passive faces, those inscrutable smiles. "Lestat!" I turned him now, grabbing at the black wool of his lapels. And then I saw the thing in his hands. I knew what it was. And in an instant I'd ripped it from him and was staring at it, at the fragile, silken thing that it was. Claudia's yellow dress. His hand rose to his lips, his face turned away, and the soft, subdued sobs broke from him as he sat back while I stared at him, while I stared at the dress. My fingers moved slowly over the tears in it, the stains of blood, my hands closing, trembling as I crushed it against my chest. For a long moment it seemed I simply stood there. Time had no bearing upon me, nor upon those shifting vampires with their light, ethereal laughter filling my ears. I remember thinking that I wanted to put my hands over my ears, but I wouldn't let go of the dress, couldn't stop trying to make it so small that it was hidden within my hands. I remember a row of candles burning, an uneven row coming to light one by one against the painted walls. A door stood open to the rain, and all the candles spluttered and blew on the wind as if the flames were being lifted from the wicks. But they clung to the wicks and were all right. I knew that Claudia was through the doorway. The candles moved. The vampires had hold of them. Santiago had a candle and was bowing to me and gesturing for me to pass through the door. I was barely aware of him. I didn't care about him or the others at all. Something in me said if you care about them, you will go mad, and they don't matter, really. She matters. Where is she? Find her. And their laughter was remote, and it seemed to have a color and a shape, but to be part of nothing. Then I saw something through the open doorway, which was something I'd seen before, a long, long time ago. No one knew of this thing I'd seen before except myself. No, Lestat knew. But it didn't matter. He wouldn't know now or understand. That he and I had seen this thing, standing at the door of that brick kitchen in the Rue Royale, two wet, shriveled things that had been alive, mother and daughter in one another's arms, the murdered pair on the kitchen floor. But these two lying under the gentle rain were Madeleine and Claudia, and Madeleine's lovely red hair mingled with the gold of Claudia's hair, which stirred and glistened in the wind that sucked through the open doorway. Only that which was living had been burnt away. Not the hair, not the long, empty velvet dress, not the small, blood-stained chemise with its eyelets of white lace. And the blackened, burnt, and drawn thing that was Madeleine still bore the stamp of her living face, and the hand that clutched at the child was whole, like a mummy's hand. But the child, the ancient one, my Claudia, was ashes. A cry rose in me. A wild, consuming cry that came from the bowels of my being, rising up like the wind in that narrow place. The wind that swirled the rain teeming on those ashes, beating at the trace of a tiny hand against the bricks, that golden hair lifting, those loose strands rising, flying upwards. And a blow struck me even as I cried out, and I had hold of something that I believed to be Santiago, and I was pounding against him, destroying him, twisting that grinning white face around with hands from which he couldn't free himself, hands against which he railed, crying out, his cries mingling with my cries, his boots coming down into those ashes as I threw him backwards away from them, my own eyes blinded with the rain, with my tears, until he lay back away from me, and I was reaching out for him even as he held out his hand. And the one I was struggling against was Armand. Armand, who was forcing me out of the tiny graveyard into the whirling colors of the ballroom, the cries, the mingling voices, that searing silver laughter. And Lestat was calling out, "Louis, wait for me! Louis, I must talk to you!" I could see Armand's rich brown eye close to mine, and I felt weak all over and vaguely aware that Madeleine and Claudia were dead, his voice saying softly, perhaps soundlessly, "I could not prevent it. I could not prevent it." And they were dead. Simply dead. And I was losing consciousness. Santiago was near them somewhere, near where they were still, that hair lifted on the wind, swept across those bricks, unraveling locks. But I was losing consciousness. I could not gather their bodies up with me, could not take them out. Armand had his arm around my back. his hand under my arm, and he was all but carrying me through some hollow, wooden, echoing place. And the smells of the street were rising, the fresh smell of the horses and the leather, and there were the gleaming carriages stopped there. And I could see myself clearly running down the Boulevard des Capucines with a small coffin under my arm, and the people making way for me, and dozens of people rising around the crowded tables of the open café, and a man lifting his arm. It seemed I stumbled then, the Louis whom Armand held in his arm. And again I saw his brown eyes looking at me, and felt that drowsiness, that sinking. And yet I walked, I moved. I saw the gleam of my own boots on the pavement. "Is he mad that he says these things to me?" I was asking of Lestat, my voice shrill and angry, even the sound of it giving me some comfort. I was laughing loudly. "He's stark raving mad to speak to me in this manner. Did you hear him?" I demanded. And Armand's eyes said, "Sleep." I wanted to say something about Madeleine and Claudia, that we could not leave them there. And I felt that cry again rising inside of me, that cry that pushed everything else out of its way. My teeth clenched to keep it in, because it was so loud and so full it would destroy me if I let it go. And then I conceived of everything too clearly. We were walking now, a belligerent, blind sort of walking that men do when they are wildly drunk and filled with hatred for others, while at the same time they feel invincible. I was walking in such a manner through New Orleans the night I'd first encountered Lestat, that drunken walking which is a battering against things, which is miraculously sure-footed and finds its path. I saw a drunken man's hands fumbling miraculously with a match, flame touched to the pipe, the smoke drawn in. I was standing at a cafe window. The man was drawing on his pipe. He was not at all drunk. Armand stood beside me, waiting, and we were in the crowded Boulevard des Capucines. Or was it the Boulevard du Temple? I wasn't sure. I was outraged that their bodies remained there in that vile place. I saw Santiago's foot touching the blackened, burned thing that had been my child. I was crying out through clenched teeth, and the man had risen from his table, and steam spread out on the glass in front of his face. "Get away from me," I was saying to Armand. "Damn you into hell, don't come near me. I warn you, don't come near me." I was walking away from him up the boulevard, and I could see a man and a woman stepping aside for me, the man with his arm out to protect the woman. Then I was running. People saw me running. I wondered how it appeared to them, what wild, white thing they saw that moved too fast for their eyes. I remember that by the time I stopped I was weak and sick, and my veins were burning as if I were starved. I thought of killing, and the thought filled me with revulsion. I was sitting on the stone steps beside a church at one of those small side doors, carved into the stone, which was bolted and locked for the night. The rain had abated, or so it seemed, and the street was dreary and quiet, though a man passed a long way off with a bright black umbrella. Armand stood at a distance under the trees. Behind him, it seemed, there was a great expanse of trees and wet grasses and mist rising, as if the ground were warm. By thinking of only one thing, the sickness in my stomach and head and the tightening in my throat, was I able to return to a state of calm. By the time these things had died away and I was feeling clear again, I was aware of all that had happened. The great distance we'd come from the theatre, and that the remains of Madeleine and Claudia were still there, victims of a holocaust in each other's arms. And I felt resolute, and very near to my own destruction. "I could not prevent it," Armand said softly to me. And I looked up to see his face unutterably sad. He looked away from me as if he felt it was futile to try to convince me of this, and I could feel his overwhelming sadness, his near defeat. I had the feeling that if I were to vent all my anger on him, he would do little to resist me. And I could feel that detachment, that passivity in him as something pervasive, which was at the root of what he insisted to me again. I could not have prevented it. "Oh, but you could have prevented it," I said softly. "You know full well that you could have. You were the leader. You were the only one who knew the limits of your own power. They didn't know. They didn't understand. Your understanding surpassed theirs." He looked away still. But I could see the effect of my words on him. I could see the weariness in his face, the dull, lusterless sadness of his eyes. "You held sway over them. They feared you," I went on. "You could have stopped them if you'd been willing to use that power even beyond your own self-prescribed limits. It was your sense of yourself you would not violate, your own precious conception of truth. I understand you perfectly. I see in you the reflection of myself." His eyes moved gently to engage mine, but he said nothing. The pain of his face was terrible. It was softened and desperate with pain, and on the verge of some terrible, explicit emotion he would not be able to control. He was in fear of that emotion. I was not. He was feeling my pain with that great spellbinding power of his which surpassed mine. I was not feeling his pain. It did not matter to me. "I understand you only too well," I said. "That passivity in me has been the core of it all, the real evil. That weakness, that refusal to compromise a fractured and stupid morality, that awful pride. For that, I let myself become the thing I am, when I knew it was wrong. For that I let Claudia become the vampire she became when I knew it was wrong. For that I stood by and let her kill Lestat when I knew that was wrong, the very thing that was her undoing. I lifted not a finger to prevent it. And Madeleine, I let her come to that when I should never have made her a creature like ourselves. I knew that was wrong. Well, I tell you, I am no longer that passive, weak creature that has spun evil from evil till the web is vast and thick, while I remain its stultified victim. It's over. I know now what I must do, and I warn you, for whatever mercy you've shown me in digging me out of that grave tonight where I would have died, do not seek your cell in the Théâtre des Vampires again. Do not go near it. I didn't wait to hear his answer. Perhaps he never attempted one, I don't know. I left him without looking back. If he followed me, I was not conscious of it. I did not seek to know. I did not care. It was to the cemetery in Montmartre that I retreated. Why that place, I'm not certain, except that it wasn't far from the Boulevard des Capucines, and Montmartre was countrified then, and dark and peaceful compared to the metropolis. Wandering among the low houses with their kitchen gardens, I killed without the slightest measure of satisfaction, and then sought out the coffin where I was to lie by day in the cemetery. I scraped the remains out of it with my bare hands and lay down to a bed of foulness, of damp, of the stench of death. I cannot say this gave me comfort. Rather, it gave me what I wanted, closeted in that dark, smelling the earth, away from all humans and all living human forms. I gave myself over to everything that invaded and stifled my senses, and in so doing gave myself over to my grief. But that was short. When the cold, grey winter sun had set the next night, I was awake, feeling the tingling numbness leave me soon, as it does in winter, feeling the dark, living things that inhabited the coffin scurrying around me, fleeing my resurrection. I emerged slowly under the faint moon, savouring the coldness, the utter smoothness of the marble slab I shifted to escape. And wandering out of the graves and out of the cemetery, I went over a plan in my mind, a plan on which I was willing to gamble my life with the powerful freedom of a being who truly does not care for that life, who has the extraordinary strength of being willing to die. In a kitchen garden I saw something that had only been vague in my thoughts until I had my hands on it. It was a small scythe, its sharp, curved blade still caked with green weeds from the last mowing. And once I'd wiped it clean and run my finger along the sharp blade, it was as if my plan came clear to me, and I could move fast to my other errands. The getting of a carriage and a driver who could do my bidding for days, dazzled by the cash I gave him and the promises of more. The removing of my chest from the Hôtel Saint-Gabriel to the inside of that carriage, and the procuring of all the other things which I needed. And then there were the long hours of the night, when I could pretend to drink with my driver and talk with him and obtain his expensive cooperation in driving me at dawn from Paris to Fontainebleau. I slept within the carriage, where my delicate health required I not be disturbed under any circumstances, this privacy being so important that I was more than willing to add a generous sum to the amount I was already paying him, simply for his not touching even the door-handle of the carriage until I emerged from it. And when I was convinced he was in agreement, and quite drunk enough to be oblivious to almost everything but the gathering up of the reins for the journey for Fontainebleau, we drove slowly, cautiously, into the street of the Théâtre des Vampires, and waited some distance away for the sky to begin to grow light. The theatre was shut up and locked against the coming day. I crept towards it when the air and the light told me I had at most 15 minutes to execute my plan. I knew that closeted far within, the vampires of the theatre were in their coffins already, and that if even one late vampire lingered on the verge of going to bed, he would not hear these first preparations. Quickly I put pieces of wood against the bolted doors. Quickly I drove in the nails, which then locked these doors from the outside. A passer-by took some note of what I did, but went on, believing me perhaps to be boarding up the establishment with the authority of the owner. I didn't know. I did know, however, that before I was finished I might encounter those ticket-sellers, those ushers, those men who swept up after, and might well remain inside to guard the vampires in their daily sleep. It was of those men I was thinking, as I led the carriage up to Armand's alley and left it there, taking with me 2 small barrels of kerosene to Armand's door. The key admitted me easily, as I'd hoped, and once inside the lower passage I opened the door of his cell to find he was not there. The coffin was gone. In fact, everything was gone but the furnishings, including the dead boy's enclosed bed. Hastily I opened one barrel, and rolling the other before me towards the stairs, I hurried along, splashing the exposed beams with kerosene, and flinging it on the wooden doors of the other cells. The smell of it was strong, stronger and more powerful than any sound I might have made to alert anyone. And though I stood stark still at the stairs with the barrels and the scythe, listening, I heard nothing. Nothing of those guards I presumed to be there, nothing of the vampires themselves. And clutching the handle of the scythe, I ventured slowly upwards, until I stood in the door of the ballroom. No one was there to see me splash the kerosene on the horsehair chairs or on the draperies, or to see me hesitate just for an instant at that doorway of the small yard where Madeleine and Claudia had been killed. Oh, how I wanted to open that door. It so tempted me that for a minute I almost forgot my plan. I almost dropped the barrels and turned the knob. But I could see the light through the cracks of the old wood of the door, and I knew I had to go on. Madeleine and Claudia were not there. They were dead. And what would I have done had I opened that doorway, had I been confronted again with those remains, that matted, dishevelled, golden hair? There was no time, no purpose. I was running through dark corridors I hadn't explored before, bathing old wooden doors with the kerosene, certain that the vampires lay closeted within, rushing on cat feet into the theatre itself, where a cold grey light seeping from the bolted front entrance sped me on to fling a dark stain across the great velvet stage curtain, the padded chairs, the draperies of the lobby doors. And finally the barrel was empty and thrown away, and I was pulling out the crude torch I'd made, putting my match to its kerosene-drenched rags, and setting the chairs alight, the flames licking their thick silk and padding as I ran towards the stage and sent the fire rushing up that dark curtain into a cold, sucking draught. In seconds the theatre blazed as with the light of day, and the whole frame of it seemed to creak and groan as the fire roared up the walls, licking the great proscenium arch, the plaster curlicues of the overhanging boxes. But I had no time to admire it, to savour the smell and the sound of it, the sight of the nooks and crannies coming to light in the fierce illumination that would soon consume them. I was fleeing to the lower floor again, thrusting the torch into the horsehair couch of the ballroom, into the curtains, into anything that would burn. Someone thundered on the boards above, in rooms I'd never seen. And then I heard the unmistakable opening of a door. But it was too late, I told myself, gripping both the scythe and the torch. The building was alight. They would be destroyed. I ran for the stairs, a distant cry rising over the crackling and roaring of the flames, my torch scraping the kerosene-soaked rafters above me, the flames enveloping the old wood, curling against the damp ceiling. It was Santiago's cry. I was sure of it. And then, as I hit the lower floor, I saw him above, behind me, coming down the stairs, the smoke filling the stairwell around him, his eyes watering, his throat thickened with his choking, his hand out towards me as he stammered, "You! You, damn you!" And I froze, narrowing my eyes against the smoke, feeling the water rising in them, burning in them, but never letting go of his image for an instant, the vampire using all his power now to fly at me with such speed that he would become invisible. And as the dark thing that was his clothes rushed down, I swung the scythe, and saw it strike his neck, and felt the weight of his neck, and saw him fall sideways, both hands reaching for the appalling wound. The air was full of cries, of screams, and a white face loomed above Santiago, a mask of terror. Some other vampire ran through the passage ahead of me towards that secret alleyway door, but I stood there, poised, staring at Santiago, seeing him rise despite the wound. And I swung the scythe again, catching him easily. And there was no wound, just two hands groping for a head that was no longer there. And the head, blood coursing from the torn neck, the eyes staring wild under the flaming rafters, the dark silky hair matted and wet with blood, fell at my feet. I struck it hard with my boot. I sent it flying along the passage. And I ran after it, the torch and the scythe thrown aside as my arms went up to protect me from the blaze of white light that flooded the stairs to the alley. The rain descended in shimmering needles into my eyes, eyes that squinted to see the dark outline of the carriage flicker against the sky. The slumped driver straightened at my hoarse command, his clumsy hand going instinctively for the whip, and the carriage lurched as I pulled open the door, the horses driving forward fast as I grappled with the lid of the chest, my body thrown roughly to one side, my burnt hands slipping down into the cold, protecting silk, the lid coming down into concealing darkness. The pace of the horses increased, driving away from the corner of the burning building. Yet I could still smell the smoke. It choked me. It burnt my eyes and my lungs, even as my hands were burnt, and my forehead was burnt from the first diffused light of the sun. But we were driving on, away from the smoke and the cries. We were leaving Paris. I had done it. The Théâtre des Vampires was burning to the ground. And as I felt my head fall back, I saw Claudia and Madeleine again in one another's arms in that grim yard, and I said to them softly, bending down to the soft heads of hair that glistened in the candlelight, "I couldn't take you away. I couldn't take you. But they will lie ruined and dead all around you. If the fire doesn't consume them, it will be the sun. If they are not burnt out, then it will be the people who will come to fight the fire who will find them and expose them to the light of day. But I promise you, they will all die as you have died. Every one who was closeted there this dawn will die. And they are the only deaths I have caused in my long life, which are both exquisite and good." 2 nights later I returned. I had to see that rain-flooded cellar, where every brick was scorched, crumbling, where a few skeletal rafters jabbed at the sky like stakes. Those monstrous murals that once enclosed the ballroom were blasted fragments in the rubble, a painted face here, a patch of angel's wing there, the only identifiable things that remained. With the evening newspapers I pushed my way to the back of a crowded little theatre café across the street, and there, under the cover of the dim gas lamps and thick cigar smoke, I read the accounts of the Holocaust. Few bodies were found in the burnt-out theatre, but clothing and costumes had been scattered everywhere, as though the famous vampire mummers had in fact vacated the theatre in haste long before the fire. In other words, only the younger vampires had left their bones. The ancient ones had suffered total obliteration. No mention of an eyewitness or a surviving victim. How could there have been? Yet something bothered me considerably. I did not fear any vampires who had escaped. I had no desire to hunt them out if they had. That most of the crew had died, I was certain. But why had there been no human guards? I was certain Santiago had mentioned guards, and I'd supposed them to be the ushers and doormen who staffed the theatre before the performance. And I had even been prepared to encounter them with my scythe. But they had not been there. It was strange, and my mind was not entirely comfortable with the strangeness. But finally, when I put the papers aside and sat thinking these things over, the strangeness of it didn't matter. What mattered was that I was more utterly alone in the world than I had ever been in all my life. That Claudia was gone beyond reprieve, and I had less reason to live than I'd ever had, and less desire. And yet my sorrow did not overwhelm me, did not actually visit me, did not make of me the racked and desperate creature I might have expected to become. Perhaps it was not possible to sustain the torment I'd experienced when I saw Claudia's burnt remains. Perhaps it was not possible to know that and exist over any period of time. I wondered vaguely As the hours passed, as the smoke of the cafe grew thicker, and the faded curtain of the little lamplit stage rose and fell, and robust women sang there, the light glittering on their paste jewels, their rich, soft voices often plaintive, exquisitely sad, I wondered vaguely what it would be to feel this loss, this outrage, and be justified in it, be deserving of sympathy, of solace. I would not have told my woe to a living creature. My own tears meant nothing to me. Where to go, then, if not to die? It was strange how the answer came to me. Strange how I wandered out of the cafe, then circling the ruined theatre, wandering finally towards the broad Avenue Napoleon, and following it toward the Palace of the Louvre. It was as if that place called to me, and yet I had never been inside its walls. I had passed its long facade 1,000 times, wishing that I could live as a mortal man for one day, to move through those many rooms and see those many magnificent paintings. I was bent on it now, possessed only of some vague notion that in works of art I could find some solace, while bringing nothing of death to what was inanimate, and yet magnificently possessed of the spirit of life itself.
This ends Disc 12. Interview with the Vampire, Disc 13.
Somewhere along the Avenue Napoleon, I heard the step behind me which I knew to be Armand's. He was signaling, letting me know that he was near. Yet I did nothing other than slow my pace and let him fall into step with me, and for a long time we walked, saying nothing. I dared not look at him. Of course I'd been thinking of him all the while, and how if we were men and Claudia had been my love, I might have fallen helpless in his arms finally, the need to share some common grief so strong, so consuming. The dam threatened to break now, and yet it did not break. I was numbed, and I walked as one numbed. "You know what I've done," I said finally. We had turned off the avenue, and I could see ahead of me the long row of double columns on the facade of the Royal Museum. "You removed your coffin, as I warned you." "Yes," he answered. There was a sudden, unmistakable comfort in the sound of his voice. It weakened me. But I was simply too remote from pain, too tired. "And yet you are here with me now. Do you mean to avenge them?" "No," he said. "They were your fellows. You were their leader," I said. "Yet you didn't warn them I was out for them, as I warned you." "No," he said. "But surely you despise me for it. Surely you respect some rule, some allegiance to your own kind." "No," he said softly. It was amazing to me how logical his response was, even though I couldn't explain it or understand it. And something came clear to me out of the remote regions of my own relentless considerations. There were guards. There were those ushers who slept in the theatre. Why weren't they there when I entered? Why weren't they there to protect the sleeping vampires? "Because they were in my employ, and I discharged them. I sent them away," Armand said. I stopped. He showed no concern at my facing him, and as soon as our eyes met I wished the world were not one black empty ruin of ashes and death. I wished it were fresh and beautiful, and that we were both living and had love to give each other. "You did this, knowing what I planned to do?" "Yes," he said. "But you were their leader. They trusted you. They believed in you. They lived with you," I said. "I don't understand you. Why—" think of any answer you like," he said calmly and sensitively, as if he didn't wish to bruise me with any accusation or disdain, but wanted me merely to consider this literally. "I can think of many. Think of the one you need, and believe it. It's as likely as any other. I shall give you the real reason for what I did, which is the least true. I was leaving Paris. The theatre belonged to me, so I discharged them. But with what you knew I told you, it was the actual reason, and it was the least true," he said patiently. "Would you destroy me as easily as you let them be destroyed?" I demanded. "Why should I?" he asked. "My God," I whispered. "You're much changed," he said, "but in a way you are much the same." I walked on for a while, and then, before the entrance to the Louvre, I stopped. At first it seemed to me that its many windows were dark and silver with the moonlight and the thin rain. But then I thought I saw a faint light moving within, as though a guard walked among the treasures. I envied him completely, and I fixed my thoughts on him obdurately, that guard, calculating how a vampire might get to him, how take his life and his lantern and his keys. The plan was confusion. I was incapable of plans. I had made only one real plan in my life, and it was finished. And then finally I surrendered. I turned to Armand again and let my eyes penetrate his eyes, and let him draw close to me as if he meant to make me his victim. And I bowed my head and felt his firm arm around my shoulder. And remembering suddenly and keenly Claudia's words, what were very nearly her last words, that admission that she knew I could love Armand because I had been able to love even her, those words struck me as rich and ironical, more filled with meaning than she could have guessed. "Yes," I said softly to him, "that is the crowning evil, that we can even go so far as to love each other, you and I. And who else would show us a particle of love, a particle of compassion or mercy? Who else, knowing us as we know each other, could do anything but destroy us? Yet we can love each other." And for a long moment he stood there, looking at me, drawing nearer, his head gradually inclining to one side, his lips parted as if he meant to speak. But then he only smiled and shook his head gently to confess he didn't understand. But I wasn't thinking of him any more. I had one of those rare moments when it seemed I thought of nothing. My mind had no shape. I saw that the rain had stopped. I saw that the air was clear and cold, that the street was luminous. And I wanted to enter the Louvre. I formed words to tell Armand this, to ask him if he might help me do what was necessary to have the Louvre till dawn. He thought it a very simple request. He said only he wondered why I had waited so long. We left Paris very soon after that. I told Armand that I wanted to return to the Mediterranean, not to Greece, as I had so long dreamed. I wanted to go to Egypt. I wanted to see the desert there, and more importantly, I wanted to see the pyramids and the graves of the kings. I wanted to make contact with those grave thieves who know more of the graves than do scholars, and I wanted to go down into the graves yet unopened, and see the kings as they were buried, see those furnishings and works of art stored with them, and the paintings on their walls. Armand was more than willing, and we took leave of Paris early one evening by carriage, without the slightest hint of ceremony. I had done one thing, which I should note. I had gone back to my rooms in the Hotel San Gabriel. It was my purpose to take up some things of Claudia and Madeleine and put them into coffins, and have graves prepared for them in the cemetery of Montmartre. I did not do this. I stayed a short while in their rooms, where all was neat and put right by the staff, so that it seemed Madeleine and Claudia might return at any time. Madeleine's embroidery ring lay with her bundles of thread on a chair-side table. I looked at that, and at everything else, and my task seemed meaningless. So I left. But something had occurred to me there, or rather something I had already been aware of merely became clearer. I had gone to the Louvre that night to lay down my soul, to find some transcendent pleasure that would obliterate pain and make me utterly forget even myself. I'd been upheld in this. As I stood on the sidewalk before the doors of the hotel waiting for the carriage that would take me to meet Armand, I saw the people who walked there, the restless boulevard crowd of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen, the hawkers of papers, the carriers of luggage, the drivers of carriages, all these in a new light. Before, all art had held for me the promise of a deeper understanding of the human heart. Now the human heart meant nothing. I did not denigrate it, I simply forgot it. The magnificent paintings of the Louvre were not for me intimately connected with the hands that had painted them. They were cut loose and dead, like children turned to stone. Like Claudia severed from her mother, preserved for decades in pearl and hammered gold, like Madeleine's dolls. And of course, like Claudia and Madeleine and myself, they could all be reduced to ashes. Part 4. And that is the end of the story, really. Of course, I know you wonder what happened to us afterwards. What became of Armand? Where did I go? What did I do? But I tell you, nothing really happened. Nothing that wasn't merely inevitable. And my journey through the Louvre that last night I've described to you, that was merely prophetic. I never changed after that. I sought for nothing in the one great source of change, which is humanity. And even in my love and absorption with the beauty of the world, I sought to learn nothing that could be given back to humanity. I drank of the beauty of the world as a vampire drinks. I was satisfied. I was filled to the brim. But I was dead. And I was changeless. The story ended in Paris, as I've said. For a long time I thought that Claudia's death had been the cause of the end of things. That if I had seen Madeleine and Claudia leave Paris safely, things might have been different with me and Armand. I might have loved again and desired again, and sought some semblance of mortal life which would have been rich and varied, though unnatural. But now I have come to see that was false. Even if Claudia had not died, even if I had not despised Armand for letting her die, it would have all turned out the same. Coming slowly to know his evil, or being catapulted into it, was all the same. I wanted none of it, finally. And deserving nothing better, I closed up like a spider in the flame of a match, and even Armand, who was my constant companion, and my only companion, existed at a great distance from me, beyond that veil which separated me from all living things, a veil which was a form of shroud. But I know you are eager to hear what became of Armand, and the night is almost ended. I want to tell you this because it is very important. The story is incomplete without it. We traveled the world after we left Paris, as I've told you, first Egypt, then Greece, then Italy, Asia Minor, wherever I chose to lead us, really, and wherever my pursuit of art led me. Time ceased to exist on any meaningful basis during these years, and I was often absorbed in very simple things, a painting in a museum, a cathedral window, one single beautiful statue, for long periods of time. But all during these years I had a vague but persistent desire to return to New Orleans. I never forgot New Orleans. And when we were in tropical places and places of those flowers and trees that grow in Louisiana, I would think of it acutely, and I would feel for my home the only glimmer of desire I felt for anything outside my endless pursuit of art. And from time to time Armand would ask me to take him there, and I, being aware in a gentlemanly manner that I did little to please him, and often went for long periods without really speaking to him or seeking him out, wanted to do this because he asked me. It seemed his asking caused me to forget some vague fear that I might feel pain in New Orleans, that I might experience again the pale shadow of my former unhappiness and longing. But I put it off. Perhaps the fear was stronger than I knew. We came to America and lived in New York for a long time. I continued to put it off. Then finally Armand urged me in another way. He told me something he'd concealed from me since the time we were in Paris. Lestat had not died in the Théâtre des Vampires. I had believed him to be dead, and when I asked Armand about those vampires, he told me they all had perished. But he told me now that this wasn't so. Lestat had left the theatre the night I had run away from Armand and sought out the cemetery in Montmartre. Two vampires who had been made with Lestat by the same master had assisted him in booking passage to New Orleans. I cannot convey to you the feeling that came over me when I heard this. Of course, Armand told me he had protected me from this knowledge, hoping that I would not undertake a long journey merely for revenge, a journey that would have caused me pain and grief at the time. But I didn't really care. I hadn't thought of Lestat at all the night I'd torched the theatre. I'd thought of Santiago and Celeste and the others who had destroyed Claudia. Lestat, in fact, had aroused in me feelings which I hadn't wished to confide in anyone, feelings I'd wished to forget, despite Claudia's death. Hatred had not been one of them. But when I heard this now from Armand, it was as if the veil that protected me were thin and transparent, and though it still hung between me and the world of feeling, I perceived through it Lestat, and that I wanted to see him again. And with that spurring me on, we returned to New Orleans. It was late spring of this year, and as soon as I had emerged from the railway station, I knew that I had indeed come home. It was as if the very air were perfumed and peculiar there, and I felt an extraordinary ease walking on those warm, flat pavements, under those familiar oaks, and listening to the ceaseless, vibrant, living sounds of the night. Of course, New Orleans was changed. But far from lamenting those changes, I was grateful for what seemed still the same. I could find in the uptown garden district, which had been in my time the Faubourg Saint-Marie, one of the stately old mansions that dated back to those times, so removed from the quiet brick street that, walking out in the moonlight under its magnolia trees, I knew the same sweetness and peace I'd known in the old days, not only in the dark, narrow streets of the Vieux Carré, but in the wilderness of Pointe-du-Lac. There were the honeysuckle, and the roses, and the glimpse of Corinthian columns against the stars, and outside the gate were dreamy streets, other mansions. It was a citadel of grace. In the Rue Royale, where I took Armand past tourists and antique shops and the bright-lit entrances of fashionable restaurants, I was astonished to discover the townhouse where Lestat and Claudia and I had made our home, the façade little changed by fresh plaster and whatever repairs had been done within. Its two French windows still opened onto the small balconies over the shop below, and I could see in the soft brilliance of the electric chandeliers an elegant wallpaper that would not have been unfamiliar in those days before the war. I had a strong sense of Lestat there, more of a sense of him than of Claudia, and I felt certain, though he was nowhere near this townhouse, that I'd find him in New Orleans. And I felt something else. It was a sadness that came over me then, after Armand had gone on his way. But this sadness was not painful, nor was it passionate. It was something rich, however, and almost sweet, like the fragrance of the jasmine and the roses that crowded the old courtyard garden which I saw through the iron gates. And this sadness gave a subtle satisfaction, and held me a long time in that spot, and it held me to the city, and it didn't really leave me that night when I went away. I wonder now what might have come of this sadness, what it might have engendered in me that could have become stronger than itself. But I jump ahead of my story, because shortly after that I saw a vampire in New Orleans, a sleek, white-faced young man, walking alone on the broad sidewalks of St. Charles Avenue in the early hours before dawn. And I was at once convinced that if Lestat still lived here, that vampire might know him and might even lead me to him. Of course, the vampire didn't see me. I had long ago learned to spot my own kind in large cities without their having a chance to see me. Armand, in his brief visits with vampires in London and Rome, had learned that the burning of the Théâtre des Vampires was known throughout the world, and that both of us were considered outcasts. Battles over this meant nothing to me, and I have avoided them to this day. But I began to watch for this vampire in New Orleans and to follow him, though often he led me merely to theaters or other pastimes in which I had no interest. But one night, finally, things changed. It was a very warm evening, and I could tell as soon as I saw him on St. Charles that he had some place to go. He was not only walking fast, but he seemed a little distressed. And when he turned off St. Charles finally on a narrow street which became at once shabby and dark, I felt sure he was headed for something that would interest me. But then he entered one side of a small wooden duplex and brought death to a woman there. This he did very fast, without a trace of pleasure, and after he was finished he gathered her child up from the bassinet, wrapped it gently in a blue wool blanket, and came out again into the street. Only a block or two after that he stopped before a vine-covered iron fence that enclosed a large overgrown yard. I could see an old house beyond the trees, dark, the paint peeling, the ornate iron railings of its long upper and lower galleries caked with orange rust. It seemed a doomed house, stranded here among the numerous small wooden houses, its high empty windows looking out on what must have been a dismal clutter of low roofs, a corner grocery, and a small adjacent bar. But the broad, dark grounds protected the house somewhat from these things, and I had to move along the fence quite a few feet before I finally spotted a faint glimmer in one of the lower windows through the thick branches of the trees. The vampire had gone through the gate. I could hear the baby wailing and then nothing, and I followed, easily mounting the old fence and dropping down into the garden and coming up quietly onto the long front porch. It was an amazing sight I saw when I crept up to one of the long floor-length windows, For despite the heat of this breezeless evening, when the gallery, even with its warped and broken boards, might have been the only tolerable place for human or vampire, a fire blazed in the grate of the parlour, and all its windows were shut, and the young vampire sat by that fire, talking to another vampire who hovered very near it, his slippered feet right up against the hot grate, his trembling fingers pulling over and over at the lapels of his shabby blue robe. And though a frayed electric cord dangled from a plaster wreath of roses in the ceiling, only an oil lamp added its dim light to the fire, an oil lamp which stood by the wailing child on a nearby table. My eyes widened as I studied this stooped and shivering vampire, whose rich blonde hair hung down in loose waves, covering his face. I longed to wipe away the dust on the window glass which would not let me be certain of what I suspected. "You all leave me," he whined now, in a thin, high-pitched voice. "You can't keep us with you," said the stiff young vampire sharply. He sat with his legs crossed, his arms folded on his narrow chest, his eyes looking around the dusty, empty room disdainfully. "Oh, hush!" he said to the baby, who let out a sharp cry. "Stop it! Stop it!" "The wood," said the blonde vampire feebly, and as he motioned to the other to hand him the fuel by his chair, I saw clearly, unmistakably, the profile of Lestat, that smooth skin now devoid of even the faintest trace of his old scars. "If you just go out," said the other angrily, heaving the chunk of wood into the blaze, "if you just hunt something other than these miserable animals—" And he looked about himself in disgust. I saw then in the shadows the small, furry bodies of several cats lying helter-skelter in the dust. A most remarkable thing, because a vampire can no more endure to be near his dead victims than any mammal can remain near any place where he has left his waste. "Do you know that it's summer?" demanded the young one. Lestat merely rubbed his hands. The baby's howling died off, yet the young vampire added, "Get on with it. Take it so you'll be warm." "You might have brought me something else," said Lestat bitterly, and as he looked at the baby, I saw his eyes squinting against the dull light of the smoky lamp. I felt a shock of recognition at those eyes, even at the expression beneath the shadow of the deep wave of his yellow hair, and yet to hear that whining voice, to see that bent and quivering back. Almost without thinking, I rapped hard on the glass. The young vampire was up at once, affecting a hard, vicious expression. But I merely motioned for him to turn the latch. And Lestat, clutching his bathrobe to his throat, rose from the chair. "It's Louis! Louis!" he said. "Let him in!" And he gestured frantically, like an invalid, for the young nurse to obey. As soon as the window opened, I breathed the stench of the room and its sweltering heat. The swarming of the insects on the rotted animals scratched at my senses, so that I recoiled despite myself, despite Lestat's desperate pleas for me to come to him. There in the far corner was the coffin where he slept, the lacquer peeling from the wood, half covered with piles of yellow newspapers, and bones lay in the corners, picked clean except for bits and tufts of fur. But Lestat had his dry hands on mine now, drawing me towards him and towards the warmth, and I could see the tears welling in his eyes. And only when his mouth was stretched in a strange smile of desperate happiness that was near to pain did I see the faint traces of the old scars. How baffling and awful it was! This smooth-faced, shimmering, immortal man, bent and rattled and whining like a crone. "Yes, Lestat," I said softly, "I've come to see you." I pushed his hand gently, slowly away, and moved towards the baby, who was crying desperately now from fear as well as hunger. As soon as I lifted it up and loosened the covers, it quieted a little, and then I patted it and rocked it. Lestat was whispering to me now, in quick, half-articulated words I couldn't understand, the tears streaming down his cheeks, the young vampire at the open window with a look of disgust on his face, and one hand on the window latch as if he meant at any minute to bolt. "So you're Louis," said the young vampire. This seemed to increase Lestat's inexpressible excitement, and he wiped frantically at his tears with the hem of his robe. A fly lit on the baby's forehead, and involuntarily I gasped as I pressed it between two fingers and dropped it dead to the floor. The child was no longer crying. It was looking up at me with extraordinary blue eyes, dark blue eyes, its round face glistening from the heat, and a smile played on its lips, a smile that grew brighter like a flame. I had never brought death to anything so young, so innocent, and I was aware of this now as I held the child with an odd feeling of sorrow, stronger even than that feeling which had come over me in the Rue Royale. And rocking the child gently, I pulled the young vampire's chair to the fire and sat down. "Don't try to speak, it's all right," I said to Lestat, who dropped down gratefully into his chair and reached out to stroke the lapels of my coat with both hands. "But I'm so glad to see you," he stammered through his tears. "I've dreamed of your coming, he said. And then he grimaced, as if he were feeling a pain he couldn't identify, and again the fine map of scars appeared for an instant. He was looking off, his hand up to his ear, as if he meant to cover it, to defend himself from some terrible sound. "I didn't," he started, and then he shook his head, his eyes clouding as he opened them wide, strained to focus them. "I didn't mean to let them do it, Louis. I mean that Santiago, that one, you know, he didn't tell me what they planned to do." "That's all past, Lestat," I said. Yes, he nodded vigorously. "Past. She should never... Why, Louis, you know." And he was shaking his head, his voice seeming to gain in strength, to gain a little in resonance with his effort. "She should never have been one of us, Louis." And he rapped his sunken chest with his fist as he said, "Us," again softly. She. It seemed then that she had never existed, that she had been some illogical, fantastical dream that was too precious and too personal for me to ever confide in anyone, and too long gone. I looked at him. I stared at him and tried to think. Yes, the three of us together. "Don't fear me, Lestat," I said, as though talking to myself. "I bring you no harm." "You've come back to me, Louis," he whispered in that thin, high-pitched voice. "You've come home again to me, Louis, haven't you?" And again he bit his lip and looked at me desperately. "No, Lestat." I shook my head. He was frantic for a moment, and again he commenced one gesture and then another, and finally sat there with his hands over his face in a paroxysm of distress. The other vampire, who was studying me coldly, asked, Have you come back to him?" "No, of course not," I answered. And he smirked, as if this was as he expected, that everything fell to him again, and he walked out onto the porch. I could hear him there, very near, waiting. "I only wanted to see you, Lestat," I said. But Lestat didn't seem to hear me. Something else had distracted him, and he was gazing off, his eyes wide, his hands hovering near his ears. Then I heard it also. It was a siren, and as it grew louder his eyes shut tight against it and his fingers covered his ears, and it grew louder and louder, coming up the street from downtown. "Lestat," I said to him over the baby's cries, which rose now in the same terrible fear of the siren. But his agony obliterated me. His lips were drawn back from his teeth in a terrible grimace of pain. "Lestat, it's only a siren," I said to him stupidly, and then he came forward out of the chair and took hold of me and held tight to me, and despite myself I took his hand. He bent down, pressing his head against my chest and holding my hand so tight that he caused me pain. The room was filled with the flashing red light of the siren. And then it was going away. "Louis, I can't bear it! I can't bear it!" he growled through his tears. "Help me, Louis! Stay with me!" "But why are you afraid?" I asked. "Don't you know what these things are?" And as I looked down at him, as I saw his yellow hair pressed against my coat, I had a vision of him from long ago, that tall, stately gentleman in the swirling black cape, with his head thrown back, his rich, flawless voice singing the lilting air of the opera from which we'd only just come, his walking stick tapping the cobblestones in time with the music, his large, sparkling eye catching the young woman who stood by and rapped, so that a smile spread over his face as the song died on his lips. And for one moment, that one moment when his eye met hers, all evil seemed obliterated in that flush of pleasure, that passion for merely being alive. Was this the price of that involvement? A sensibility shocked by change, shriveling from fear? I thought quietly of all the things I might say to him, how I might remind him that he was immortal, that nothing condemned him to this retreat save himself, and that he was surrounded with the unmistakable signs of inevitable death. But I did not say these things, and I knew that I would not. It seemed the silence of the room rushed back around us, like a dark sea that the siren had driven away. The flies swarmed on the festering body of a rat, and the child looked quietly up at me as though my eyes were bright baubles, and its dimpled hand closed on the finger that I poised above its tiny petal mouth. Lestat had risen, straightened, but only to bend over and slink into the chair. "You won't stay with me," he sighed. But then he looked away and seemed suddenly absorbed. "I wanted to talk to you so much," he said. "That night I came home in the Rue Royale, I only wanted to talk to you." He shuddered violently, eyes closed, his throat seeming to contract. It was as if the blows I'd struck him were falling now. He stared blindly ahead, his tongue moistening his lip, his voice low, almost natural. "I went to Paris after you." "What was it you wanted to tell me?" I asked. "What was it you wanted to talk about?" I could well remember his mad insistence in the Théâtre des Vampires. I hadn't thought of it in years. No, I had never thought of it, and I was aware that I spoke of it now with great reluctance. But he only smiled at me, an insipid, near-apologetic smile, and shook his head. I watched his eyes fill with a soft, bleary despair. I felt a profound, undeniable relief. "But you will stay," he insisted. "No," I answered. "And neither will I," said that young vampire from the darkness outside, and he stood for a second in the open window looking at us. Lestat looked up at him and then sheepishly away, and his lower lip seemed to thicken and tremble. Close it, he said, waving his finger at the window. Then a sob burst from him, and covering his mouth with his hand, he put his head down and cried. The young vampire was gone. I heard his steps moving fast on the walk, heard the heavy chink of the iron gate, and I was alone with Lestat, and he was crying. It seemed a long time before he stopped, and during all that time I merely watched him. I was thinking of all the things that had passed between us. I was remembering things which I supposed I had completely forgotten, and I was conscious then of that same overwhelming sadness which I'd felt when I saw the place in the Rue Royale where we had lived. Only it didn't seem to me to be a sadness for Lestat, for that smart, gay vampire who used to live there then. It seemed a sadness for something else, something beyond Lestat, that only included him, and was part of the great, awful sadness of all the things I'd ever lost or loved or known. It seemed then I was in a different place, a different time. And this different place and time was very real. And it was a room where the insects had hummed as they were humming here, and the air had been close and thick with death and with the spring perfume, and I was on the verge of knowing that place, and knowing with it a terrible pain, a pain so terrible that my mind veered away from it, said, "No, don't take me back to that place." And suddenly it was receding, and I was with Lestat here now. Astonished, I saw my own tear fall onto the face of the child. I saw it glisten on the child's cheek, and I saw the cheek become very plump with the child's smile. It must have been seeing the light in the tears. I put my hand to my face and wiped at the tears that were in fact there, and looked at them in amazement. "But, Louis," Lestat was saying softly, "how can you be as you are? How can you stand it?" He was looking up at me, his mouth in that same grimace, his face wet with tears. "Tell me, Louis, help me to understand. How can you understand it all? How can you endure?" And I could see by the desperation in his eyes, and the deeper tone which his voice had taken, that he too was pushing himself towards something that for him was very painful, towards a place where he hadn't ventured in a long time. But then, even as I looked at him, his eyes appeared to become misty, confused, and he pulled the robe up tight, and shaking his head he looked at the fire. A shudder passed through him, and he moaned. "I have to go now, Lestat," I said to him. I felt weary of him, and weary of this sadness. And I longed again for the stillness outside, that perfect quiet to which I'd become so completely accustomed. But I realized as I rose to my feet that I was taking the little baby with me. Lestat looked up at me now, with his large, agonized eyes and his smooth, ageless face. "But you'll come back. You'll come to visit me, Louis," he said. I turned away from him, hearing him calling after me, and quietly left the house. When I reached the street, I looked back, and I could see him hovering at the window, as if he were afraid to go out. I realized he had not gone out for a long, long time, and it occurred to me then that perhaps he would never go out again. I returned to the small house from which the vampire had taken the child, and left it there in its crib. Not very long after that I told Armand I'd seen Lestat. Perhaps it was a month, I'm not certain. Time meant little to me then as it means little to me now. But it meant a great deal to Armand. He was amazed that I hadn't mentioned this before. We were walking that night uptown, where the city gives way to the Audubon Park, and the levee is a deserted, grassy slope that descends to a muddy beach, heaped here and there with driftwood, going out to the lapping waves of the river. On the far bank were the very dim lights of industries and riverfront companies, pinpoints of green or red that flickered in the distance like stars. And the moon showed the broad, strong current, moving fast between the two shores, and even the summer heat was gone here, with the cool breeze coming off the water and gently lifting the moss that hung from the twisted oak where we sat. I was picking at the grass and tasting it, though the taste was bitter and unnatural. The gestures seemed natural. I was feeling almost that I might never leave New Orleans. But then, what are such thoughts when you can live forever? Never leave New Orleans again? Again seemed a human word. "But didn't you feel any desire for revenge?" Armand asked. He lay on the grass beside me, his weight on his elbow, his eyes fixed on me. "Why?" I asked calmly. I was wishing, as I often wished, that he was not there, that I was alone. Alone with this powerful and cool river under the dim moon. "He's met with his own perfect revenge. He's dying dying of rigidity, of fear. His mind cannot accept this time. Nothing as serene and graceful as that vampire death you once described to me in Paris. I think he is dying as clumsily and grotesquely as humans often die in this century, of old age. But you... what did you feel? He insisted softly. And I was struck by the personal quality of that question, and how long it had been since either of us had spoken to the other in that way. I had a strong sense of him then, the separate being that he was, the calm and collected creature with the straight auburn hair and the large, sometimes melancholy eyes that seemed often to be seeing nothing but their own thoughts. Tonight they were lit with a dull fire that was unusual. "Nothing," I answered. "Nothing one way or the other?" I answered no. I remembered palpably that sorrow. It was as if the sorrow hadn't left me suddenly, but had been near me all this time, hovering, saying, "Come." But I wouldn't tell this to Armand, wouldn't reveal this. And I had the strangest sensation of feeling his need for me to tell him this or something, a need strangely akin to the need for living blood. "But did he tell you anything that made you feel the old hatred?" he murmured. And it was at this point that I became keenly aware of how distressed he was. "What is it, Armand? Why do you ask this?" I said. But he lay back on the steep levee then, and for a long time he appeared to be looking at the stars. The stars brought back to me something far too specific, the ship that had carried Claudia and me to Europe, and those nights at sea when it seemed the stars came down to touch the waves. "I thought perhaps he would tell you something about Paris," Armand said. "What should he say about Paris? That he didn't want Claudia to die?" I asked. Claudia again, the name sounded strange. Claudia spreading out that game of solitaire on the table that shifted with the shifting of the sea, the lantern creaking on its hook, the black porthole full of the stars. She had her head bent, her fingers poised above her ear as if about to loosen strands of her hair, and I had the most disconcerting sensation that in my memory she would look up from that game of solitaire, and the sockets of her eyes would be empty. "You could have told me anything you wanted about Paris, Armand," I said. "Long before now. It wouldn't have mattered." "Even that it was I who—" I turned to him as he lay there, looking at the sky, and I saw the extraordinary pain in his face, in his eyes. It seemed his eyes were huge, too huge, and the white face that framed them too gaunt. "That it was you who killed her? Who forced her out into that yard and locked her there?" I asked. I smiled. "Don't tell me you have been feeling pain for it all these years. Not you." And then he closed his eyes and turned his face away, his hand resting on his chest as if I'd struck him an awful, sudden blow. "You can't convince me you care about this," I said to him coldly. And I looked out towards the water, and again that feeling came over me, that I wished to be alone. In a little while I knew I would get up and go off by myself, that is, if he didn't leave me first, because I would have liked to remain there, actually. It was a quiet, secluded place. "You care about nothing," he was saying. And then he sat up slowly and turned to me, so again I could see that dark fire in his eyes. "I thought you would at least care about that. I thought you would feel the old passion, the old anger if you were to see him again. I thought something would quicken and come alive in you if you saw him, if you returned to this place." "That I would come back to life?" I said softly. And I felt the cold, metallic hardness of my words as I spoke, the modulation, the control. It was as if I were cold all over, made of metal, and he were fragile suddenly, fragile as he had been actually for a long time. "Yes," he cried out. "Yes, back to life." And then he seemed puzzled, positively confused. And a strange thing occurred. He bowed his head at that moment, as if he were defeated. And something in the way that he felt that defeat, something in the way his smooth, white face reflected it only for an instant, reminded me of someone else I'd seen defeated, in just that way. And it was amazing to me that it took me such a long moment to see Claudia's face in that attitude. Claudia, as she stood by the bed in the room at the Hotel St. Gabriel, pleading with me to transform Madeleine into one of us. That same helpless look, that defeat, which seemed to be so heartfelt that everything beyond it was forgotten. And then he, like Claudia, seemed to rally, to pull on some reserve of strength. But he said softly to the air, "I am dying." And I, watching him, hearing him, the only creature under God who heard him, knowing completely that it was true, said nothing. A long sigh escaped his lips. His head was bowed. His right hand lay limp beside him in the grass. "Hatred, that is passion," he said. "Revenge, that is passion." "Not from me," I murmured softly. "Not now." And then his eyes fixed on me, and his face seemed very calm. "I used to believe you would get over it, that when the pain of all of it left you, you would grow warm again and filled with love, and filled with that wild and insatiable curiosity with which you first came to me, that inveterate conscience, and that hunger for knowledge that brought you all the way to Paris to my cell. I thought it was a part of you that couldn't die, and I thought that when the pain was gone, you would forgive me for what part I played in her death. She never loved you, you know. Not in the way that I loved you, and the way that you loved us both. I knew this. I understood it. And I believed I would gather you to me and hold you, and time would open to us, and we would be the teachers of one another. All the things that gave you happiness would give me happiness, and I would be the protector of your pain. My power would be your power, my strength the same. But you're dead inside to me. You're cold and beyond my reach. It is as if I'm not here beside you. And not being here with you, I have the dreadful feeling that I don't exist at all. And you are as cold and distant from me as those strange modern paintings of lines and hard forms that I cannot love or comprehend, as alien as those hard mechanical sculptures of this age which have no human form. I shudder when I'm near you. I look into your eyes and my reflection isn't there." "What you asked was impossible," I said quickly. "Don't you see? What I asked was impossible, too, from the start." He protested, the negation barely forming on his lips, his hand rising as if to thrust it away. "I wanted love and goodness in this which is living death," I said. "It was impossible from the beginning, because you cannot have love and goodness when you do what you know to be evil, what you know to be wrong. You can only have the desperate confusion and longing and the chasing of phantom goodness in its human form. I knew the real answer to my quest before I ever reached Paris. I knew it when I first took a human life to feed my craving. It was my death. And yet I would not accept it, could not accept it, because like all other creatures I don't wish to die. And so I sought for other vampires, for God, for the devil, for 100 things under 100 names. And it was all the same, all evil and all wrong, because no one could in any guise convince me of what I myself knew to be true, that I was damned in my own mind and soul. And when I came to Paris, I thought you were powerful and beautiful and without regret, and I wanted that desperately. But you were a destroyer just as I was a destroyer, more ruthless and cunning even than I. You showed me the only thing that I could really hope to become, what depth of evil, what degree of coldness I would have to attain to end my pain. And I accepted that. And so that passion, that love you saw in me was extinguished, and you see now simply a mirror of yourself. A very long time passed before he spoke. He'd risen to his feet, and he stood with his back to me, looking down the river, head bowed as before, his hands at his sides. I was looking at the river also. I was thinking quietly, there is nothing more I can say, nothing more I can do. "Louis," he said now, lifting his head, his voice very thick and unlike itself. "Yes, Armand," I said. "Is there anything else you want of me? Anything else you require?" "No," I said. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer this. He began to slowly walk away. I think at first I thought he only meant to walk a few paces, perhaps to wander by himself along the muddy beach below. And by the time I realized that he was leaving me, he was a mere speck down there against the occasional flickering in the water under the moon. I never saw him again. Of course, it was several nights later before I realized he was gone. His coffin remained, but he did not return to it. And it was several months before I had that coffin taken to the St. Louis cemetery and put into the crypt beside my own. The grave, long neglected because my family was gone, received the only thing he'd left behind. But then I began to be uncomfortable with that. I thought of it on waking, and again at dawn, right before I closed my eyes. And I went downtown one night and took the coffin out and broke it into pieces and left it in the narrow aisle of the cemetery in the tall grass. That vampire who was Lestat's latest child accosted me one evening not long after. He begged me to tell him all I knew of the world, to become his companion and his teacher. I remember telling him that what I chiefly knew was that I'd destroy him if I ever saw him again. You see, someone must die every night that I walk, until I've the courage to end it, I told him. And you're an admirable choice for that victim, a killer as evil as myself. And I left New Orleans the next night, because the sorrow wasn't leaving me, and I didn't want to think of that old house where Lestat was dying, or that sharp modern vampire who'd fled me, or of Armand. I wanted to be where there was nothing familiar to me, and nothing mattered. And that's the end of it. There's nothing else. The boy sat mute, staring at the vampire. And the vampire sat, collected, his hands folded on the table, his narrow, red-rimmed eyes fixed on the turning tapes. His face was so gaunt now that the veins of his temples showed as if carved out of stone. And he sat so still that only his green eyes evinced life, and that life was a dull fascination with the turning of the tapes. Then the boy drew back and ran the fingers of his right hand loosely through his hair. "No," he said with a short intake of breath. Then he said it again louder. "No!" The vampire didn't appear to hear him. His eyes moved away from the tapes towards the window, towards the dark gray sky. "It didn't have to end like that," said the boy, leaning forward. The vampire, who continued to look at the sky, uttered a short, dry laugh. "All the things you felt in Paris," said the boy, his voice increasing in volume. "The love of Claudia, the feeling, even the feeling for Lestat. It didn't have to end, not in this, not in despair, because that's what it is, isn't it? Despair." "Stop," said the vampire abruptly, lifting his right hand. His eyes shifted almost mechanically to the boy's face. "I tell you, and I have told you, that it could not have ended any other way." "I don't accept it," said the boy, and he folded his arms across his chest, shaking his head emphatically. "I can't!" And the emotion seemed to build in him, so that without meaning to he scraped his chair back on the bare boards and rose to pace the floor. But then when he turned and looked at the vampire's face again, the words he was about to speak died in his throat. The vampire was merely staring at him, and his face had that long, drawn expression of both outrage and bitter amusement. "Don't you see how you made it sound? It was an adventure like I'll never know in my whole life. You talk about passion, you talk about longing, you talk about things that millions of us won't ever taste or come to understand, and then you tell me it ends like that? I tell you," and he stood over the vampire now, his hands outstretched before him, "if you were to give me that power, the power to see and feel and live forever—" The vampire's eyes slowly began to widen, his lips parting. "What?" he demanded softly. "What?" "Give it to me," said the boy, his right hand tightening in a fist, the fist pounding his chest. "Make me a vampire, now!" he said, as the vampire stared, aghast. What happened then was swift and confused, but it ended abruptly with the vampire on his feet, holding the boy by the shoulders, the boy's moist face contorted with fear, the vampire glaring at him in rage. "This is what you want," he whispered, his pale lips manifesting only the barest trace of movement. "This, after all I've told you, is what you ask for." A small cry escaped the boy's lips, and he began to tremble all over, the sweat breaking out on his forehead and on the skin above his upper lip. His hand reached gingerly for the vampire's arm. "You don't know what human life is like," he said, on the edge of breaking into tears. "You've forgotten. You don't even understand the meaning of your own story, what it means to a human being like me." And then a choked sob interrupted his words, and his fingers clung to the vampire's arm. "God," the vampire uttered, and turning away from him, almost pushed the boy off balance against the wall. He stood with his back to the boy, staring at the grey window. "I beg you, give it all one more chance. One more chance in me," said the boy. The vampire turned to him, his face as twisted with anger as before. And then gradually it began to become smooth. The lids came down slowly over his eyes, and his lips lengthened in a smile. He looked again at the boy. "I've failed," he sighed, smiling still. "I have completely failed." "No!" the boy protested. "Don't say any more," said the vampire emphatically. "I have but one chance left. Do you see the reels? They still turn. I have but one way to show you the meaning of what I've said." And then he reached out for the boy so fast that the boy found himself grasping for something, pushing against something that was not there. So his hand was outstretched still when the vampire had him pressed to his chest, the boy's neck bent beneath his lips. "Do you see?" whispered the vampire, and the long, silky lips drew up over his teeth, and two long fangs came down into the boy's flesh. The boy stuttered, a low, guttural sound coming out of his throat, his hands struggling to close on something, his eyes widening only to become dull and grey as the vampire drank. And the vampire meantime looked as tranquil as someone in sleep. His narrow chest heaved so subtly with his sigh that he seemed to be rising slowly from the floor, and then settling again with that same somnambulistic grace. There was a whine coming from the boy, and when the vampire let him go, he held him out with both hands and looked at the damp white face, the limp hands, the eyes half closed. The boy was moaning, his lower lip loose and trembling as if in nausea. He moaned again, louder, and his head fell back, and his eyes rolled up into his head. The vampire set him down gently in the chair. The boy was struggling to speak, and the tears which sprang now to his eyes seemed to come as much from that effort to speak as from anything else. His head fell forward, heavily, drunkenly, and his hand rested on the table. The vampire stood, looking down at him, and his white skin became a soft, luminous pink. It was as if a pink light were shining on him, and his entire being seemed to give back that light. The flesh of his lips was dark, almost rose in color, and the veins of his temples and his hands were mere traces on his skin, and his face was youthful and smooth. "Will I die?" the boy whispered as he looked up slowly, his mouth wet and slack. "Will I die?" he groaned, his lip trembling. "I don't know," the vampire said, and he smiled. The boy seemed on the verge of saying something more, but the hand that rested on the table slid forward on the boards, and his head lay down beside it as he lost consciousness. When next he opened his eyes, the boy saw the sun. It filled the dirty, undressed window, and was hot on the side of his face and his hand. For a moment he lay there, his face against the table, and then with a great effort he straightened, took a long, deep breath, and closing his eyes pressed his hand to that place where the vampire had drawn blood. When his other hand accidentally touched a band of metal on the top of the tape recorder, he let out a sudden cry because the metal was hot. Then he rose, moving clumsily, almost falling, until he rested both his hands on the white wash-basin. Quickly he turned on the tap, splashed his face with cold water, and wiped it with a soiled towel that hung there on a nail. He was breathing regularly now, and he stood still, looking into the mirror without any support. Then he looked at his watch. It was as if the watch shocked him, brought him more to life than the sun or the water. And he made a quick search of the room, of the hallway, and finding nothing and no one, he settled again into the chair. Then, drawing a small white pad out of his pocket and a pen, he set these on the table and touched the button of the recorder. The tape spun fast backwards until he shut it off. When he heard the vampire's voice, he leaned forward, listening very carefully, then hit the button again for another place, and hearing that, still another. But then at last his face brightened as the reels turned, and the voice spoke in an even, modulated tone. It was a very warm evening, and I could tell as soon as I saw him on St. Charles that he had some place to go. And quickly the boy noted, Lestat, off St. Charles Avenue, old house, crumbling, shabby neighborhood, look for rusted railings. And then, stuffing the notebook quickly in his pocket, he gathered the tapes into his briefcase, along with the small recorder, and hurried down the long hallway and down the stairs to the street, where in front of the corner bar his car was parked.
The End. You've been listening to Interview with the Vampire by Anne Rice, narrated by Frank Muller. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles continue with The Vampire Lestat, also narrated by Frank Muller.